blow. Little vet rubber bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, damn my cavalry. Sandman points you down to me. That's right, make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quota. I do smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so blessed. Those wanna get go, get your boss. Hurricane turn green, cause I never lost. Fuck everything over up to God. Left hand through my index, push pause. No, you can't talk, I'm smearing me. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Ready from London, but amusing me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker in this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's another day. Today is a Sunday. That's right. It's Sunday. And why is it a beautiful day, you might ask? Well, that's because it's the first SNL Sunday in a very long time. That's right. Oh, my Lord. Holy moly. For all of you who are new here, who are maybe in here because you're like watching the coverage of the ongoing war crimes in Gaza and want to understand the historical context, we have a very cool way of understanding what the fuck the liberals are doing. It's called Lib Watch, SNL Watch on Sundays. Of course, we're not going to be doing that today. Don't fucking worry. Yeah. I was like, Israel can't have all the fun. They can't be doing all the war crimes. How about I get in on it as well? How about I do a little bit of war crimes to my own audience and fucking make you guys watch SNL? But I probably will not be doing that. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, and for the past week, every single moment that I have been awake has basically been dedicated to the same thing. Reading, writing, learning, talking, covering the ongoing atrocities that the Western world has not only not turned a blind eye to, but actually has been just championing pretty much. So yeah. But before I get into all of that, obviously, let me get started by saying something very important here. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. That's right. This is for all the parasocialists. Let me just start out by saying I'm incredibly proud of you guys. We have raised $543,000 so far, on our way to $750,000. This happened over the course of 24 hours. I mean, it's incredible. It's unimaginable. It is ridiculous. This is where this community thrives, you know. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of silliness happening in the world. But I think we are the best at cutting through that noise and staying the course. And, of course, I will be covering a lot. I'll be covering everything that's going on in the world. But as far as my personal news goes, last night I ended the broadcast. What did I do? I watched a little bit. I watched a little bit of Untold History of the United States. Got incredibly angry, thinking about the Jakarta method, thinking about what happened in Indonesia, thinking about just America and its fucking untold amounts of crimes. And that's kind of what I do. I before I go to sleep, I just get angry. I wake up, I'm angry. I go to sleep, I'm angry. I'm angry all the fucking time. I can't. I don't know. Like, a lot of people will fucking say, Hasan, all you got is America bad. And it's like, when has America been good? Have you told me? Have you shown me a moment where America good? Because I only see America bad. Oh. Anyway, bro, don't you think that's extremely unhealthy? Wild Dexter 22, that's a great question. You're asking someone who has dedicated his entire life to fucking covering ongoing atrocities all the time, nonstop, every single day for 8 to 10 hours a day. So I don't think any of the stuff I do on camera is good, and the stuff I do off camera is probably not good either. But what keeps me grounded? What keeps me grounded, or what keeps me a real human being, as a matter of fact, is what I do when I'm off camera, and that's what I try to tell you about, okay? Anyway, I was watching Untold History of the United States, classic, whatever. Afterwards, went to sleep, woke up, and I played basketball. I played basketball for a couple hours. That's why I'm live at 12. Usually that's what I do on Sundays. I took Kai to the park. She ran around. She is dead. She's a dead dog. She's not alive right now. She is so incredibly tired and incredibly eepy because, you know, she has been running so much. Why are you wearing all blue? I don't know, because I'm wearing a Pink Floyd shirt and this hat works well with it. Like, what? Yeah, she's rugging it right now. So, did you hear the mass shooting at the Texas State Fair? I did not. What about the one time the U.S. kind of fought the Nazis? Oh, that's the other thing. I'm also watching World War II History in Color, which is such a banger. God, I get why Austin loves that shit. I'm watching World War II in color. Fuck, man. It's like I go in and out. I go in and out. Where on the one hand, I'm like America really bad, right? And then I go back and I'm like, fuck, but they did beat the Nazis and that was fucking sick. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to balance it out. I'm trying to even it out. I'm like, why did we allow the Indonesian fascists to execute almost 1 million suspected communists? Like, why was that allowed? That is so insane. And then simultaneously, I go back and I watch World War II. I'm like, fuck, but dude, the Nazis, man, we fucking killed the shit out of those Nazis, and that was fire. Okay? You got to balance it out a little bit. A little bit of Operation Gladio post World War II, where we, you know, propped up the Nazis into positions of power, and then a little bit of like pre World War II, where we fought the Nazis, and that was fire. I haven't heard anything about the 6-year-old child that was murdered by their fucking landlord. Holy shit, that seems fucking insane. My grandfather stormed the beaches of Normandy on 1/4 Nazi killer. Hell yeah. The U.S. waiting until World War II was almost over. 500,000 Americans died. 22 to 27 million Soviets died. Yeah, I know. So yeah. If we had TikTok in the 40s, we'd have Nazi talk get into the U.S. support them like the hot idea of girlies. No, it would be fucking way worse. We'll do Ken Burns. I'll do probably Ken Burns Vietnam afterwards too. But yeah, I balled up pretty fucking hard. There was almost a fight. I don't know if you guys ever participate in activities like that, but it's always the dude that calls every fucking foul that also is the most aggressive, punchy guy. He's just like, you know, there was one of those guys who was just like, he called foul every single shot. It goes in, it doesn't go out. You don't touch it. It goes in, it doesn't go in. It doesn't matter. You don't even touch him. He just calls foul every time. While he's also sometimes like punching you non-fucking stop. Just so fucking annoying. And then I try to de-escalate the conflict there, okay, with my classic de-escalation moves. And I was like, listen, you both of you need to shake hands right now. Like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to fight? Like, what's wrong with you? You know, it's Sunday morning. We're playing basketball. Like, everyone is laughing at your behavior. And he almost tried to fight me as well, which was so odd. That was cool though. So that was a fun little moment. Hasan the Peaceful Dove. I am a very peaceful person. A lot of people try to present me as some like fucking violent asshole, but I hate violence. I abhor it. I think it's disgusting. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was fun regardless. Can we watch a new insane Ben Shapiro video? What did he post? Let me guess. I think I know what he posted about. He probably posted like a classic like refresher on why it is totally valid for wholesale extermination of Muslims in the Gaza Strip because of my ahistorical approach to the conflict, making it seem as though like totally avoiding the worst parts that Israel participated in, and then act like Palestinians every single time said no to the deals that Israel actually did not follow through on. There you go. I pre-watched it without even watching it because I've heard it so many fucking times. I've heard it so many times. Like, oh, he did it? You're being lied to about Israel and Palestine. Facts, episode number 5. Love that. Yeah, sure. We'll do that. Facts, not feelings, but like it's all feelings. I saw the Gaza police, the dude coming up to the fucking journalist and threatening him. Fucking disgusting. Okay. Will was talking about last night how he's fought everyone but you. I don't fight. Will and I have like play fought before. We've like play wrestled and shit, but I hate fighting. Anyway, yeah, we'll do that. I also want to give a shout out, because my timeline is flooded with a lot of stuff, and I want to give a shout out to a dude who I think is not my biggest fan. I'm not entirely familiar with his content at all, but I did see one thing from him that I thought was truly a really good video. His name is Lonerbox. This guy, this Netanyahu's insanely dishonest interview with Lex Fridman. Very good video. I reached out to him and I told him like, I really appreciate your moral clarity in this video that you're, addressing the history. No, he's not good. He's a Zionist with extra steps. I don't care, because the reality of the situation is that he is absolutely on the money, and I think he does a really good job of like parsing through the ahistorical shit. He despises you. I don't care. I don't know anything about him, bro. He's not correct, Lamau. Have you watched this video? I think a lot of you guys forget. I don't personally give a shit about what people's individual opinions are overall. I've listened to many of his takes on the conflict. I have not, but I'll tell you this much. This video is solid and it is correct overall. There are obviously parts that are missing from it because this is like a very, it's a long and complicated history, but I think he's done a really good job of going through piece by piece and showing exactly how psychotic the Likud party is. So it's good. This is he offers a real decent yeah, no, I know. The new GDF we're gonna watch, it's really fucking good. Anyway, he's great on this video. I don't know his the full scope of his knowledge, but as far as I understand, look, he knows his shit. I will say that. Fantastic Big Joel take. This is Little Joel. This is not Big Joel, sir. Excuse me. He hates your Ukraine takes, but that's it. He hates your Ukraine takes, but that's about it. Yeah. Did he reply to your reach out? Yeah, he did. Yeah. I think he was a little shocked. But anyway, listen, guys, I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't give a shit about disagreements that I have with people unless they're like utterly and entirely. He wanted you canceled and banned for simping for China. Yeah, I don't care. You can fucking yell at me all day, every day. I do not care. You want to know why I don't care? Because in moments like this, if you are pro-Palestinian emancipation, if you are pro-Palestinian lives, you are good with me, okay? It means that you are doing something that is not permissible for the most part. It means you're doing something that most people would not do. And that extends to Vosh as well, who has, raised money for the PCRF before. I don't give a shit. The entire internet is a sea of people that are desperately and aggressively trying to justify some of the worst things that are happening on the ground to Palestinians, and anyone that actually demonstrates moral clarity in this circumstance is good and is great. I think that drama purgatory, debate purgatory in these circumstances, I think is like not productive, is unproductive. They could literally say fuck Hasan every other day. I need you to understand something. Someone could say fuck Hasan every other day. But on this issue, if they are demonstrating empathy, then I don't care. Okay? My mom says she wants to fuck us on every other day. Okay, that's different. That's a different moment. Yeah, I saw the Hersh posting happen, by the way. Hersh posting happened. If you know anything about our boy, I mean, he's been on the money in almost every single instance. So he was on the fucking money with the pipeline explosion. Who's Hersh? Who's Hersh, they say? What a sad day. He was not lol. I mean, he was. I would go ahead and say that his coverage on the pipeline literally caused the American State Department to openly reveal, way more information than they wanted to. I honestly disagreed with everything you said before and did not like you, but in this conflict you helped a lot of people see the truth, and I thank you for that. Yeah. I agree with this, actually. Extreme factions on either side would do well to remember that the vast majority of Gazans have never voted for Hamas, and it seems to be a minority of them who support the attacks. There hasn't been an election since 2006. See, this part is correct, but I will take it always one step further as well, which is that not only did they not vote, but it doesn't even matter. Even if they voted, they don't deserve to be fucking blown up. Like, that's crazy. I don't know how we've forgotten about that. Like, that it's like wild to be like, yeah, well, 50%. Okay, let's say 50% voted for Hamas. Okay, so do they deserve to be fucking wiped out? Like, that's insane. It's like it's very lib. It's a very lib take regardless. Not saying he's doing that anyway. But it's like, it's literally being like, but but we want to do that to Democrats? No, wait, what? Who's we, motherfucker? I always say this. It's like, it's the same mentality of like, let's raise the South right now and let them die because they vote for fucking Republicans mentality. Like, it's nuts. Anyway. So let's get started. We're at $552,000 today. Let's see how much more we can raise. Okay. By any means necessary has been taken off the air. I don't know what that is. For the ground. Addressing Ben Shapiro's ahistorical approach to Israel's development and more updates from the ground. Okay. Why don't you take the money and instead of donating it, give it to Gazans alone so they can start businesses? Yeah, that's what I should do. Did you hear about the Israeli official trying to push legislation to arrest any news outlet covering Gaza in a way that doesn't line up with the government? I saw that. I don't think that's like state policy, but yeah. Israeli spokesperson equates humanitarian aid with supplying the resources the enemy needs, which is, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Listen, brother, if your enemy is like little children on the ground in Gaza, then like you're my enemy, okay? It's fucking nuts. It's like, yeah, dude, I can't believe you wanna make sure that children have like band-aids and gauze and blood. Really fucked up of you. Those are my enemies is not exactly the take you want to have. There's a couple really good. Thank you for the raid, Denims. Hope you had a good stream. Israeli soldiers are storming the West Bank refugee camp. They're raiding the Al Arub refugee camp in the West Bank, injuring at least one Palestinian man with live ammunition, according to the witnesses. Yeah, it's just Israel doing Israel shit. They do this all the time. I think you would appreciate this take from a leftist Jew. Message to the Jews, especially Jewish leftists. No one gets a theocratic ethno-state. Hashtag free Palestine.
Something real quick, because some of my fellow Jewish leftists have really been disappointing me. Because you're hanging on to this premise that Jews need their own theocratic ethno-state. No one gets a theocratic ethno-state. We live in a diverse, heterogeneous world where human beings have been moving across it all over the place for many, many tens of thousands of years. And I get why you think this, because we are fed this from birth and ritually reminded of it every year as part of our religion, that we have suffered so much and that we need a homeland. But it's just ahistorical to think that Jews have suffered in some unique and special way that makes them entitled to a theocratic ethno-state.
Like, I agree with the second part of that. I do disagree with the first part of it, but I think she's just saying that, like, Jews have been historically oppressed in a unique way. I think anyone that tells you that that's not the case is silly, okay? Like, and I know she's not saying that either, by the way. Oh, I know they're not saying that. Sorry, I didn't know that their pronouns were they, them. And they're not saying that anyway. They're saying that's not a justification for a theocratic ethno-state development, which is incredibly important. It is an incredibly important point to make because, like, a lot of people do kind of run off with that without really thinking about it, where it's like, no, it has to be, which is ironic because guess what? Even liberal Zionists living in Israel are straight up fucking upset about the theocratic ethno-state side in their domestic policy. a lot of them don't factor in that it's happening as a consequence, as a byproduct of a colonial apartheid state and its development. They don't really factor that part in, which is why you didn't really hear that perspective when the protests were happening, the massive amounts of protests that were happening when the Israeli government, the far-right Israeli government, tried to effectively neuter the Supreme Court. They were complaining about it. They were in the fucking streets, not realizing, even though many leftists at the time, myself included, openly stated, this is, you cannot separate the apartheid state and its development from the theocratic ethno-state part that you're upset about. You can't, because those two work side by side. One justifies the other. One is a way to soften the other. One is another way to make it seem like this is actually a moral and just cause. It always works in that direction. And without recognizing that, without coming to terms with that reality, as many have, I think, Ultimate McNasty, thank you for dono matching up to 500. Without coming to terms with that, you're not going to be able to effectively push back.
Genocide is a dime a dozen in this world. Even looking at European history. Yeah, I mean, the Christians really put a target on the Jews' back for a good 1,700-ish years there, give or take. But as bad as Jews had it, Romani's had it worse just about everywhere. So where's their theocratic ethnos?
Damn, okay, I never even thought about that. That's actually kind of true.
Who are we going to kick off their land at gunpoint to give Romanis a homeland? Jews, at least we got to have shtetls. I mean, sure, they were, targeted for massacres occasionally, but the Romanis weren't even allowed to sit down, let alone being held as chattel slaves in Romania.
Damn, they just activated every fascist and every right-wing liberal in Europe. A right-wing liberal in Europe just woke up out of their slumber to be like, what? I'm sorry. Did someone just mention the humanity of Romani people? I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to go eat some pasta real quick to calm myself down. You know what I'm saying?
For 500 years. And just look around the world. Look at black people in the Americas. Look at indigenous people all over the planet. They've all been enslaved and genocided by Christo-fascist colonizers. So our suffering just isn't that special. And the only reason that the UK and the US went along, touted that line and gave us an army was because they didn't want Jews in their countries after World War II.
And even before World War II, let's be fucking real, okay? Yeah.
And they said, oh shit, we can send all these Jews to a desert where the indigenous people there have no standing army to defend themselves with and no modern military technology. And then we get an economic and military foothold in the Middle East that will always be beholden to us. Yeah, the UK and the US thought that was a pretty sweet deal after World War II. And y'all are leftists. I'm talking about
Jesus
Jewish leftists.
Christ.
Everyone gets a place to live and everyone gets equal. Everyone gets a place to live and everyone gets equal rights where they live. So that means no theocratic ethnostates, anywhere, for anyone. That's just kind of how it's gotta be. And if you're carving out an exception for Jews just because you're Jewish, then you have no ideological integrity. So we need to think that one through a second time, folks.
True. All facts. Spittle everywhere. All facts, no printer. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the possible hate crime that is being investigated as a possible hate crime in Chicago, which of course is expected. It will fall mostly on deaf ears. Maybe liberals will do the classic cynical, oh, I guess we'll throw the Muslims a bone and act like we fucking care type shit. You know what I mean? Anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim attack? No, anti-Muslim attack. It's a Palestinian child. I don't know the exact details so far. The only thing I know is that a kid and their mother were stabbed in Chicago by their fucking landlord, Here, this is what the Wilco sheriff confirms: the last night's murder of a 6-year-old boy and stabbing of his 32-year-old mother in Plainfield Township is being investigated as a hate crime related to the war in the Middle East. I'm told the victims are Palestinian. This 71-year-old suspect is their landlord. The suspect, Joseph M. Kazuba, was treated and released from a local area hospital and was transported to the Will County Sheriff's Office Public Safety Complex for questioning by detectives. Joseph Kazuba did not make any statements to the detectives regarding his involvement in this heinous attack. Despite the suspect not providing a statement to detectives, personnel were able to gather enough information through interviews and evidence to formally charge Joseph Kazuba with numerous criminal offenses. He was charged with first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, hate crime, 2 counts, and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Detectives were able to determine that both victims in this brutal attack were targeted by the suspect due to them being Muslim and the ongoing Middle Eastern conflict. Yeah. Investigators say the 6-year-old boy was stabbed 26 times. His mother was stabbed at least a dozen times, but is expected to be okay. We're hearing from the husband, father of the victims in a press conference this afternoon. Follow ABC 7 Chicago for the latest details. Yes, that happened last night. So, this is... It's kind of odd. Like, I was talking to my brother about this before. And, look, I'm not Mr. I'm the victim ever in situations, okay? But it is kind of wild how freely people have been just saying, like, we were laughing about how, I raised, this community raised $500,000 for Palestinian kids, right? And I was telling him how, like, people have just been straight up being like, this is going to Hamas directly. You're HamasAbi. You are a supporter of Hamas. Like, so many people analyzing whether my tears were real when talking about Shireen Abu Akleh, like, and just a litany of, like, insane, intense comparisons to Nick Fuentes, an actual avowed open neo-Nazi, okay? And being like, Hasan is worse than Nick Fuentes. Like, the amount of shit that I have seen in this moment, and the psychopathic things that are being thrown out there, they're mostly just laughable from my perspective, because I've heard it so many fucking times. And we were laughing about it. Like, my brother and I were laughing about it, about the whole, like, HamasAbi thing, right? And I was thinking, like, that's kind of insane. Like, that's pretty fucking racist, right? Like, I am I crazy? Like, I feel like that is a wild thing to just say. To be like, yeah, dude, you're pro-Hamas because you're pro-Palestinians and you're secretly pro-Hamas and you just can't say it out loud. And, like, we know it, though. We know that that's the case. And it's like, then why am I even condemning? Like, how many times do I got to fucking condemn until, it's not even like changing your mind about anything. It's like, it's kind of wild. And, I think that in many instances in the pro 9/11 universe that in the Western world where Muslims exist, especially in America, it's just kind of a thing. Like, you just kind of laugh it off. There's not really much you can do until it gets to a point where, like, you're actually experiencing fucking straight up hate crimes, right? But it's insane. It's insane to I don't know. Did I say pro 9/11? I meant post 9/11. See? They got me. They got me, boys. They got me. I'm leaking. Anyway, ultimately every single person, that stabbing happened on Global Jihad Day. Yeah. That stabbing happened on Global Jihad Day. Yeah. Do I condemn Hamas? I do condemn every single atrocity, whomever is the perpetrator or the victim. But what I do not condemn is the armed resistance to an apartheid system designed as a part of a slow burning but inexorable ethnic cleansing program. A lot of words used to use when you mean no. Yeah, it's just so fucking stupid. Bro, there was a massive earthquake from your own home country, something you experienced firsthand and lived in your family's car on the freeway in the immediate aftermath, and there were still the same people online questioning your motivations and grief. They do not deserve anything but a downvote. Yeah, I think we've become increasingly more insane. Americans have always been very violent, like living in America. I think it's genuinely a spiritual externality of the endless justifications that we have made time and time again for all of our imperial conquests in the Middle East and throughout the entirety of American history. And yeah, it's we're just so callous, we're so arrogant, and yeah, it kind of doesn't really matter what I say about it. Ultimately, you just at a certain point you just take it. It is what it is. You just keep on moving, you know? Don't let people try to harm you. CNN's got full Zionist propaganda network. I mean, yeah, they.
The answer. The war is not just with Hamas. The war is with all the civilians that I tried to.
That's dude. That's like they cut this too quick. I'm sorry. I hate when. I mean, I don't know what he actually said, but that seems like a fucking clip chimp. Okay. I don't think that that's like a good guy or anything, but it's like very, I know a clip chimp when I see one, you know what I mean? This homie's English is so fucking broken. There's no shot. Anyway, that was 100% AI. No, I don't think that was AI, but I think it was like clipped. I was challenged by a defender of Israel's army, to present a list of Israeli war crimes since the 7th of October, quoting chapter and verse. Well, here it is. Yanis, fucking hit my line, brother. What are you doing? Hit my fucking line, dude. Come on the show, Yanis. Come on the show. I also want to talk to you about cooperatives. I've been saying this for as long as I've been telling every single person that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. I do not have any way of reaching out to him. I've sent an email to his like little contact box or whatever, and it hasn't worked. I don't know how to reach him beyond that, okay? There's got to be some homies in here that can help. This one is the best CNN cut.
Does that mean, does that mean starve the Palestinian people, continue to, because they will be so hungry and will be so desperate for water and medicine, that then they will give up Hamas?
It sounds callous, but I mean, this is a war.
Yeah. Okay, let's do the GDF video. I think that we need to contextualize what Israel has been doing with what America has been doing as well, because I think that the latest GDF video perfectly highlights a ongoing war policy that we would normally consider war crimes. That has become the active military campaign against civilian populations since, especially highlighted during the Korean War. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Let's talk about it. I'll cover the Seymour Hersh. I'll cover the Seymour Hersh article as well. What is Proletaric saying now? Is Proletaric in here saying some dumb shit again? Is he? saying. He's always saying some dumbass. He's a classic anarchist showing his ass all the time. Palestinians are funding the ethnic cleansing of 100,000 Kurds in Afrin, where Arabs and Turkmen now occupy Kurdish homes and lands. Hamas openly celebrated the ethnic cleansing in 2018. Brother, I really hope that at least you're getting a pay cut from the CIA. Like, you have to, right? You have to be. There's no fucking shot, right? You can't be doing this for free, right? It's kind of wild. You cannot be doing this for free. I hope you're getting some payment. You are always in here, dude. You are always in here. No, it's not Hasbara shit. No, this guy is always like, and his freedom, Kurdistan. And his freedom, spitting fire on Erdogan. Free Kurdistan. Hamas are just like the IDF. They're Islamists just like the rebels in Syria. Read Öcalan, his concept on democratic confederalism. Turkish media spreading pigs of Kurdish children being bombed by Turkey to present it as Gaza victims. Like, he's in it. He's in it only to fucking bring this back to the Kurds and whatever the line is. Ban his ass? I like it. I think it's funny. Fuck off Islamist Turks, BG PKK, am I lying? I like when people do this. It's funny. Who cares, you know? He's like a court jester. Like, bro, it's a ridiculous thing. It is the funniest fucking take. So funny with the ethnic cleansing of Turks. Yeah, it's funny because you're literally trying to say that like what Israel is doing to the Palestinians is okay. Because you think that like Palestinians participated in mass displacement of Kurds in northern Syria. That's a psychotic fucking take, brother. You are out of your mind. Okay? And I think that you're doing it deliberately because you always bring up Enes Kantar, for example, who is a literal Fethullah Gulen supporter and a CIA asset. Like, I'm sorry, I'm never going to fucking take you seriously when you go, oh, I'm an anarchist. And then you literally bring up CIA, like members of the CIA, people that are assets for the CIA. Okay? There is no terror cell. There is no terror. Like ISIS even does not come close to the death and destruction that the CIA has caused all around the world, which is pretty funny because you could say ISIS is also a product of America's intelligence operations. So like, you know, I would probably add their death toll to the CIA as well. Get the fuck out of here. Why can't anarchists always do that? Why can't anarchists just like not just like chill the fuck out for 3.5 seconds? Okay. Anyway, obviously not every anarchist is like this. Just some of them who the least showered ones are like that though, and never stop. They never ever stop. It's crazy. All right. We got on the docket, we got why Israel deliberately targets civilians. I think before that, we'll do the double down news clip that came out. Obviously, it's always funny, like, that so many people, I don't know, so many people run this line of, like, they run the line of, like, anti-Semitism on most circumstances, like when you're talking about Israel's actions and whatever. And it's like, it's always the most vocal opponents of the apartheid state are often Jews. They're anti-Zionist Jews who maintain the radical emancipatory history of a Jewish people who have always been at the forefront of social justice universally, globally. So it's always like they are directly at the forefront of criticizing Israel's actions. That double down is not censored. I know. I'm gonna show it without trying to censor some of these parts. So here is David Hurst of editor-in-chief of Middle East Eye, independent news site. Ex-IDF agents form Break the Silence, good group. Yeah. So former IDF veterans are some of the biggest critics of the occupation as well, as a consequence of their own fucking actions. They participated in the immorality firsthand. They are also big critics as well. Breaking the Silence directly is a anti-occupation IDF veteran formed anti-occupation group. Like, I am fully in support of people like that. I know everybody goes, oh, baby killer, or whatever the fuck people want to say, but I think that's incredibly unproductive and incredibly unhelpful. You're literally fucking shooing away people who are aligned with you, people who are doing something incredibly brave, people who have engaged in an act of self-reflection that many have not. Many never will. So it's really stupid to do that. So, yeah. Is Double Down News a good source? Yeah, Double Down News is great. Navarre is great. They're British outlets. They're British leftists. They're great. I keep forgetting to run the top of the hour ad break, which I'm going to do now, by the way. And then we'll move on. We'll watch the Double Down News, Israel and the Myth of Self-Defense, and then we'll get into a tactic that the American military and the Israeli military utilizes, and then there's a lot to cover. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I keep forgetting to run it. I said I was going to, and I keep forgetting to run it.
If anyone is guilty for the bloodshed that's going on, it is the international community, particularly Britain. The international community has given the greenest of green lights to the Israeli army to do what it wants. And that means the freedom to commit war crimes. You'll see Western values as they actually operate, raining down bombs on completely innocent Gazan civilians. Whether they're supporters of Hamas, Fatah, whether they're civilians, they're going to die and are dying in their thousands. Where are Western values there? If there's blood on anyone's hands, it's on those who say
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel has the perfect right to defend itself.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel must have that, does have that right to defend herself.
Israel has an absolute right to defend itself.
Israel has a right to self-defense.
This is not the whole story. It's not the defense of Israel. It is the expansion of Israel, and it is the creation of an apartheid regime even more severe than the one that happened in South Africa. Israel says it's fighting an existential war, and it has compared what Hamas did to...
Is identity politic the reason why the conflict cannot be solved? Yeah, Chatter. Chatter, let me explain something to you. We don't give a fuck about identity politics in this community. Obviously, like, we care about social justice for all people, but that does not mean that, there is some sort of like identity shield that you can apply in this circumstance. Ultimately, the conflict in and of itself is entirely and utterly removed from the wokeness paradigm. That is just simply a distraction. Okay. It's a land grab. That's it. This is why I try to always explain to people, like, whenever people go, well, what about the religious justifications? This is a religious conflict. It's like, no, dog. Religion is just a tool in that circumstance. Okay. Religion is a galvanizing factor, a tool that Hamas will also apply as well, to utilize to make sure that they have a base of support early on. And it's one factor out of many. Obviously, there are significantly more important factors in why Palestinian people get pushed and become more radicalized and find themselves on on the side of Hamas as their only fucking mechanism of pushback, violent retaliation. But beyond that, like, religion is simply just a tool in this circumstance. It's a way to justify. It is a way to justify land grabs on the Israeli side, and that's it. All right, let's continue.
To a Holocaust. Half my family died in the Holocaust. There's no comparison. From a Palestinian perspective, you have to realize that Israel was the lords, the masters of the land. They controlled all your movements. They controlled how much you ate. They controlled who you married. It's the one that decides when to attack. This is a country used to total control over 1/2 of the population, and it lost that control. And it lost that control wildly. I'm appalled by some of the things that happened. Desperation turned into savagery, and I will use that word about what happened at Kfar Aza, or the music festival that took place, where
He's fucking right. 100%. This is, he's right. It was savagery. That's why I think, like, whenever people go, well, there was, like, police in the crowd, and that's why they were shooting at the crowd. It's like, no, dog, you don't have to fucking do that. You don't have to say that. Like, it's not. And I think a lot of people don't fully grasp, like, how we got here. Okay? A lot of people don't grasp how we got here. And then, and if you don't understand, like, the rise to power, and how carefully, deliberately, this was, how carefully and deliberately the Israeli government that holds every fucking ounce of power in that area, okay, how they pushed people more and more into the hands of radical fundamentalists, okay? You cannot comprehend it. You will not be able to understand it. But none of us can also comprehend what it's like to be born into a fucking open-air prison that is getting bombed all the time. This is not a justification for the barbarity, okay? Just like the other side is not ever justified, in my opinion, because what Israel is doing is barbarity. It's ruthless slaughter. It's ethnic cleansing, even though it's done systematically. Okay? An explanation in this moment is not a justification, but I think it is apt to say it is a violent retaliation. A violent retaliation that those who were directly in the crosshairs of, that survived, have more moral clarity on than fucking people that are 10,000 miles away demanding blood. Okay? $30,000 more until we get to 600K. All right, let's continue.
Festival goers were shot like ducks. These scenes are unknown to the current generation of Israelis, and the shock this has produced, the sudden loss of confidence in its star performer, which is its army and its intelligence services, cannot be underestimated. That shock has now turned to anger. That anger has now turned to an unholy desire to kill Gazans.
I think now it's the time that we need to erase Gaza.
We gotta wipe them off the fucking map.
Americans, by the way, remember, like, motherfuckers are Americans, okay? Remember that. I mean, are there people in Israel that are saying the same thing? Of course. But, remember how callous Americans can be, okay? Did Israel use queer people who turned them into inside agents to send the Gaza back? I saw tweets claiming Israel used those who seek shelter. Yes. It's one arm of many different cruel and unusual ways in which Israel surveils the fucking entire strip.
I'm talking about every fucking platinum like a parking lot.
Kill all Palestinians, all of them.
There's a Kfar Aza happening every night in Gaza. Women and children buried under rubble. There is absolutely apocalyptic scenes going on there. The Israeli Air Force deliberately targeting blocks, individual families, and wiping them out with precision weapons. And this is happening now to one family after another.
This image, I want to show you this one image because this is the kid. This is what I saw. There's not too much blood on there, but I want you to see this. There is a reason. Look, I don't show the Palestinian deaths and I don't show the Israeli deaths because, well, one, it's a terms of service violation, and two, they're horrifying. Okay, they're horrifying. I think that it's really like Ben Shapiro specifically will start off and show every single type of coverage he does. He immediately will show one part of it. But the thing I want to show you is this: this child was hit with white phosphorus, which burned his skin, as far as I understand. And that's what people on the ground were saying. And that video is gruesome because he is trying to console his father in that moment, saying, "Don't be sad, Dad. Don't be sad. It's going to be all right." Okay? Like, that's a child. That's barbarity. That is barbarity. That is, it's disgusting. It's completely disgusting. There is no morality there, okay? Anyway, let's continue.
After another. I don't think Israel, and in particular the Israeli army, can give people lectures on brutality, particularly directed at children. It happens all the time in the so-called stable peace. There were 34 children killed so far this year by soldiers in the West Bank. So
yeah, 34 children were killed in the fucking West Bank, okay? 34 children were killed. Oh, thank you for showing me all the TOS parts, chatter. 34 children were killed in the West Bank, not in Gaza, in the West Bank, on their land, right? On the land where Israel is supposed to show the Palestinians and the rest of the world that they are collaborating and they're coexisting. So remember that. It's important to remember. It's important to consider.
There's butchery and there's barbarity on both sides. The problem is what's taking place in Gaza, which is truly apocalyptic, is done on an...
Here, I'll show you some of these moments as well. This is what, I mean, in the entirety is reduced to rubble.
Industrial scale. And by the time this comes out, the death toll will mount and mount. Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, the man who said that Palestinians are human animals, said Israeli forces will not be held accountable for anything they do. So all the past rules have been torn up, and Israel is...
And it's not like the past rules were kind anyway. It was always unkind.
...is going for the maximum number of Gazan casualties. And that's what the international community is allowing Israel to do. They have given Netanyahu the green light and an unlimited time to mount a ground invasion of Gaza. Gazans have tried to break out of their open-air prison before. It happened on the day in which Donald Trump's son-in-law was signing the ceremony that transferred the official American embassy to Jerusalem.
Before people say, why didn't they try, like, this, so much of defense, so much of the defense of Israel and Israeli actions rely on not knowing. Rely on not knowing the truth. It basically only exists due to the collaborative effort of Western media not showing you the truth. That's why so many people, when they do see the truth for the first time ever, go, oh my God, that's gruesome. Why would that happen? If you ask the question, why won't Gazans peacefully protest against Israel? Okay. I think a lot of people who are familiar with the matter get very passionate and get very angry and say, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. How do you fucking peacefully protest against an apartheid state, you fucking asshole, or whatever. But remember, if you are going to be an advocate for Palestinians in the Western world, okay, you have to always factor in how little those people know, how little they've heard of the Palestinian side. Obviously, there are still Islamophobic sentiments that play a really powerful role here in their indifference, okay? But remember, there are plenty of people who have never even seen this carnage. Ethan is a great example of this. Okay. Ethan lived in Israel. Ethan is empathetic to Palestinians. Okay. He's empathetic to the Palestinian plight. He had no fucking idea about the great, the march to return. He did not know. He did not know what happened in 2018, where every Friday, thousands of Palestinian women, children, men, don't say okay? They walked to the border wall and got shot by IDF snipers. They simply did not know. So if you don't even know that part of the puzzle, okay, because you've never heard it, okay? You've never heard that part of the puzzle. Yeah, you are going to develop a perspective that is completely devoid of the reality on the ground. So remember, stop yelling at people and saying they're evil if they are empathetic and willing to hear it out. Okay? And 2018 is only one part of it. 2018 is only one part of this, okay?
Jerusalem on that very, very day, you had Palestinians.
Wait, hold on. I think there's going to be blood here.
Palestinians, unarmed, who were gunned down demonstrating right next to the fence. They didn't break out of the fence, they were simply being shot at, rather like ducks, with the most sophisticated weapons. When that demonstration happened,
press, journalists, children, nurses. There was a very famous case, okay? There was a very famous case of a Palestinian medic, a nurse, who was sniped. And not only was she murdered, okay? Not only was she murdered, the Israeli state had the audacity to claim that by cutting her fucking message, by clip chimping her, they had the audacity to claim that she was saying she's a human shield for Hamas. She was clearly marked as a medic. Okay? Yeah. Here, this is the story. This is the story. Palestinians in Gaza tried the non-violent route even after decades of being killed and occupied. They organized the Great March to Return, peacefully went to the fence with the plea, let us go. What was the Israeli response? To shoot and kill 20-year-old nurse Ruzan. Now, they didn't just kill her. They didn't just shoot and kill her. She was clearly marked as a medic. The Israeli army edited a video of the Palestinian medic, its troops shot dead, to misleadingly show she was a human shield for Hamas. The edited clip, condemned by Palestinians and rights activists as an attempt to justify the 21-year-old Razan al-Najjar's death. They shot and killed her, then lied about it. And not only that, but also simultaneously in the media, they said these are telegenically dead children that Hamas is forcing at gunpoint to go to the Israeli, to go to the Israeli border, as though there is nothing that the IDF could do about it. They have to fucking snipe them. Yeah. They fucking clipped what her words were out of context. The report concluded that the commission found reasonable grounds to believe that the Israeli snipers intentionally shot health workers despite seeing that they were clearly marked as such. Yeah. They shot and killed Ruzan, then lied about it, just as they shot and killed many others like Abu Turaye, an amputee. What threat do nurses and people in wheelchairs peacefully asking to end the genocidal Gaza blockade pose? They are Palestinian. That's it. Yeah, see? A shocking and wanton act. Israel accused over death of wheelchair user. For the Israeli government, this is simply an afterthought. They only look at this and say, well, you're making us look bad by forcing us to kill you. Okay? Western liberals always demand Palestinians to protest their occupation and slaughter peacefully and non-violently, so they did. They've been doing it for decades. What was the outcome? Being murdered, as the New York Times and BBC write passive voice headlines exonerating their killers. 60 killed, 1,700 hospitalized, the worst one-day total in Gaza since the 2014 war. The toll elicited responses of defiance from some Israelis, rationalizations, and others. Dozens of Palestinians have died in protest as the U.S. prepares to open its Jerusalem embassy. The liberal Western media and political class only claims to care about nonviolence for those oppressed and occupied by their own regimes and its proxies like Israel. When their own interests are at stake, they immediately start demanding HIMARS and F-16s. Here's a 20-year-old Palestinian nurse murdered by the Israeli fascist regime, who then killed her a second time by doctoring a video to justify her murder, something even the New York Times said was a step too far and debunked. They murdered her, and then they clip-chimped her to fucking act like what she was saying was that she is a human shield for Hamas when she said she will be a shield for those who are being shot there, and she will put her body in the line of fire to defend those who are wounded in this peaceful protest. How fucking disgusting and gross. There is nothing that you can ever compare. She said, I'm here on the front lines as a human shield to protect the wounded. And then they cut it to say, I am a human shield. There is a reason why Palestinians are not killed, they die. There's a reason why Israelis are killed, but Palestinians are always just, they die. How does that happen? Do they die on their own? Are they just dying for no reason? Who's killing them? Israel is killing them. That's who. And that's only one aspect of the Western media's complicity in the ongoing apartheid regime and the war crimes.
Hasan's learned a lesson that the next breakout that they do would have to be armed.
Hamas is ISIS.
Hamas is very, very different from ISIS, and actually the two were at war with each other in which...
Yeah, by the way, this is actually also very important as well. I'm gonna get into a couple different things on this matter as well.
There were quite a few dead bodies. There's no analytical comparison between Hamas and ISIS, and the main difference between them is that although the Hamas is an Islamist organization, an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas is a resistance group dedicated to ending the occupation. And this still is a dispute and a conflict over land and not religion. Having said that, Hamas called its attack on southern Israel.
Hania outlines the context and objectives of Hamas operation, the Al-Aqsa flood. This is important to understand as well.
The Al-Aqsa flood for a reason. Al-Aqsa is being invaded and attacked all the time. Al-Aqsa isn't just their third holiest site.
Here, you can see this here. This is not POS.
Al-Aqsa is being invaded and attacked all the time. Al-Aqsa isn't just their third holiest site for Islam. It's also a national symbol for Palestine. This sacred turf is actually being taken away piecemeal. And again, the West is letting them do this. This was the reason for Hamas saying enough is enough. But there were lots of other reasons as well. If you can imagine it, 16 years in an open-air prison with the electricity controlled or rationed, food rationed.
That isn't Al-Aqsa, that's the Dome of the Rock. Okay. Thank you for the distinction. Yeah, you're right. The Dome of the Rock is uncontested, famously.
60% unemployment, settler attacks on Palestinian villages protected by the army, which Israelis themselves describe as pogroms. The total impossibility of a political solution or even a national unity government, and that suited Israel absolutely fine. When they were demonstrating about democracy in Israel,
this part is really important
no
as well.
one was talking about the obvious elephant in the room, which was an apartheid regime for half of the population, the Palestinian population. Neither left nor right were bothered about it. And that too is an ingredient into what actually happened here. Because the message that was being given by Israel to the Palestinians is, you don't matter. We can do it without you. We can control you. And we've forgotten about the Palestinian state. No one is interested in it. Just days before this attack happened was the imminence of a normalization deal.
Like, the arrogance of the Israeli state in its refusal to even think that Palestinians have any kind of retaliatory effort, and that they'll just like sit back and be ethnically cleansed in this apartheid state day in, day out, as they secure contracts and move towards a peace negotiation without factoring in the Palestinian population that is 4 million, 2 million in Gaza and 2 million at least in the West Bank, is unimaginable to me. That is so fucking insane. It's so insane. It is just simply to tell the Palestinians, you need to sit back and you need to take it. There is nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do about it. You will just sit there and you'll take it. We will take your homes. We will kill you. We will arm the settlers on stolen land to come and harass you. We will use the IDF to clear this space. We will make living room for ourselves, for our people. Okay?
Between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And Netanyahu got up in the United Nations General Assembly waving a map that eradicated Palestine completely and saying,
we'll build a new corridor of peace and prosperity that
this is like a couple days before the Al-Aqsa flood operation.
Connects Asia through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel to Europe. This is an extraordinary change. A monumental change.
Reversing the logic of the last possibility of an agreement on a two-state solution, which is in 2002, which was called the Arab Peace Initiative. You've got Israel that's turning the screw all the time and encroaching. There are now 700,000 settlers. It's impossible to put a Palestinian state, and everyone knows it. But
yeah, this is why I am not a two-stater. And I was wrong early on to be a two-stater because I was oblivious to the realities. You cannot have a two-state solution with 700,000 illegal settlers occupying the West Bank. You cannot do that because then you're not willing to treat Palestinians with humanity and dignity. You are just using the two-state to maintain an apartheid state. It has to be a secular, solitary, singular state where Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, Jews have equal rights. You have to give reparations and a right to return to the Palestinians. And that is not my fucking perspective on the matter. That is literally international law. That is what the UN wanted. That is what the UN originally wanted in 1948 in the immediate aftermath of the Nakba, even though they were technically saying that there should be two separate states. That is what they said, that Palestinians that were forcibly expelled in the Nakba should have a right to return and should get reparations if they do not return from the Israeli state. For those of you who say, didn't Palestinians deny the two-state solution? Once again, my friend, I am going to be very charitable to you, and I'm going to assume that you are unfamiliar. Okay? It depends on what time you are asking this question. If you ask now, Israelis and Palestinians both, of course, understandably think a two-state solution is bad, just like I do, because either you forcibly expel every single settler from the West Bank and then participate in a two-state solution, or you have a singular state at this moment. because of Israel's actions in the West Bank and its endless colonial expansion and occupation, you cannot have a two-state solution. This is precisely the reason why both Israelis and Palestinians no longer believe a two-state solution is viable. But there was a point in time when, yes, Palestinians wanted a two-state solution. Abso-fucking-lutely. There was a point in time where those who were working to facilitate a two-state solution, led by Yasser Arafat, were incredibly popular, unimaginably popular, the Palestinians were united. And what happened? Israel treated the Palestinian Authority, Israel treated the Palestinian leadership that always, time and time again, wanted to collaborate with Israel and hope that Israel will treat those Palestinians with dignity and humanity. They were cast aside. They were played a fool. They were treated like fucking shit. Over and over again. You think people are blind to that reality? Of course not. And that was by design. That was by design. That's the other part. This was always and forever the goal of the Israeli state, to prop up a fundamentalist Islamist group like Hamas, which they did deliberately, and have that group facilitate violence every single time there was a peaceful deal that could have happened, every single time there was a peaceful deal that they would also renege on those conditions on, time and time again, and lie and say, oh, they never wanted it, when all accounts point to that being a fucking lie. Okay? Palestinians were forced to compromise over and over and over and over again, and slowly but surely deliberately pushed into the hands of more reactionary emancipatory movements like Hamas. Okay? And Hamas's current charter, the 2017 charter, is infinitely more moderate than the original 1988 charter, which everyone always uses, but it doesn't really matter. They are still obviously Islamist fundamentalists with more moderate components in it now. It's more diverse than you think it is, but of course, that's it ultimately doesn't matter. It ultimately does not matter because they were propped up and put into that position specifically so they would be the violent ones, so that Israel could show all Palestinians are Hamas. They are with Hamas. And when you humiliate Palestinians that are trying to coexist, when you keep hurting them, when you keep killing them, when you keep taking their fucking land, as Israel has done in the West Bank, of course, after a certain point, Palestinians will be like, okay, well, the fuck are we supposed to do?
A two-state solution is cynically the policy of all European governments and America. It's a policy that can't now possibly exist. And that is the situation that the Palestinians are facing. Now, what the Hamas attack has done is to say, I'm sorry, we're here. You cannot ignore us. Now, they've done it in a brutal way. They have definitely committed crimes against humanity. But the Palestinians, who would not necessarily support Hamas at all, would say, what the hell else do we do? And that's what's happening all over the place to a new generation of Palestinians. And this is the fundamental problem of Israel thinking that it can wipe Gaza out. It can wipe Gaza out. It can kill 10,000 people, 20,000 people.
Which it has.
It cannot kill the Palestinian cause.
You will always and forever be, one, haunted by your crimes, and two, endlessly fought back against. That is not a threat, okay? That is a 100% likelihood. You have to understand. You cannot do this to people and have them forget that you did this to them, okay? That's why I always say there's only two ways out of a conflict. Either you engage and facilitate in permanent genocide, okay? And even then, that is a self-defeating fascist ideology that will inevitably cripple your nation state as well. It might take 100 years. It might take 50 years, but it will happen. It might take 250 years, like some countries that are now coming to the closing point of their empire. But people will always remember. They will always fight back. That's why so many people in Israel who were victims of the Palestinian militant reaction and action on October 7th themselves have recognized why this happened, because they are the ones who are most interested in stopping it, ensuring that it does not continue.
Hamas is a complicated organization to describe. It has various wings. There is a faction of Hamas that controls Gaza, and there is Mohammed al-Dif, the head of the Qassam Brigade, named after a Syrian preacher who turned to resistance under the British mandate. He was killed by the British in a forest outside Jenin. What the West and Israel permanently misunderstands about the nature of Palestinian resistance was that his name and example lived on. If Israel now succeeds in eradicating the military leadership, the Qassam brigades of Gaza, and kills them all, what do you think is going to happen to the memory that they leave behind? Yes, they can level Gaza. They can reduce the whole thing to a pile of rubble. They can kill 100,000 people, and they can say,
and they have
done. And they can even defeat Hezbollah. But what do you think is going to happen to...
Which, I mean, I don't even think they can do that second part, or they haven't been able to in the past, so...
The memory of all those dead in a new generation that will break out with even stronger force in 20 or 30 years' time. That's history. That's what's happened before. Resistance, armed resistance, has been crushed many times. It was crushed in 1948. It was crushed in 1969. It was crushed in 1973.
It is looking at the situation in Israel and thinking that more violent means is going to somehow solve this conflict is so utterly insane to me. Because for 75 years, you have done the same thing. You've bullied these people, you've humiliated these people, you've taken their lands, you've killed them, you've expelled them, you've subjugated them, you have chained them. You've refused to give them the dignity and the humanity when time and time again, parts resisted violently, okay? But there was an overwhelming consensus and a recognition that they wanted to survive. And you never showed them an ounce of fucking dignity. You never treated them as peers. You never treated them as equals. You constantly fucking kept doubling down on your violence. And that's precisely how this situation went from throwing fucking rocks in the first Intifada and engaging in strikes to explosives in the second one. And suicide bombs, which only accelerated with America's war on terror as well. It's ridiculous. How can you think that you can try the same thing over and over again? Try the same thing over and over again and expect a different result when the situation has only gotten more fucking violent. The problem is, what will other countries do? The West already made their statement, and I doubt that Iran or Hezbollah will help, because if Israel closes the cease of existence, they will use nukes, but before this, USA will help. No, I think that Hezbollah, I suspect that Hamas assumed that Hezbollah would open a two-front war, okay, and that Iran would potentially come to help as well. This did not happen. And now I think that Seymour Hersh is, I agree with the Hersh man's analysis on the matter, or at least I agree with whoever he's getting sources from, that they are just going to wipe out as many buildings as possible and start dropping JDAMs and bunker busters to try to destroy the complex tunnel network that is underneath Gaza, and then go in afterwards, including the Bob Menendez part, which is pretty funny. Israeli police officer threatens reporter live on air. Yeah, we're going to cover that in a second.
It's been crushed regularly. And what has happened? Hamas is now much, much stronger than previous iterations of it. So there's always...
Yeah, that's the other part of it. Like, this is it. This is the question. Like, what do you think? I mean, how can you not see it? How can you not see that this is a deliberate Netanyahu policy as well? And it's not like he hides it. He says it. He says that this is what he wants to do. He has said that this is what his goal is to prop up Hamas, make Hamas the force to reckon with, that to make it seem as though Hamas is like the only fucking force to negotiate with in any means, to take seriously. And that's a two-pronged approach. You take the Palestinian Authority, a secular institution that has tried to collaborate with Israel time and time again, and you fucking use them as a part of your security apparatus. You turn them into dogs, collaborative dogs in the eyes of the Palestinians. You don't offer any fucking meaningful concessions or an opportunity for people to fucking breathe for a singular moment in the West Bank. And then you literally even make sure that aid goes through Hamas as well, personally and deliberately. Netanyahu has openly stated that this is his goal. The most successful way to thwart an effort of Palestinian state building is by propping up Hamas as the singular force for Palestinians. Have you seen Ben Shapiro's new video, You're Being Lied to about Israel and Palestine? I have not, but we'll watch it. It's so fucking sad.
It's going to be, whoever you call them, a very strong element of Palestinians who say the only way of changing the situation is by armed resistance, until they are involved in proper negotiations and a peace deal and a calm and an exchange of prisoners. But if Israel thinks that they can wipe out Hamas and wipe out the Palestinian resistance, history tells us they are completely wrong. And all we are doing now is setting the seeds for an even more powerful round of resistance in 1 or 2 decades to come. How do we stop the violence? We stop the violence by reversing course, by realizing that the Palestinians are people, that there's always going to be resistance.
Genuinely, does Hamas, they know they're being used like this by Bibi and Israel? No, they don't. I don't think that they're being used per se. Why the fuck would they give a shit? Like, Netanyahu doesn't just prop up Hamas. Netanyahu also gives justification to Hamas's existence. This is something that people don't understand. Okay? They're desperate. People are desperate. They just want to be fucking free. They want to live. They want to live. They want to work. They want everything that you want. These are just human beings. Anyone that muddies the water and says, oh, it's because they're like Islamist fundamentalists across the board, all Palestinians are, is a fucking horrifying monster and is basically just simply running along with the narrative that all Palestinians are just like Arab, Muslim, scary. That's it. But it's because most people don't know what it's like. Even now, most people don't know what it's like in the West Bank. Since the Israeli retaliation started in the West Bank, 51 people have died. They've been killed by Western settlers that have been armed by the motherfucking government. How was that allowed? How was that acceptable? Donation match in progress. All donations triple. 3x by Davlat Uralov. Anonymous donation matching up to 10K. Oh, yeah, I saw this. In Turkish foreign affairs, when Mesut Yilmaz was the prime minister, he went to meet with Netanyahu and Arafat and said, we want to build the infrastructure of Gaza Strip. He takes Arafat as his interlocutor. Netanyahu says, why don't you help Hamas? Support Hamas, not Arafat. Mesut Yilmaz will also meet with the official administrators. All interview records are available in Foreign Affairs. I saw this as well. Let me see if I can find it. King of the Disco, can you send this to me? Yeah. I mean, that's like, but that's not really shocking either, for the record. That's just one element of it. It's like, I don't think you need more proof that Netanyahu specifically and deliberately wanted to prop up Hamas as a counterweight to Arafat and to any kind of secular Palestinian movement that was genuinely willing and able to talk to the Israeli government to negotiate a way out of this. Let's finish this video and then I'll move
whether
on.
it's Hamas, whether it's anyone else, whatever they call themselves, they are not going to be chucked off their land. There is not going to be another Nakba. They're going to stay there, whatever, and they're going to die on that land. The only way out of this incredible cul-de-sac that we've got ourselves into is to stop giving Israel the green light, is to enforce negotiations with a broadly representative Palestinian national unity government that allows Palestinians to elect their own leaders, that lifts the siege on Gaza and lifts the siege on all the other Palestinian enclaves in the West Bank, and that you start a process of sharing the land from the river to the sea between the two peoples. And this has got to be done with a realization in Israel that there is no end to this until they fundamentally reverse course. The alternative media.
Anyway, Double Down News is a great resource. Obviously, Middle East Eye is great as well. And so is David Hersh. It's such an interesting state of affairs because every single historian that looks at the situation has the diametrical opposite view on the matter that is presented in mainstream media as fact. It blows my fucking mind. Like, and this is not just like, this isn't like Muslim historians or anything like that. This isn't like anyone. This is a incredibly diverse group of individuals from all walks of life, from all different ethnic backgrounds, including Israeli historians. That is the craziest part about it, is that people that study the matter, no matter what their perspective is, including Zionists themselves, okay, including liberal Zionists themselves, recognize that it is unsustainable to continue the maintenance of an apartheid state because it necessitates so much violence, and that violence will inevitably cause a violent reaction. It's impossible. It's so crazy to me that regardless of the thousands of hours of historical analysis on the matter, thousands of hours, and these are not like woke people across the board, okay? Oh, thank you for sending me this. Zachary Foster is a historian of Palestine at Princeton. Noah Colwin sent me this thread earlier today. I wanted to read it out to you. Okay? Like, it's so crazy to me because it's like, read a book, like any book, okay? And you will see the truth. It's that simple. And yet people are so blinded to it. Blinded because, one, they're just ignorant and haven't figured it out. Blinded because they've been lied to. And blinded because, you know, it's Much easier to just maintain in the comfort bubble of Islamophobic white supremacy. Why are you surprised extremist right-wing fascist propaganda is effective? I don't get it. I don't know. I guess most people use historic analysis retroactively to justify their takes rather than use it to form their opinions. But you can't. The thing is, you can't really look to the history of the Israeli state's development and not recognize who is in the wrong here. You know what I mean? Like, no historian is going to, no historian that is honest, okay, and like there is an overwhelming consensus here, okay, is going to fucking tell you like, no, it's actually super pog that Israel has been engaging in the longest running ethnic cleansing campaign and ethnic displacement campaign as it like maintains an apartheid state. Like it's insane. Ben Shapiro is not a historian. He's a fucking charlatan and a hack. So, no, I don't care about what Ben Shapiro has to say. It's like, yeah, okay, I don't care what the IDF has to say about their justifications for it either. I don't care what Netanyahu has to say about why the situation is the way it is. I care about, like, actual history. I care about what people have written about this. I care about the genuine facts of the matter. Not charlatans who are responsible for the atrocities, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu in this circumstance. Or those who have championed that bloodshed time and time again. How many fucking articles has Ben Shapiro written about literally demanding a final solution for Palestinians, okay? Even back in like 2013, he was writing articles about how he wanted a final solution. Transfer is not a dirty word, he said, okay? Here it is. Benjamin Shapiro wrote this in 2003. His opinion has not shifted on the matter, by the way, before you say, oh my God, are we canceling him for 2003 takes? His opinion has never changed on the matter. Here, that's not the only one. Ben Shapiro's old support for civilian deaths in the Middle East resurfaces after dissing call for truce in Israel-Palestine war. Here. In a 2002 article, Shapiro wrote, I'm getting really sick of people who whine about civilian casualties when I see in the newspapers that civilians in Afghanistan or the West Bank were killed by American or Israeli troops. I don't really care, Shapiro declared, that one American soldier is worth far more than an Afghan civilian, accusing Afghan civilians of being fundamentalist Muslims who provide cover for terrorists or give them money. He has never stopped. He's never stopped baying for blood. In a 2018 column for the Daily Wire, Shapiro accounted for the article by calling it a bad piece, plain and simple, and something I wish I'd never written, except he's saying the same things. When you talked about the March of Return, yes, 60 people died. No, 60 people didn't die, young biscuit. They were assassinated by Israeli snipers, and the IDF openly claimed that they accounted for every single bullet. The IDF snipers at the time said they would take 42 knees a day, 42 kneecaps a day. They would shoot at 42 kneecaps a day. They were assassinated by the IDF snipers. Hamas claimed 50 of those as being a part of their organization, and Islamic Jihad claimed others. Yes, shooting in the crowds that cannot distinguish between civilians is wrong, but leaving out the nuance just does a disservice to your point. No, you're a cowardly piece of shit who is trying so desperately to fucking claim that these peaceful people that were fucking walking towards a goddamn border to peacefully protest against a violent occupying apartheid state would actually be more humane. How sad for you to try and run defense for that. Here it is. Yesterday, we saw 30,000 people. We arrived prepared with precise reinforcements. Nothing was carried out uncontrolled, and everything was accurate and measured, and we know where every bullet landed. That's how they bragged about shooting 773 Palestinians with live fire. 773 Palestinians. None of them were armed. Does this change your perspective, or are you in here simply to try to combat the accurate assessment and the real truth of what happened on the ground? There were kids. They shot kids. They shot people in fucking wheelchairs. They shot a pregnant woman. They shot medics. They shot press. Do you do this specifically because you've been misinformed? Or do you do this because you are informed and you don't want to live with that morality? You don't want to carry that weight, so you lie to yourself and maybe you lie to others. Is that what it is? You can't hand wave away the reality. You can't do that. Not only did they shoot the pregnant woman, they made t-shirts about it. They made a fucking t-shirt. 2 birds, 1 stone. They shot children and made a t-shirt about how it's a harder target to hit. Didn't the West agree to protect Ukraine like way back in the 90s for giving up their nuclear weapons, similar with England and the promise to Hong Kong for a peaceful transition under China? Yeah, he only comes in here for to take whatever position I have or whatever position he thinks I have and assume the opposite, I suspect. All right, well, he's gone now. He made his voice be heard. He got shit on. He got dookied on. And now he's gone. Yeah, here are the shirts. 1 shot, 2 kills. The kid one. Top left shirt, Sniper Division, 1 shot, 2 kills. Top right shirt, Only God Forgives. Bottom left shirt, the smaller, the harder. The smaller the target, the harder the kill. Bottom right shirt text, each Arab mother should know that the fate of her son is dependent upon my hands. Just normal stuff, bro. Most moral army shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the craziest part about it. We're going to watch the GDF video in a second. He's completely wrong. 223, not 60 Palestinians died. Yeah. Wait, no, this is Protective Edge. And, here, the military is still investigating the March and Return protests to date. 1 soldier has been convicted of abuse of authority in a manner that endangers human life for shooting and killing a 14-year-old Palestinian and sentenced to 1-month community service. What a joke. He shot and killed a 14-year-old, the only person that they actually investigated, which, by the way, generals at the time literally said, we give authorization for every single sniper kill. So, of course, they knew that they were killing fucking children, and they didn't give a shit. Love that one guy didn't get the prior confirmation, shot him, and only got 1 month community service for killing a 14-year-old. Shut the fuck up. There is no defense of this. You cannot defend this. It is indefensible unless you are a monster. Yeah. Per Amnesty, by the end of 2019, the Israeli forces had killed 214 civilians, including 46 children, injured more than 8,000 others with live ammunition. A total of 156 of those injured had to have limbs amputated. Come on, guys. It's fucking ridiculous, okay? It's so ridiculous, especially when you have people openly stating what their desires are here. I mean, it's not like those in charge are hiding it. They're telling you exactly what they mean. Here, let's talk about Zachary Foster, a Palestinian historian now. Here's the history you already know. Hamas's 1988 charter calls for Israel's destruction. Hamas has committed dozens of terror attacks, killing many Israeli civilians, and Hamas murdered thousands innocent civilians in the past 8 days. Here's the history you don't know. In 1948, Ahmed Yassin, who founded Hamas, was uprooted and ethnically cleansed from his home at the age 12. In 1973, he founded an Islamic charity in Gaza focused on education and social services, preaching youth sports and cultural activities and social services for the poor and orphans. In the 1980s, Israel pursued a divide and rule policy. To weaken the PLO, it supported and funded the Islamic charity. Yitzhak Segev, an ex-military governor in Gaza, and Avner Cohen, an ex-religious affairs official, have admitted that Hamas was a creation of Israel. This is something that we covered a lot here. Blowback, how Israel went from helping create Hamas to bombing it. So remember that. They used Hamas as a force to separate the Palestinians. They fucking knew full well that if they had an Islamist fundamentalist group that they could push to legitimize, that any kind of effort, any kind of statehood effort would be thwarted. It would be cast aside. You could justify it to the Israelis by saying, look, these guys' charter says kill all Jews. That's their charter. Think about that. I mean, you don't want that, right? You don't want that, right? Of course not. They're going to do a fucking Holocaust. Come on. So why did they? Why did they support and facilitate a group that they knew full fucking well had in its charter the forcible expulsion of all Jews? Why did they do that? Were there no other groups that did not believe that? Were there no other groups at the time? Then, in 1987, and this part is very important, an Israeli truck driver struck and killed 4 Palestinians near a checkpoint in Gaza. Now remember, in 1987, Palestinians had a damn near full-blown freedom of travel. You could go to Gaza, you could go to the West Bank, you could go to Israel proper. There were Israeli Jews that went to schools in the West Bank. There were Palestinians that also could work in Israel proper. Remember, like all the way up until the 90s, all the way up until 1993, if I'm not mistaken. So this is very important. Then in 1987, an Israeli truck driver struck and killed 4 Palestinians near a checkpoint in Gaza, and the Palestinians revolted in a series of daily strikes, protests, riots, and boycotts of Israeli rule, and infamously stone-throwing children. This was known as the First Intifada. Israel's reaction to that was insane. The Israeli reaction to the First Intifada, which was fought with riots, protests, boycotts, and stone throwing, was to kill, in the first year of the uprising, 142 Palestinians in Gaza, while not a single Israeli had been killed in Gaza. And despite this grotesque violence, Hamas continued to pursue non-violent resistance throughout the spring of 1989. Okay? Even then. And remember, at that point, their charter literally says we are expelling all Jews. In 1988, their charter originally said we are going to forcibly expel all Jews from Israel. Okay? Even their most fundamentalist, most violent arms were still originally started as charities, regardless of what their fundamentalist perspective was, regardless of whether they were, anti-Semitic or not. This is from Jean-Pierre Filou, Gaza, A History, from 2014. The first year of the Intifada ended with an especially high toll of dead and wounded in the Gaza Strip. Remember, this person is a historian, okay? This person is not like, biased or anything like that. This is a historian offering you the real historical developments, okay? This is the history of how Hamas was developed and became the fucking behemoth that it is. This is not an activist. Before you fucking, hand wave this away. Whereas 142 Palestinians had died, not a single Israeli had been killed in the territory. 77 Palestinians fell to gunfire, and 37 died after inhaling tear gas, most of whom were older people and very young children or infants who are especially vulnerable to this kind of attack. 17 lost their lives after being beaten by Israeli soldiers or police. 9 were killed in traffic accidents that may have been deliberate, and 2 died in detention, their bodies bearing the marks of torture. The Gaza Strip emerged from this period of 12 months of scarred and impoverished. Never, on the other hand, had the ambition for a sovereign Palestine appeared to be nearer to fulfillment. During the course of the uprising, Israel jailed 175,000 Palestinians. 30,000 Palestinian children needed medical care after being beaten. 10,000 had broken bones. 1/5 of the injured were under 5. 23,000 subject to harsh interrogation. The broken bones part is actually especially important to understand because it was policy at the time. It was open and deliberate policy. Bone breaking was the policy of the IDF. Okay? 1/5 of the injured were under the age of 5. 23,000 were subject to harsh interrogations, and Israel killed 1,200 Palestinians. Palestinians killed 160 Israelis. The person who was also advocating for the bone breaking, if I'm not mistaken, was the guy who we have talked about before, Yitzhak Rabin, who was assassinated for trying to negotiate a deal with the Palestinians. So understand that even when we talk about Israeli leadership that was seen as or hailed as like the peaceful doves or whatever, he's the fucking nice guy. Yitzhak Rabin, who was assassinated by psychotic far-right terrorists for trying to facilitate a peace deal with Palestinians, okay? And those who called for his assassination, like Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party and Itamar Ben-Gvir, are now in positions of power. The Israelis voted for them over and over and over and over again. Well, not Itamar Ben-Gvir, but Benjamin Netanyahu, Israelis voted for over and over again, okay? Yeah, Yitzhak Rabin, break their hands and bones is the quote. Yes. That was the peaceful guy. Meanwhile, Hamas has put out peace feelers with Israel. In 1988, a Hamas leader, Mahmoud al-Zahar, posted a peaceful resolution. He submitted his proposal to Yitzhak Rabin, the then Israeli minister in defense, in a meeting on June 1st, 1988. The proposed solution was as follows. A preparatory stage in which Israel declares its intention to withdraw from the occupied territories, release the detainees, and restore Palestinian rights. The actual withdrawal is to take place in the course of a few months. The occupied areas are to be turned over to a neutral party, such as the UN, the European Common Market, the Arab League, or the Organization of African States. The Palestinian people will name their representatives by means that will satisfy everyone, without Israel having the slightest right in this matter, unless the Palestinian people are granted the right to name Israeli representatives. The stage of final settlement will be concluded by negotiations between the parties concerned in order to define the nature of relations among these parties. In 1988, Sheikh Yassin himself similarly expressed interest in negotiating with Israel. Israel had to acknowledge the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and right to return of their land. This is a major point of contention. Every Palestinian, regardless of how reactionary, fundamentalist, a movement leader they might be, has always, Hamas equals terrorist, that bother Palestine, don't at me. I love the conversation that we're having. Everybody understands what Hamas is, okay? But you cannot come in here when we are talking about a Palestinian historian with no fucking bias on the matter giving you the accurate assessment of history, okay? This is not a defense of Hamas, please. Fuck. Oh my God, do you condemn though? I'm gonna die one of these days, okay? He'll die one of these days, and people will say in his final moments, did he condemn Hamas? Did he do that? Or did he not? Did he condemn the top of the hour ad break? He did not. He said at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. He said, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. He said this time and time again. He said, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky to avoid the top of the hour ad break as well. We are nearing the 600,000 barrier now. Only $5,000 to go on the Palestinian Medical Assistance Fund. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Please don't dice. In my country, nobody has your balls to tell the truth. Demiurge, thank you for the 5 gifted. This is from Ziad Abu Amr, Islamic Fundamentalism in the West Bank in Gaza. He writes, Sheikh Yasin himself made a statement in which he indicated for the first time the willingness of the Brotherhood to negotiate with Israel, but under certain conditions. These conditions stipulated that Israel must first acknowledge the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and right to return of their land. After that, other issues can be discussed. On a different occasion, when Yasin was questioned about the negotiations with Israel, he replied, yes, if Israel acknowledges our full rights and recognizes the Palestinian people's right to live in its homeland in freedom and independence. But Israel never prepared to accept any Palestinian refugees, even though it expelled them. That's because non-Jews living in Israel are deemed an inherent danger to Israel. This is because Israel wants to be a Jewish ethno-state. It wants to preserve Jewish domination and control. This is true. This is not like a speculation. They have made more efforts in recent years to specifically lay out this plan very openly. It's so annoying that they have tried to maintain Israel as a Jewish ethno-state so much so that liberal Zionists who are like, I want to be gay as fuck in Israel are like, no, I don't want this shit. I don't want a fucking religious ethno-state. But of course, if you are a liberal Zionist living in Israel proper, you might not realize that the religious ethno-state argument goes hand in hand with the constant occupation and the constant apartheid structure. You might not realize it personally if you are a liberal Zionist living in Israel proper, but that is the reality. You cannot unmarry these two things. You cannot separate these two concepts. They work hand in hand. For Israel, it was beyond the pale to allow non-Jewish refugees to return to their homes in Israel after 48. If Israel were to let in Palestinians and ethnically cleanse, how could it preserve a state in which Jews make all the decisions? Israel chose ethnocracy over peace. Also true. Alas, Israel's grotesque use of violence in the first Intifada had a radicalizing effect on Hamas. 1.5 years into the first Intifada, Hamas killed 2 Israeli soldiers, although still no civilians. Israel embraced disproportionality. It tried to eradicate Hamas in 1989. It failed. On the 8th of October 1990, Israeli police violently suppressed a demonstration in Jerusalem, killing 22 people. Hamas was enraged. On the 14th of 1990, Hamas committed an attack on civilians. 2 Hamas militants from Gaza stabbed 3 Israeli workmen to death in Jaffa. In Gaza, the UNCU took an unreservedly pro-Iraqi line, matching the popular feeling in the territory. Hamas adopted a more balanced view, condemning both the invasion of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia's appeal for American forces to come to its aid. On the 8th of October 1990, the Israeli police ruthlessly put down a demonstration on the Haram al-Sharif in Jerusalem, the Temple Mount, causing the death of 22 Muslims, which was followed by bloody clashes throughout its occupied territories. While the PLO continued to call for its supporters to refrain from the use of arms, Hamas made no secret of its determination to exact vengeance for Palestinian victims. One thing I have to mention to you in this circumstance, right now, this is an in-depth analysis into the evolution of Hamas and how they got to the point that they are at now. It's important to understand one other aspect of this. They were not the fucking major players in Palestine at all in this situation. You have to understand, these guys had no popularity whatsoever at this point. Okay? They were seen as a random reactionary group. They were tiny. They were unpopular. They had no say in the process overall. This is 1990 is like there's nothing. If you ask Palestinians back then, they had literally 3% support or some shit. I don't know the exact numbers, but this is important to recognize. Okay? Just because we're covering the evolution. Yeah. Just because we are covering the evolution does not change the reality that they were genuinely unpopular. Okay? While the PLO continued, and this is the other much more popular PLO. While the PLO continued to call for its supporters to refrain from the use of arms, Hamas made no secret of its determination to exact vengeance for Palestinian victims. On the 14th of December, 2 Hamas militants from Gaza stabbed 3 Israeli workmen to death in Jaffa. I think. Is that how you say it? Whatever. Still, it was not until after February 1994 when Baruch Goldstein, as you guys know, we've talked about this before, a Jewish settler, massacred 29 praying Muslims in the Ibrahimi Mosque in Hebron in the West Bank during the month of Ramadan, which is, the holy month for the entire global Islamic world, that Hamas got radicalized and fully embraced attacks on civilians. This was the singular worst reactionary act that basically changed the course of Palestinian resistance in its entirety. Okay? I can't think of, people say, oh, well, what about the 6-Day War on the Israeli side? Or, what about the Nakba? All of those moments are formative. All of those moments are important. But up until this point, regardless of the back and forth and the violent reaction to Israel's disproportionate violence against Palestinians, it never reached a breaking point that truly changed, I think, the Palestinian resistance movement. Didn't a good few people view this as a pro-Jewish incident celebrating Goldstein and his achievement? Yes, they did. Still to this day, 10% of the entire Israeli population believes that Baruch Goldstein is a good guy. They still actually put rocks at his grave, which is a sign of, I think it's a sign of respect. And of course, Ben Gvir, Itamar Ben Gvir, who is the head of the Interior Ministry, the National Police Force, who basically under law now is in control of the West Bank as well. He had a photo of Baruch Goldstein in his house that he was forced to take down. Yeah, 10% of the Israeli population, sorry, I said a good guy. No, 10% of the Israeli population consider Baruch Goldstein to be a national hero. Thereafter, Hamas carried out a dozen attacks, including 12 suicide bombings. By 2000, Hamas had killed 185 Israelis and left over 1,200 wounded. Then came the second Intifada. Remember, the first Intifada fought with rocks. minor clashes, mostly just Palestinians getting brutalized and killed by a suppressive occupying force, the IDF. Second Intifada was very different. Top Israeli security echelons decided to fan the flames during the uprising's first weeks. Amos Malka, Israel's military general, stated that during the Intifada's first month, when the uprising was mostly still nonviolent, Israel killed 14 Palestinian children. 14 Palestinian children. These cases were barely reported in the Israeli media, which dealt almost exclusively with the Jewish victims, of which there were, as yet, only a few. Israel's excessive use of deadly force against demonstrators enraged the Palestinians. Then came Hamas's worst violence to date. From September 28th, 2000 through February 8th, 2005, Hamas and other militant groups carried out 138 suicide attacks and killed 1,038 Israelis. As always, Israel embraced its guiding principle of disproportionality, killing 3,189 Palestinians over that same period. In 2006, Hamas won free and fair Palestinian legislative actions in the occupied Palestinian territories. Now, there is a little bit more background on this. I do think it's kind of funny. I got to get in here a little bit. Shouts out to JW, George W. Bush, for making this happen. No, it is. No. It was a legitimate election. This was a legitimate election. But I need to explain something to you. The 2006 election was facilitated by America. America went and said, you guys need to have a fucking election. By the way, we just reached the 600,000 barrier. Fuck yeah. Congratulations to everybody who's participated and has given money to the cause. Very wonderful of you. So there's a really cool article that I kind of want to dive into here. I think Brendan posted about it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Brendan James of Blowback posted about it. I read through this article and I thought it was fascinating. Let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. It was ironic. I think it was a Vanity Fair article too. I think. Wonder if I can just like find the article itself. Let me see. Yeah, I can't find it. It's Brendan James who posted it, not Joe Brandon. Bro, imagine being this sad in your life. Love the Blowback Boys. Yeah. Oh, here's the Vanity Fair article. I think you found it. Here it is. The Gaza bombshell. Here it is. After failing to anticipate Hamas's victory over Fatah in the 2006... The fuck? Shit. Stupid ass. Okay. This is an April 2008 issue, The Gaza bombshell. After failing to anticipate Hamas's victory over Fatah in the 2006 Palestinian election, the White House cooked up yet another scandalously covert and self-defeating Middle East debacle, part Iran-Contra, part Bay of Pigs, with confidential documents corroborated by outraged former and current U.S. officials, including one of Dick Cheney's top military advisors who resigned after this. Okay, like, so it's not fucking bullshit people. Like, neocons were like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You fucked this up so hard. Okay. The author reveals how President Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and Deputy National Security Advisor Elliot Abrams backed an armed force under Fatah strongman Mohammed Dahlan, touching off a bloody civil war in Gaza and leaving Hamas stronger than ever. Okay. The Al Deira Hotel in Gaza City. So I don't want to get too deep into it, but the short and sweet of this article is basically that Mohammed Dahlan was the ruthless enforcer. Okay, at this time, Obviously, Fatah and Hamas were duking it out fairly violently, and originally, the Bush administration, I don't know why the fuck they did this, really, said, we are going to put an election forward in Palestine. We want Palestinians to have an election. We're going to hold an election. Fatah told Bush, don't do this. Okay, Fatah was in the pocket of the American authorities at this point. This is no longer like the same. This is no longer the same institution. At this point, it's like he was a Western asset. Mohammed Dahlan was a Western asset, and Palestinians were kind of aware of this as well. So all of this was happening as George W. Bush was like, you got to hold elections. Okay? Yes, the secular party of Fatah. And they obviously were on the side of the secular party. They thought they could use the secular party to maintain control and find like a reasonable path forward for Palestinians. Okay? And then they lost. Part of the reason why they lost was because Fatah had like multiple members in running for the same election that split the votes, whereas Hamas had one guy in certain areas. It was a confusing process that did not result. Fatah openly stated that they were not ready for an election and they didn't want to fucking push for it, but America was like, no, you got it. Don't worry about it. You'll win, surely. Okay. There is no one more hated among Hamas members than Mohammed Dahlan. Long Fatah resident, strongman in Gaza. He may or may not have tortured Fatah members, or not Fatah members, sorry, Hamas members. Okay. On camera. Dahlan insists that Abu Dan was tortured without his knowledge, but the video is proof that the followers' methods can be brutal. Bush met Mohammed Dahlan, at least on 3 occasions. After talks at the White House in July 2003, Bush publicly praised him as a good, solid leader. In private, say multiple Israeli and American officials, the U.S. president described him as our guy. Okay? The United States has been involved in the affairs of the Palestinian territory since the Six-Day War of 1967, of course, when Israel captured Gaza from Egypt and the West Bank from Jordan. With the 1993 Oslo Accords, the territories acquired limited autonomy under a president who has executive powers and elected a parliament. Israel retains a large military presence in the West Bank, but it withdrew from Gaza in 2005. Remember, this article is in 2008. In recent months, President Bush repeatedly stated that the last great ambition of his presidency is to broker a deal that would create a viable Palestinian state and bring peace to the Holy Land. I want to point something else out here. One of his other last great moves was to say that he recognizes that Georgia will become a NATO state. So 2 for 2, big guy. One of the most destructive forces, just sheer stupidity, saying Ukraine and Georgia should get on a pathway to become NATO members. Big boy fucking didn't just destroy the Middle East and enact a campaign of terror that displaced like millions of people, but also dropped that bomb as well. At the time, no one in NATO was like, what the everyone in NATO at the time was like, there is no shot. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Delusional ass neocons, dude. So cool that, so fucking dope that his actions, no matter how marginal on that front at the very least, led to genuinely horrifying consequences for so many fucking people 20 years after the fact. Awesome. Like almost 20 years after the fact. So all current wars are his fault. That's why I say George W. Bush is probably one of the, I mean, he is the worst of all time U.S. president. Like, he's up there. And there's motherfuckers that own slaves, okay? And even then, I think George W. Bush is one of the worst presidents. Like, Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, I mean, they're so bad. Most presidents during the Cold War did shit like this too. But yeah, George W. Bush is like probably in the top 10. Nixon's pretty fucking bad. Reagan's pretty bad. Jimmy Carter's pretty bad too, but I mean, I'm telling you, dude, it's like, oof. Anyway, all right, let's continue. People say, do you think it's possible during your presidency? He told an audience in Jerusalem on January 9th. He said, the answer is, I'm very hopeful. Next day in the West Bank, capital of Ramallah, Bush acknowledged that there was a rather large obstacle standing in the way of his goal: Hamas's complete control of Gaza, home to some 1.5 million Palestinians, where it seized power in a bloody coup d'etat in June 2007. Almost every day, militants fire rockets into Gaza, into neighboring Israeli towns, and President Abbas is powerless to stop them. His authority is limited to the West Bank. It's a tough situation, Bush admitted. I don't know whether you can solve it in a year or not. What Bush neglected to mention was his own role in creating the mess. According to Dahlan, it was Bush who had pushed legislative elections in the Palestinian territories in January 2006, despite warnings from Fatah that they were not ready. After Hamas, whose 1988 charter committed it to the goal of driving Israel into the sea, won control of the parliament, Bush made another deadlier miscalculation, only solidifying the Hamas control over the Gaza Strip. Vanity Fair obtained confidential documents since corroborated by sources in the U.S. and Palestine, which lay bare a covert initiative approved by Bush and implemented by State Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and Deputy National Security Advisor Elliot Abrams to provoke a Palestinian civil war. The plan was for forces led by Mohammed Dahlan and armed with a new weapon supplied at America's behest to give Fatah the muscle it needed to remove the democratically elected Hamas-led government from power. The State Department, of course, declined to comment to the Vanity Fair article. But the secret plan backfired, resulting in a further setback for American foreign policy under Bush. Instead of driving its enemies out of power, the U.S.-backed Fatah fighters inadvertently provoked Hamas to seize total control of Gaza. Some sources called the scheme Iran-Contra 2.0, recalling that Abrams was convicted and later pardoned for withholding information from Congress during the original Iran-Contra scandal under President Reagan. There are echoes of other past misadventures as well. The CIA's 1953 ouster of an elected prime minister in Iran, which set the stage for the 1979 Islamic terror revolution there, and the aborted 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, which gave Fidel Castro an excuse to solidify his hold on Cuba, and the contemporary tragedy in Iraq. Time and time again, when you learn American history and you recognize American involvement, you have to come to the inevitable conclusion that, yes, America is fucking bad, okay? America is bad even when they are trying to do on their own, by their own designs, something good. Because a Fatah control in that circumstance would have, if partnered with bullying Israel into reconciling their differences and allowing Fatah to control the West Bank, which, you know, probably would have never happened regardless, given Israel's interest in settler colonial expansion at the time, could have actually led to a much better circumstance for the Palestinians and a viable two-state solution, maybe. Probably not. But it would have been better had they been able to facilitate this, except they were not able to because they fucking fumble the bag every time. Even when they're doing something that is like marginally a better position, they still fuck up. Okay? And that's why whenever I talk about America bad, or whenever my interlocutors, whenever my haters say, Hasan, your perspective is America bad, America bad, America bad, it's like, yeah, because I fucking read. You know what I mean? What is your perspective? America good? America either deliberately or unintentionally has caused so much death and destruction. Most of it is deliberate. So much. In every part of the world, in every fucking corner of the world. I cannot consider a singular place on the planet that America has not dealt with and fucked up. Anyway. Within the Bush administration, the Palestinian policy set off a furious debate. One of its critics, David Wormser, was an avowed neocon who resigned as the Vice President Dick Cheney's chief Middle East advisor in July 2007, a month after the Gaza coup. Wormser accuses the Bush administration of engaging in a dirty war in an effort to provide a corrupt dictatorship led by Abbas with victory. He believes that Hamas had no intention of taking Gaza until Fatah forced its hand. It looks to me what happened wasn't so much a coup by Hamas, but an attempted coup by Fatah that was preempted before it could happen. The botched plan has rendered the dream of Middle East peace more remote than ever, but what really galls neocons such as Wormser is the hypocrisy it exposed. There is a stunning disconnect between the president's call for Middle East democracy and this policy. It directly contradicts it. Imagine being Dick Cheney's Middle East advisor and being upset about these actions, okay? Like, this guy is a fucking Nazi, okay? He's a modern day Nazi. Like, the things that this man did, okay? The death and destruction that they dealt, specifically so they could parse out, like, Iraq oil fields for privatization. Like, that guy was like, dude, it's so hypocritical what Bush is saying and what he's doing. Preventative security. Bush was not the first American to form a relationship with Mohammed Dahlan. Yes, I was close to Bill Clinton, Dahlan says. I met Clinton many times, with the late Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. In the wake of the 1993 Oslo Accords, Clinton sponsored a series of diplomatic meetings aimed at reaching a permanent Middle East peace, and Dahlan became the Palestinians' negotiator on security. For the record, I want to make sure that people understand something, okay? Every step of the way, this wasn't simply an American fuck up, okay? America hilariously tried to get involved in it and fucked up. But what you have to reconcile with is that it also served Israel's ultimate purpose. The goal of the Jewish ethno-state was to justify the apartheid regime and the apartheid conditions and the violence required for its maintenance to its own citizens. And the best possible way to do that was by showing that the only people that were interested in Palestinian emancipation were anti-Semitic guys who want to fucking kill you, and they're scary Muslim fundamentalists, which is precisely why they purposefully propped up Hamas time and time again. The violence in the West Bank and the violence in Gaza also played a role in radicalizing the Palestinian population, and the lack of interest in using the Palestinian Authority, the secular Fatah Party or the Palestinian Authority, as anything but dogs of the Israeli state as a part of their security apparatus was also deliberately to show the Palestinian population that they had no fucking real interest in doing anything but death and destruction and ethnic displacement. They would do it over the course of 75 years. They would do it slowly but surely, but ultimately that was the final goal, a final solution for the Palestinians living in Israel. Their workings of Israel. Anyway. In the speech on the Rose Garden, President Bush announced that American policy in the Middle East was turning in a fundamentally new direction. Arafat was still in power, and many of the U.S. and Israel blamed him for wrecking Clinton's micromanaged peace efforts by launching a second intifada. This is wrong. A renewed revolt begun in 2000, in which more than 1,000 Israelis and 500 Palestinians had died. Bush said he wanted to give Palestinians the chance to choose new leaders, ones who were not compromised by terror. The ones who were dishing out that violence were coalition forces that were not directed by Arafat. This part of history is not even contested. Yasser Arafat, even though Bill Clinton and the Israeli authorities lied openly to the fucking public at the time, was totally conciliatory and willing to give up parts of the West Bank, even privately, albeit, to maintain a proper two-state solution. This deal was not cast aside by Arafat. He has said publicly, to show a stronger opposition after the deal fell apart, that he actually said no first. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, I did that. But the reality is that the violence itself worked to throw the deal, to cast the deal aside, while simultaneously, and we're going to get back to 2006 right now, but the violence itself worked to cast the deal aside, and it was not dealt by Yasser Arafat. Okay? In 2006, Hamas won the free and fair Palestinian legislative elections in the occupied Palestinian territories. By this time, there were many indications Hamas sought to moderate. We, Hamas, are for peace and put an end to the bloodshed. Peaceful means will do if the world is willing to engage in a constructive and fair process in which we and the Israelis are treated as equals. This is what Ismail Haniyeh wrote in The Guardian on the 31st of March in 2006. We agreed to a Palestinian state on pre-67 borders with Jerusalem as its capital, with genuine sovereignty, without settlements, but without recognizing Israel. We have offered a truce if Israel withdraws to the 1967 borders, a truce of 10 years. From Khaled Meshal, April 2008. Meshal offers a 10-year truce for Palestinian state on 67 borders. These are the baddies on the like, if you put Palestinian resistance at this point into two different camps, you have more conciliatory and more collaborative elements. And then you have those who are engaging in violent resistance to the apartheid regime, violent resistance to the Israeli oppression. Okay? So even the violent Islamist fundamentalists in this circumstance were still, time and time again, saying, you know, as long as you fucking give us pre-1967 borders, like, we'll do a 10-year truce. Would they have followed on that? I do not know. Okay? But that is a hypothetical that we never actually ended up even seeing. Okay? We never actually ended up following through on this hypothetical because we know what Israel did. Israel continued its endless bombing campaigns and its endless oppression, endless settler expansion in that time frame, with no real interest in fucking having concessions be given to anybody, including those who it wanted to supposedly work with on paper. And in 2012, Hamas's number 2 military commander, Jabari, had been conducting indirect talks with Israel via Hamas's deputy foreign minister, Ghazi Hamad, all with the approval of Israel's then minister, Ehud Barak, defense minister Ehud Barak. Jabari was expected to sign a peace treaty with Israel. Here it is. The real story behind Operation Pillar of Defense in Gaza has not yet been investigated, but now that the explosions have stopped, we are obligated to delve into the truth. The decision to kill Hamas military chief Ahmed Jabari, which was the opening shot of the operation, was made even though he was involved in negotiations on signing a long-term ceasefire agreement. A few hours before he was assassinated, he had received a draft of an agreement for a permanent ceasefire with Israel, and he was apparently expected to reply to it affirmatively. The indirect contacts with Jabari had taken place over the course of months via Hamas's deputy foreign minister, Ghazi Hamad, with the knowledge and consent of defense minister Ehud Barak. But Israel sought to squash the peace deal, preferring war to peace to strengthen its deterrence capacity. Israel assassinated Jabari just hours after he received the draft of the peace deal. Israel signaled to Hamas communications with it will be conducted through military force. History did not begin on October 7th, 2023, despite what most media outlets would have you believe. If you enjoyed this thread, you can subscribe to my newsletter, which is about all things Palestine. This is Zachary Foster, who is a historian of Palestine with a PhD in Princeton. There are obviously, this exclusively shows the Hamas, like the steps that Hamas took and how it became a more violent force of resistance. It doesn't feature the other side of the equation, but the other side of the equation, in my opinion, is significantly more important. Okay? Speaking out about this in academia gets you threatened. That's not even true. That's not even entirely true. I think that it only gets you threatened if you make it your life's mission, like, Noam Chomsky and also Norm Finkelstein. Like, these guys, these guys straight up were, like, Finkelstein straight up dedicated his entire life. He's the most important historian of contemporary Palestinian history, in my opinion. He is one of the most important. Yeah, Edward Said is another person, obviously. These are the people that got destroyed for, being incredibly publicly outspoken. If you're just simply a historian of Palestine, if you're simply a historian of Israel and Israeli history, and you are not like a super outspoken person, then it doesn't matter. Finkelstein is crazy, though. He's gone completely off the rails. I do not care. It does not matter. I know that, yes, Finkelstein's takes on other shit, specifically trans people or identity politics or whatever the fuck are, yes, not great. He's a boomer. His takes on Ukraine, I do not entirely agree with either. I don't agree with his takes on Russia and Vladimir Putin. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is what his actual important work is. His actual important work is on Israel and Palestine and the ongoing atrocities. What is this? These people are so sick in the head. We keep saying to flatten Gaza, and I think that's not enough, Navon wrote. It won't calm the storm of emotions. It won't dull the intensity of the pain and the rage and pain that can't find an outlet for them. Instead, she said the people of Gaza should be captured and tortured one by pulling out their nails and skinning them alive. Sarah Netanyahu's advisor said this. Further detailing the type of torture she said Palestinians from Gaza should endure, Navon said the male genitals should be cut off, fried, and fed to the captured. Save their tongues for last so he can enjoy his screams, his ears so he can hear his own screams, and his eyes so he can see us smiling, she said. Do you think I'm cruel? Tell that to the girls who were raped, the beheaded babies, the boys who were burned, and our mutilated soldiers. Navon, referencing unverified but widespread reports that Hamas beheaded babies during the attack, a claim that the group denies. As far as I understand, people keep telling me that the ground invasion is starting. While the ground invasion is starting, and we will talk about that, there is one thing I need to show you. This is from GDF, who is very good. Okay. Why Israel deliberately targets civilians. This is important to understand because it is open policy.
Israel typically goes to great lengths to downplay their targeting of civilians. The usual pattern is the Israeli Defense Ministry will claim that they're firing with precision and avoiding civilian casualties at all costs, and further, that any civilian casualties documented are a result of Hamas human sacrifice via human shields. However, following the devastating surprise attack on Israel last Saturday, the Israeli establishment has taken a noticeable and seismic turn. On Tuesday, the IDF spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, stated flatly, "The emphasis is on damage and not on accuracy." An unnamed defense official told Israel's Channel 13, "Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings." Benjamin Netanyahu has called on Gazan residents to leave, and that he will operate forcefully everywhere. And due to Israel enforcing a total blockade, on top of the already existing land, air, and sea blockade that has existed for 16 grueling years, Gazans are unable to flee to Israel, so they sought to go to Egypt. But on Tuesday afternoon, the Israeli Air Force repeatedly bombed their only way out at Rafah crossing. That crossing remains closed, and Egypt is now pleading with Israel to stop bombing it in order to let in aid. Most people are taking shelter in schools operated by the UN. Sewage facilities have been hit, leaving solid waste accumulating in the streets. The Jabalia refugee camp, according to the Associated Press, has been razed to the ground. The camp had a population of 100,000 in just 1/2 of 1 square mile. Its population density was higher than that of Manila, the highest of any city in the world. Of course, this happens every few years. The last major offensive of this magnitude was the Operation Protective Edge in 2014, which destroyed 18,000 homes and killed over 2,000 people. Majority civilian, but you already knew that. Today I wanted to not only comment on the current situation, I wanted to go over the strategy that Israel is pursuing. It is their usual one, the deliberate targeting of civilians. Though this story is usually heavily suppressed, which is why it's vitally important to use my favorite media tool called Ground News. It shows you the political and corporate media bias.
My man did a decent job of segueing at the top of the hour, and his ad break is coming for you, just like mine is coming for you as well. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Bias in the headlines that you see. And you can use it now by going to ground.news/GDF at the link on the screen now or in the description and comments. Let me just show you how it works. So right now we're talking about the current war in Gaza. I can just type that in. It gives you data on how many news sources have covered the story and the political affiliations of those outlets. It even tells you who owns the publication and whether they're a wealthy family. Super fascinating and also very important information. Using their map feature, you can read from more than 50,000 sources around.
Yes, I covered the hate crime that happened in Illinois. I covered the 6-year-old that was stabbed to death 26 times by his landlord, what the authorities are investigating as a anti-Islamic, Islamophobic hate crime. Yes, the mother was also stabbed. I don't know if I do not know if the press, like the what is it called when you talk to the media, like the father who is supposed to talk to the media soon. I don't know if he's done it yet.
Around the world, getting local perspectives from different countries. I'm very passionate about
press
media
conference.
Criticism, and a tool
Give
like
a
this
statement.
is honestly vitally important for all my viewers. Go to ground.news/GDF to stay
It's anti-Islamophobia. It's anti-Islam. It's Islamophobic. It's an Islamophobic hate crime, most likely.
informed on breaking news as it's happening around the world. Subscribe through my link for as little as $1 a month or get 30% off unlimited access. The story begins in 2006, when Israel and Lebanon were fighting a brutal conflict, which killed thousands, and ultimately ended in Israel's embarrassing defeat. Military affairs analyst Bill Arkin even called it a failure. Israel overestimated the purity of its intelligence and the efficacy of its strategy and technology, and underestimated Hezbollah's skill and resilience. The psychological effect that this loss had on the Israeli establishment was palpable. Since the earliest days of the...
By the way, anytime Israel is dealt with Lebanon or the Lebanese, I need you to understand something. It has not been good. Look up Sabra and Shatila if you want more information, where the Israeli government openly sent in Christian militias under the Lebanese forces into a refugee camp full of Muslims, Palestinians, and then basically did not allow anyone to get out. All they did was stood by and waited for them to be fucking ethnically cleansed, okay? Christian fascist militias went in. They knew full well that the Christian fascist militias were going to go in and kill all of these, like, actual straight up, not only just civilians, but like literally civilians that were refugees at this point. In the city of Beirut, it was Palestinians and Lebanese Shias perpetrated by the Christian fascist militias. The killings were carried out in Beirut's Sabra neighborhood and in the adjacent Shatila refugee camp. 2 days earlier, on the 14th of September, Lebanese politician Bashir Gemayel had been assassinated, prompting the Phalangists to call for a revenge attack. From approximately 6 p.m. on the 16th of September to 8 a.m. on the 18th of September, the Lebanese forces carried out a massacre while the IDF had the Palestinian camp surrounded. The IDF had ordered the militia to clear out the fighters of the PLO from Sabra and Shatila as a part of a larger Israeli maneuver into western Beirut. As the massacre unfolded, the IDF received reports of atrocities being committed, but did not take any action to stop it. And that's the Wikipedia page. The reality is they did take action, just not to stop it. The only action they took was to shut off the entire neighborhood to ensure that the Palestinian children, pregnant women, babies, the elderly could not escape the Christian fascist massacre that they withstood. No way out.
Zionist project, Israel relied on what Zeev Jabotinsky referred to as the Iron Wall, or Israel's defense capacity. With a stunning defeat, Israel was no less than desperate. The time had come to find a different target. Tiny Gaza, poorly defended but proudly defiant, fitted the bill.
Now, that was in 1982. This is the second time. And like GDF was mentioning, this did not pan out very well for Israel, as he openly stated, and the Lebanese forces were able to purge
defeat. Military affairs analyst
Israeli
Bill Arkin
forces.
even called it a failure. Israel overestimated the purity of its intelligence and the efficacy of its strategy and technology, and underestimated Hezbollah's skill and resilience. The psychological effect that this loss had on...
This is also partially the reason why I think the Israeli forces regularly choose to do exactly this, exactly what GDF is talking about, which is like mass bombing campaigns on civilian territory rather than open and active conflict against a standing military with more experience fighting. Hezbollah is a standing military force that has a shit ton of experience fighting in the Middle East. The IDF does not. And this is not my assessment. I'm not being like, oh, they're scared, they're pussies or whatever. The IDF is an internal security force that for many, many years has simply no fighting experience whatsoever, with the exception of like some of the special forces that operate in like, refugee camps and whatnot against a armed brigade. Most of the time, IDF doesn't do shit. They're like a military that fucking snipes children and bullies fucking Palestinian people. Like, it's not, you're an occupying police force pretty much. So you're not getting enough. You think you're getting experience, but you're not getting any experience whatsoever in battle. It's like trying to get the fucking NYPD to go fight against, militia forces that are militia forces that have been like fighting against ISIS and shit. You know what I mean? By the way, once again, like I said, this also is perfectly explained in the Seymour Hersh piece that I will be covering as well, that just came out. And they're not just simply afraid of their reservists not being able to put up a fight against Hezbollah forces. They are legitimately afraid of their reservists, understandably, not putting up a decent fight in Gaza either, due to the complex tunnel networks that are underneath Gaza, but also the comfortability that an insurgent movement has inside of territory like Gaza, urban, dense territory like Gaza. That's part of the reason why they are raising it to the fucking ground, with hopes that they can drop some, according to Seymour Hersh's analysis, the mother of all bombs and JDAMs, specifically bunker buster weapons that will wipe out entire, like a mile of territory, which of course will lead to thousands, depending on whether or not people have evacuated, hundreds of thousands potentially civilian casualties, because they do not want to fight insurgents with their reservist military that they do not have enough confidence in.
On the Israeli establishment was palpable. Since the earliest days of the Zionist project, Israel relied on what Zeev Jabotinsky referred to as the Iron Wall, or Israel's defense capacity, with a stunning defeat.
Like Israel, I would say Israel's, you know how America uses World War II as a justification to do atrocities over and over again, and then they keep getting fucking owned? For Israel, it was the 1967, it was the 6-Day War. Israel's 6-Day War superior military operation, which implemented a first strike against like every single fucking air force in the region and wiped out 90% of the Egyptian air force and every other air force in the fucking region with a very targeted and fast first strike. They were able to basically dominate. They were basically able to dominate and take over territory in the surrounding regions, in the neighboring countries, and that was such a profound success for them, which, by the way, ironically, if you look back, they will admit, like the military commanders at the time will openly admit that they had no real fear that they were going to, they had no real fear that they were going to be destroyed at all. But they use that as a way to propagandize the reason why they have to maintain an apartheid state. But they also utilized the military success of that to say, like, this is the most powerful military in the world. And at the time it was. I mean, it was not the most powerful, but like it was an incredibly successful, incredibly effective military campaign.
Israel was no less than desperate. The time had come to find a different target. Tiny Gaza, poorly defended but proudly defiant, fitted the bill. Despite their defeat, Israel would take one important lesson away from its war with Lebanon: its complete obliteration of the Beirut suburb of Dahiyya, and a new initiative led by former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot would bear its name.
Yeah.
What happened in the Dahiyya quarter of Beirut in 2006 will happen in every village from which Israel is fired on. This isn't a suggestion. This is a plan that has already been authorized. Israeli pundit Yaron London would write an op-ed gushing about the new strategy. And forgive me for the lengthy quote, but its candidness is frankly quite shocking. The Dahiyya strategy is a term that will become entrenched in our security discourse. Dahiyya is the Shiite quarter in Beirut that our pilots turned into rubble during the Lebanon War. In the next clash with Hezbollah, we won't bother to overtake fortified Hezbollah positions. Rather, we shall destroy Lebanon and won't be deterred by the protests of the world. Thus far, the Dahiyya strategy was not adopted because Israel attempted to cling to the distinction between good Lebanese and bad Lebanese. This is both good and bad. It's bad because north of us, there is a state that is entirely malicious. It's good because there is no longer any need for complicated distinctions. Israeli strategists' new point of view is that Lebanon is an enemy. We have failed in our sophisticated attempts to distinguish between innocent individuals and sinning leaders. Without saying so explicitly, we reached the conclusion that nations are responsible for their leaders' acts. In practical terms,
you know who else does that? The United States of motherfucking America, baby. That's right. That's literally, this is straight up American policy, okay? This is American policy. It's been American policy for so long. And ironically, it's a we learned from you dad moment for Israel as well. Obviously, Israel is you know, a collaborative project of Western imperialists, but ultimately the ways in which Israel's dealt war and violence to its enemies, and comprised of a predominantly civilian population, is identical to the way America has done relentless bombing campaigns in Korea, how America has engaged in relentless bombing campaigns in how America's engaged in relentless bombing campaigns in Vietnam. both South Vietnam and even North Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. This is American policy. Make no mistake. America has always done this, okay? Every single person living on a territory that we have declared a foreign adversary is an enemy. If they don't do that, then they do the other thing where they have CIA involvement, prop up fascists who will then go and kill people door to door at our behest. Okay? But as far as like bombing campaigns goes and killing civilians goes, that's a separate issue. Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, anywhere where America operates, they always do this. And Israel does it too. It is their policy.
The Palestinians in Gaza are all Khalid Mashal. The Lebanese are all Nasrallah, and the Iranians are all Ahmadinejad. Too bad it did not take hold immediately after the disengagement from Gaza. We deluded ourselves into thinking that the people are not the same as their leaders, and that the people only
Hiroshima, Nagasaki
care about making a living.
Of course.
Such explicit calls for genocide by a public figure are quite rare in the documentary record, especially ones written with so much clarification. In slightly but barely less explicit terms, retired Major General Giora Island would invoke Dahiyya in his policy prescription for Israel in the event of another war with Lebanon. Serious damage to the Republic of Lebanon, the destruction of homes and infrastructure, and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior more than anything else. Those of you who have seen my videos on the Korean War will be reminded of the American strategy over the course of that conflict. As the U.S. Air Force put it, the psychological impact of bringing the war to the people is a catalyst that destroys the morale and will to resist. The notorious General Curtis LeMay would lead the bombing campaign in Korea. He very well may have been an early pioneer of the Dahiyya doctrine. There are no innocent civilians. It is their government, and you are fighting a people. You are not trying to fight an armed force anymore, so it doesn't bother me so much to be killing the so-called innocent bystanders. LeMay was only carrying on with his Second World War strategy, where he obliterated scores of Japanese cities and killed hundreds of thousands of people. At least he was self-aware. If we'd lost the war, we'd all have been prosecuted as war criminals. The first battle in which Israel debuted its Dahiyya strategy was the 2008 invasion of Gaza, what the Israelis called Operation Cast Lead. Israel's interior minister recommended that the IDF should decide on a neighborhood in Gaza and level it. And in the words of Israel's deputy prime minister, it should be possible to destroy Gaza so that they will understand not to mess with us. It is a great opportunity to demolish thousands of houses of all the terrorists, so they will think twice before they launch rockets. They should be razed to the ground, so thousands of houses, tunnels, and industries will be demolished. Following the war, the United Nations released a report of their fact-finding mission on the Gaza conflict. The mission concludes that what occurred was a deliberately...
What do you do when the entire population wants you dead like the Japanese? I love when people just still do that, by the way. Also, people who perform terrorist attacks are declared as our enemy. Yeah. Like, brother, there has been so much writing on the fact that Hiroshima and Nagasaki was not done to, like, do an unconditional surrender, especially considering that, like, that unconditional surrender did not even happen and that the emperor was still restored after the fact. And it was more so just to flex our military might, okay, at a time when a conditional surrender was already being propped up. Specifically, some of those terms were given to the Japanese anyway. And it was very likely that even an unconditional surrender could have happened if they waited for a little bit because of the ongoing endless brutality of the firebombing campaigns. Many historians have written about this so many fucking times. I do not know what to tell you about it if you still have this opinion where it's like, well, what about the entire population wants you dead like the Japanese? Absolutely zero people in this community will tell you that the Japanese were doing good things in World War II. As a matter of fact, I have a more critical approach to Japanese war crimes than the American State Department did at the time. The American Defense Department did at the time. I believe that they should have been convicted of their war crimes, those responsible for the war crimes. Instead, America just went in and hand-waved away said war crimes, hopefully so they could get the secret materials of all the things that they learned by engaging in horrifying experiments akin to Nazi experiments that took place in Manchuria. And we used some of that germ warfare information that we got from Unit 731 specifically, which Japan still to this day does not acknowledge, to use on Korea. So, something to consider.
Disproportionate attack designed to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population. The destruction of food supply installations, water sanitation systems, concrete factories, and residential houses was the result of a deliberate and systematic policy to make the daily process of living and dignified living more difficult for the civilian population. The repeated failure to distinguish between combatants and civilians appears to the mission to have been the result of deliberate guidance issued to soldiers. Despite all of the open Israeli posturing prior to the war, the backlash to the fact-finding mission report was so great that it resulted in a recantation by its principal author, Richard Goldstone, in a Washington Post article. 2014's Operation Protective Edge would, amazingly, be even more destructive than Cast Lead. Amnesty International roundly condemned Israel's deliberate destruction and targeting of civilian buildings and property on a large scale, carried out without military necessity. I've never seen such massive destruction ever before. In the ensuing carnage, Israel would destroy 22 schools and target UN-run schools being used to shelter civilians, including a UN elementary school in Beit Hanun, which killed 13, a UN boys' school in Rafah, killing 12, and a UN girls' elementary school in Jabalia, killing 20. The precise location of the Jabalia Elementary Girls' School was communicated to the Israeli army 17 times. What's more, Israel possessed GPS coordinates of all the UN facilities that it targeted, but still attacked them with artillery and precision-guided missiles. UN Relief and Works Agency sent twice daily communications to Israel's coordinator of the government activities in the territories and Coordination and Liaison Administration.
By the way, the UN Reliefs and Works Agency, I hope you guys understand one thing here, is an agency that is like in the Near East, Palestine refugees in the Near East, is an agency dedicated specifically to Israeli war crimes and having to deal with Israeli war crimes. So there is an entire arm dedicated to Palestinian refugees. Like, this is their job, is to try to make things work through the fucking rubble that Israel leaves every single time they want to mow the lawn.
Informing them of the global positioning system coordinates of premises currently being used as designated emergency shelters. Israel also destroyed or damaged 17 hospitals, 56 primary care facilities, and 45 ambulances. Gaza's only rehabilitation center, Al-Wafa Hospital, was also completely destroyed. Israel fomented a media blackout and even banned human rights organizations from the Gaza Strip during the war and even afterward.
I wonder why they did that.
But the sheer scale of the carnage would inevitably be exposed. And in the end, over 2,200 Gazans lost their lives.
The more phones and the more electricity and the more opportunities you have, it's like body cameras on cops. You know what I mean? Israelis used to call it Pallywood, as I said, a gross term to claim that the Palestinians that were being killed in the hands of Israeli forces were simply being killed in a telegenic way. You know, it's just, I mean, here it is. There it is. Look. When cameras captured the IDF murdering Mohammed in 2000, Israelis coined the term Pallywood. This is, remember the father who was filmed protecting his 12-year-old son, Mohammed Al-Dora, from a rain of Israeli bullets before losing him 23 years ago? He lost 2 other sons in an Israeli airstrike on his house in Gaza today. When cameras captured the idea of murdering Muhammad in 2000, Israelis coined the term Pallywood as a form of genocide denialism, since Palestinians could finally show Israel's crimes to the world. This is why they turn off the internet and electricity in Gaza. This is why they also tell the Human Rights Watch that they can't fucking go into Gaza when they're, you know, dealing their death and destruction. I think it might help to explain what telegenically dead means. Telegenic means like you're sexy for the camera. Okay?
Lives, of which 1,500 were civilians, 550 of them children. Comparatively, 73.
Telegraph reports Israel vows to destroy Lebanon if war spreads. UK and US warn over escalation of the Middle East crisis as jets bomb northern neighbor. Israel, as far as I understand it, is also dropping, has been dropping bombs in Lebanon. That would be insane if they turned around and pulled Hezbollah into a two-front war. I don't know why they would do that.
3 Israelis lost their lives, of which 6 were civilians, including 1 child. In another stark example of the insane firepower of the Israeli army, just 1 house in Israel was destroyed during the war, compared to 18,000 in Gaza. And thus, Dahia was fulfilled yet again. Anthony Kordsman of the Center for Strategic and International Studies would write about the lengths that Israeli officials would go to appear disproportionate and perhaps even unstable. One official went so far as to state that Israel had to make its enemies feel it was crazy. I need your help. This channel relies on donations and patrons. Hey everyone, thanks so much for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. And if you'd like to support my channel further, subscribe to my Patreon, where you'll have access to several exclusive...
Yeah, GDF is the best. He makes great videos. Yeah, Netanyahu's telegenically dead comment is grotesque, but not original. Back when Glenn Greenwald had a fucking brain, when he used to write for The Intercept. They want to pile up as many civilian dead as they can. They use telegenically dead Palestinians for their cause. That's what he said. They want the more dead, the better. That's what Benjamin Netanyahu said on CNN, addressing worldwide sympathy for the civilian victims of Israeli violence in Gaza. Old Glenn. Oh boy. All right, let's look at some of this nonsensical bullshit from the consistent propaganda going on. Now that Israeli and U.S. officials have pivoted from sheer retaliation to their old human shields excuse, I debunked that argument in 5 points, published during last Gaza onslaught.
Point 1. Israel provides no evidence that there are human shields. So
that's not true. Sometimes they will, there'll be like one thing from like 2009 or something that they'll always point to, where they'll be like, well, we actually did see weapons in one of these facilities, so it's actually justifiable that the entire Gaza Strip is armed to the fucking gills with weapons. Sometimes they edit videos. That's also true. You know,
so far the best they can do is share these photoshopped images. See, the building is red. That means Hamas is there.
After providing advanced warnings to civilians in time to evacuate, IDF fighters just struck that multi-story building containing Hamas military intelligence assets. The building contains civilian media offices, which Hamas hides behind and deliberately uses as human shields. Fucking bullshit.
You know, for all of Israel's sophisticated surveillance technology with eyes over every single inch of Gaza, you'd think that they'd be able to produce more than cartoons. And
Israel uses weapons to protect its civilians. Hamas uses civilians to protect its weapons. Hamas puts Palestinian civilians in the line of fire. This is PragerU, bro. Look at this. It's IDF propaganda, but it is basically fucking PragerU. It's so funny. God, I just, it's so laughable if it wasn't so gross and inhumane. You know what I mean?
And doctored graphics. In fact, the only proof they have provided so far are fake videos of Hamas rockets in residential areas. On May 15th, the IDF published a video of an Israeli training operation using a Hamas decoy that claimed it was an actual Hamas missile launcher near civilians. In another lie, Netanyahu's spokesman tweeted a video claiming it was Hamas firing rockets next to an apartment building. Turns out this was a video from 2018 in Syria. So where's the actual...
Why is this stream so biased? There are a lot, actually. Brother, what do you mean? I am literally... Yes, I am biased, okay? I'm biased. I'm biased against killing babies, okay? I don't think it's right when Hamas militants do it. I don't think it's right when Israel does it by the tenfold, okay? Yeah, sorry. I know. I'm a bit biased towards baby murder. It's kind of fucked up. I know. Are you not? Is that the argument here? You're like, no, you don't understand. These babies needed to be murdered. They're fucking, they're child shields. They're baby shields. Fuck.
Actual evidence? If they cannot provide any, their claims must be investigated and brought to a trial. Even if there was evidence that Israel was hitting legitimate military targets, it still is illegal to kill such an outrageous amount of civilians. And you can't legally blow up a hospital, even...
I left those comments about Jewish minority yesterday, and I would like to clarify that I was in no way referring to Palestine and Palestinians. I saw some comments on another video about it, and I don't want to spread hate or misinformation. Jews live for much longer in harmony with others, so my fear is irrational. Was just chatting. I'm glad. We love a king that engages in some self-reflection. You know what I'm saying?
Even if there are militants nearby. Either way, Israel should not be allowed to be above the law.
That's the other side, is like, even if there are human shields, like, you can't kill them. Like, why are we jumping over that point? It blows my fucking mind that we just jump over that point. You cannot kill the fucking human shield. Like, that's bad guy shit. That's not good guy shit.
Point 2. We shouldn't take Israel's claims of human shields at face value, because they have an extensive history of lying about it.
It's true.
I think the most irrefutable example are their killings at Gaza's Great March of Return, which we documented in our film, Gaza Fights for Freedom. At this Great March, Israeli snipers directly targeted and killed 183 unarmed demonstrators, including 35 innocent children at these protests. Journalists marked press, medics performing medical aid, a man in a wheelchair, and so many more. But Israel said they were all human shields.
Yeah. So like, what? How can you ever believe the human shield rhetoric after they fucking blew up the Associated Press building, brother? Or after they have time and time again lied openly and been disproven openly? Like, after the 7,000th time, I'll be like, okay, dude, well, I don't think these are human shields. I don't think you should shoot them even if they were, but I don't even believe that there are human shields in this circumstance. I think you're just killing Palestinians. And it's not like they're hiding it. That's what blows my mind. Look, this is not 2018, okay? This is not 2018. This is not 2020. This is 2023, okay? This is 2023. The fucking officials are openly saying we must raise Gaza. They've shut off all the fucking electricity and all the power and all the food. Like, what argument do we have here? Sorry, they were asking for it is like a ridiculous fucking take. I don't believe that it is acceptable to kill human shields regardless, but I don't believe the human shield propaganda either. And also, they don't even do that propaganda anymore. And you guys are still, some of you are still in here being like, yeah, well, you know, what about the human shields argument? And it's like, but they're not even making that anymore. They have starved out Gaza for the past 3-4 days now. Water has run out. There's no fucking water in Gaza. They had to open up water in the south so they can forcibly move the civilian population into the south. after they told the civilian population to evacuate to the south and blew up one of the fucking convoys.
It was all legitimate. Here's where they really exposed themselves. According to international law, human shield applies to civilians as collateral damage when you're targeting military forces in combat. But at the Great March protests, there were no militants, nobody shooting at Israelis, nobody with weapons, no targets remotely connected to military operations. So if all of those children, medics, journalists, and disabled people were human shields, who were they shielding? Even when they killed celebrated female medic Razan al-Najjar, they released a propaganda video saying she was a human shield. But shielding what? Under no circumstances would killing that many civilians at an unarmed protest, with the defense that they were human shields for non-existent military targets, hold up for a second in a war crimes tribunal. Today, Israel relies on the fog of war to make this claim seem possible. But just 2 years ago, Israel showed an irrefutable pattern of lying about human shields, and now they have zero credibility. Hamas offices. Point 3. According to Israel's own definition of human shield, every man, woman, and child in Gaza is a human shield. They claim that anyone in the vicinity of not only Hamas missile sites, but Hamas offices, Hamas individuals, is a human shield.
Yo, Haas, during this discourse, have you experienced much anti-Semitism in the name of anti-colonialism fight and vice versa, racism in the name of so-called solidarity for Israel? I mean, I think we've already basically forcibly expelled so many of the anti-Semites and all of their fucking all of their sock accounts that it's hard to tell you conclusively if there was more anti-Semitism. There were plenty of anti-Semites that we have banned because there are always so many people who love to be like, yeah, so what do you think? Why do you think the media is protecting the Jews so much? Am I right? And it's like classic anti-Semitic bullshit. Okay. And we banned them, but I wouldn't say that it has been more than back when I was like talking about Kanye being anti-Semitic, for example. I feel like that was like every single other instance where we've talked about anti-Semitism occurring. I would say that we've banned more anti-Semites. There is definitely a lot more Islamophobia occurring as well. I'm sure that anti-Semitism has skyrocketed too, certainly, in this process. It's just that we're so fucking thorough. We're so thorough with anti-Semitism and the way we deal with it swiftly that, haven't seen too much of it in here or more of it.
This includes Hamas members who are sleeping at home with their families and the surrounding houses. This includes anyone within a mile of any Hamas institution, which is literally all of the 2 million people who live there. Look, Hamas is the government of Gaza.
Yeah.
Therefore, any civilian infrastructure is considered Hamas.
Yeah. The hospital says Hamas outside of it because Hamas runs the hospital. It's the health ministry. And then motherfuckers go, well, shouldn't have made Hamas the health ministry. It is a disgusting way to justify civilian murder. Okay, that's it.
Infrastructure, everything from transportation to healthcare. So anyone in the vicinity of those things or people can be killed with impunity. Even Israel's Minister of Defense confirmed that this is indeed their view, stating on May 18th that, quote, no person, area, or neighborhood in Gaza is immune from airstrikes. How is it in any way acceptable that Israel can categorize every human being in Gaza a legitimate target? And if you take Israel's logic far enough, they could kill everyone in Gaza, and it would be justified.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing that now. This is an old video, by the way, from Abby Martin, which is, of course, still incredibly prescient because, they're doing it, and they've only escalated it harder.
Point 4. If you accept Israel's definition of human shield, then you have to accept that Israel is using human shields as well. Armed Israeli soldiers are everywhere among civilian areas. Not only that, but their military bases are nestled in densely populated residential areas. For example, the Israeli Defense Forces' main headquarters is smack dab in the middle of a residential sector of Tel Aviv and a major shopping center. Does anyone accuse Israel of using human shields? In another example, the Israeli army...
Would anyone think it's fucking fair if Hamas somehow figured out a way to bomb the fuck out of that and reduce it to rubble? Would anyone think that that's appropriate? We know what people's perspective is. We saw it. Round condemnation. Understandable for the acts that the militants engaged in on October 7th. Round condemnation from the entire world. Which is perfectly fair and perfectly understandable. Okay? However, there is no such condemnation for Israel's actions. It's crazy. Because people do not see Muslims as human beings.
Army broadcasts from a residential apartment tower with antennas on the roof. If Hamas leveled that building, does anyone doubt it would be deemed a war crime? What we have here is a double standard. Israel wants the human shield defense for them to be any civilian they kill. But for any civilian killed by Hamas, it's a war crime. You know, the purpose of international laws of war is to create a standard that's applied to all sides equally. But Israel and the United States have a different view, that the rules only apply to their enemies. That's only because of... Point 5. If everyone in Gaza is a legitimate human shield, that's only because of Israel's own design. This is a situation of Israel's own making. Israel drew the borders, and Israel refuses to let anyone leave. To leave Gaza, you must get approval from the Israeli government, and the government will almost always say no. So what are people supposed to do who want to remove themselves from the carnage? They have literally nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Israel has made Gaza, in every sense of the term, an open-air prison. They trap 2 million civilians in this tiny strip of land. Then they bomb their neighborhoods and say, well, they shouldn't have been there. The mountain of civilian dead has to be looked at through the perspective of the Israeli blockade and the inability of anyone to escape. Resistance forces in Gaza have nowhere else to go to. Gaza's self-defense capabilities are confined to this heavily populated area. And Israel has intentionally made Gaza unlivable. The only way Gaza is able to exert pressure on Israel is by firing rockets.
Why won't they let people leave? Doesn't it work towards their agenda? Great question. Wait, is Gaza a part of Israel? Why do they have their own government? Wait, what? Why won't they let the people leave? Doesn't it work towards their agenda? You mean like, why won't Israel let the people of Gaza leave, right? I think you're understanding certain things now. I hope. There's two different reasons. One, people don't want to leave. When they're under a bombing campaign, there's plenty of people that don't want to leave because they know if they leave, they will never have their home. So they'll die on their feet inside of their houses rather than die months later in a fucking refugee camp in gruesome conditions. So that's one of the reasons why some people choose to not leave and to stay. It is their land after all, and they have seen what happens when they do leave, never to return ever again, never allowed to return ever again. As far as, wait, is Gaza a part of Israel? Why do they have their own government? I'm shocked that you've been a 38-month subscriber, and even today we've described the government of Gaza and its inception and how it was designed after Israel forcibly pulled out of Gaza, specifically so they could start their bombing campaign in Gaza.
Rockets. If they peacefully protest their conditions, they're massacred just the same.
The other part of it is that They didn't just take the 8,000 settlers that were living in Gaza, which was still supposed to be Palestinian land according to international rules in our, rule-based liberal order, right? Supposedly. And then they just relocated them to the fucking West Bank. They just took them out of there and put them in the West Bank anyway. So they kept settling. Settlers can't stop settling. They're like, oh, fuck, I love settling, dude.
If they do nothing, Israel continues to blockade them, erode their living conditions.
Didn't answer the question about why Israel doesn't want Palestinians to leave. Hello? They want to fucking kill them. They want to kill them. They want to kill them super hard. They want to fucking bomb them super duper hard and then allow the humanitarian corridor to take foot so that they can just turn around and say, look how humanitarian we are, that we did a humanitarian corridor. We put them on fucking trains and moved them into a different area, is an argument that would not work for Nazi Germany, and it should not work for Israel, okay? The humanitarian thing to do in that situation is to stop bombing. What the fuck? I empathize with Palestinians, but the trump card of whataboutisms is ultimately that Hamas wants the death and destruction of Israel and the Jews. You'll never be able to gain enough sympathy and real change until Hamas changes their stance or is removed. Dude, what the fuck are you saying? Flip the argument on its head. Israel's open fucking take on the matter is full-scale death and destruction to the Palestinian population, and it's not even just like their sentiment of wanting to build. Hold on. Their sentiment around wanting to build a Jewish ethno-state, but also their actions, okay? It is fucking ridiculous. And also, you're saying this because you're unfamiliar with the Hamas charter changing in 2017, which is fine. I mean, you don't have to believe it, but you can't run with this argument, okay? And because when I bring up the fact that Hamas in 2017 changed the charter and liberalized it to say that they are for a two-state solution and that they are for living peacefully amongst Christians, Jews, and Muslims across the board, you will turn around and say, oh, really? Do they want to do that? Because they keep fucking bombing Israel. Doesn't seem like they want to do that. And that's precisely why it's like an idiotic argument to entertain to begin with, okay? Israel doesn't have a creed stating so. Brother, look around, okay? Look around. The notion that Hamas is in power in Gaza and therefore the Palestinians deserve what they get is fucking psychotic, okay? It is psychotic. It's bloodthirst. It is not just. It is not moral. Why do you try to defend it? What the fuck?
While ethnically cleansing the rest of their land. Israel has made it so the only leverage Gaza has to get any change is using the one weapon it has. Besides, Gaza has the right to self-defense under international law. And contrary to what Israel claims, the current round of fighting was started by Israel, not Hamas, when they deployed criminal violence against Al-Aqsa and Sheikh Jarrah. And right at the outset, on May 12th, Hamas offered a ceasefire to Israel. Israel rejected it because they wanted to keep going, despite their rhetoric of only wanting the rockets to stop. So if Israel's going to keep bombing, Gaza has no choice but to fight back. And that in turn becomes the excuse for Israel massacring so-called human shields.
Show me specifically what they said is racist type beat. Yeah, 100%. You know why? It's so identical to the arguments that reactionary weirdos fucking put forward. Okay? You want to know why? I love the idea of like claiming that Israel does not have an interest in ethnic displacement of Palestinian people. Since when, the entire nation state's development started with ethnic displacement of Palestinian people. And it's pretty funny to say that. But the reason why it's identical to the show me specifically where they said that is racist, did they ever say the N-word type argument, is because Israel is a fascist project. That's it. That's why. Because you cannot have an apartheid state that is not inherently fascist. You cannot have a religious ethno-state that is not inherently fucking fascist. The maintenance of an apartheid state is always going to be violent because violence is required for the maintenance of an apartheid state. That's it. And there are plenty of examples of Ben Gurion and numerous other fucking leaders and founding fathers, including Theodore fucking Herzl, who has said that this is a colonial project. So I don't know why you're fucking coming in here if you don't know the point. If you don't know what the fuck, like, the founding creed is of the development of an Israeli nation state being a colonial project when the founding fathers of Israel themselves said that it was so, I don't know who you're arguing against. You're just arguing out of ignorance. So ask yourself, why is it that the first fucking thing you say, why is it that in all of your endless ignorance of this situation, why are you still so defensive? Why are you defensively posturing? Seriously, Sex Machine 69. A beacon of shining light in this fucking chat. A brilliant interlocutor. Ask yourself, why is it that you reflexively defend this without full knowledge? Why are you defensively posturing? It makes no sense. New Philosopher King, Sex Machine. Yeah. Not only did the Hamas charter change, okay? We showed you through historic documents time and time again that even Hamas, which I think is a fundamentalist Islamist project, of course, I know that that is the case, which of course was also developed and propped up by the Israeli state, but that's a different story for a different time. Okay? I'm on mobile and this is defense, this is reality. I'm focused on the reality of change. No, you're not. If you say Israel doesn't have a creed stating that it is supposed to be designed around ethnically displacing Palestinians, then you are literally the most oblivious person I've ever fucking seen. Not only are you silly because you have not heard Theodore Herzl himself directly mention this, not only have you not seen many other Zionist founding fathers mention that this is supposed to be a colonialist project, you also are oblivious to the reality of the matter at hand. Over the course of the past 75 years, Israel has maintained a brutal occupation that quite literally is by everyone on the planet's objective measurements, an apartheid state. How can you deny this? How can you deny what the Human Rights Watch and the Amnesty organization is saying, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and numerous other fucking NGOs? How can you deny the reality of Israel refusing to go by the UN Charter, even though UN is supposedly the reason why Israel exists to begin with? It's ridiculous. Don't fucking try to argue against someone else, loser. Explain what your position is. How can you defend this? Herzl, it is not accustomed. It is not in your accustomed line. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor. Not Englishmen, but Jews. How then do I happen to turn to you, since this is an out-of-the-way matter for you? How indeed? Because it is something colonial. Theodore Herzl proudly said Zionism is something colonial in a letter he wrote to Cecil Rhodes. He literally used the term himself, you disingenuous hack. He's shitting on the Mosaic magazine argument in 2018 when, yes, calling Israel a settler colonial project is anti-Semitic, said Ben Cohen. History is anti-Semitic, I guess, when you fucking adequately explain what other people have. That's insane. Anti-Zionist Israelis may now possibly be jailed, have their property seized for both the dissemination of information that undermines the morale of Israel's soldiers in residence in the face of the enemy, serves as a basis for enemy propaganda, including spreading the enemy's propaganda messages or info that aids the enemy in its war against Israel. That's fucking nuts. What the fuck? Likud minister formulates emergency regulations to imprison citizens who harm national morale. What the fuck? Oh my God. This is exactly what I have said time and time again. If you are a part of the Zionist project in the maintenance of an apartheid state, even if you are personally a liberal Zionist, it will inevitably come back to haunt you. This is how this works. Holy shit. That's fucking insane. Ben Gurion, first prime minister of Israel. We must expel the Arabs and take their places. Not at all. I'm talking about the reality of change. How is that defense? You can't get enough global support for the change you or the Palestinians want with Hamas in power unless there's a drastic change. Bitch, no one is saying Hamas should be the fucking leading charter or that they've done. Dude, shut the fuck up. What are you saying right now? You put that position in my mouth as opposed to the reality. For the past week, I have talked about the historic reasons as to how Hamas rose to power, how Israel propped Hamas up, specifically as an effort to thwart any kind of Palestinian national identity movement. You are such a fucking asshole for coming in here, being oblivious to the reality of how Israel is a settler colonial project, both in practice, but also even in the theoretical formation of the fucking state. And now you're turning around and making it seem like there's people in here saying Hamas is like the real reason why Palestinians can't find liberation is Hamas. Shut the fuck up. That is not the real reason. You so dumb, Haas. He's talking reality. It's ridiculous. Oh, they can't get global support for the change or you or the Palestinians want. That's so crazy. Do you want to tell me what level of fucking global support existed for Yasser Arafat? Was there a lot of global support in that circumstance? Was there a lot of global support after 1948? When was there global support for the Palestinians? At the most, you had Arab nationalist movements that failed dramatically. And also, even in that circumstance, their actions were against Israel in general, not necessarily for the emancipation of Palestinians, and they mistreated Palestinians too. People forget the Jordanian military killed more fucking Palestinians in the occupation than Israelis did at that time frame. Fuck out of here. I'm talking reality here. No, you're not. You are oblivious to the reality because you have no historical frame of reference. You've just been fed propaganda after propaganda. And instead of like doing a deeper dive and trying to fucking comprehend what actually happened on the ground, you just come in here and try to fucking lay the blame on Palestinians. Yeah, it's the Palestinians' fault. That's why. How is that any different than what Benjamin Netanyahu says? That's so dumb.
Time this term has been used to state-sponsored mass slaughter. Human shield propaganda has been long applied by the empire to dehumanize the enemy in nearly every major world conflict or war, from its atrocities in Korea to Iraq. And it always serves the same purpose: to dehumanize entire populations, giving the perpetrators a free pass to act with total disregard for civilian life. What the Israeli government is trying to do is cover up what their military is actually doing, which is indiscriminate bombing. That seems glaringly apparent, and international law is very clear about indiscriminate attacks being a war crime, strictly prohibited in any situation. To sum it all up, It is completely outrageous to let Israel make this blanket claim to absolve itself of any wrongdoing. All of those lives taken had value. They all had families. They all had futures they were robbed of. It's not fair, and it's not right to be able to wash away their deaths with such an audacious lie. This is an unconscionable situation. What everyone should agree on is that if an army, especially a colonizing power,
y'all kids are going to look back and cringe that you formed your opinions based on Hasan takes. Arguing against 14-year-old chatters, but cowers from actual intellectuals who want to debate. Actual intellectuals who want to debate on what? What the fuck are you talking about? The talking points are going to be the same regardless, which is hilarious. Like, what, you fancy yourself to be an actual intellectual, dumbass? Only with crazies like Hasan having an audience can a world exist where folks call Israel Nazis. Peddling bias takes in a situation like this is deadly. Blood will be on his hands. Bro, what are you talking about? We're in the eve of a fucking 6-year-old Palestinian being stabbed to death 26 times by their fucking landlord in the supposed day of jihad, and you're over here being like, blood is on my hands. Bitch, if you're defending Israel's actions right now, blood is already on your hands. What the fuck do you mean? It's so utterly gross, dude. It is so disgusting. The thing that many people, for some weird reason, cannot comprehend is that this literally hurts Israelis, okay? This hurts Israelis. This hurts Jews. The apartheid state is not a pro-Jewish or pro-Israeli project, okay? It's nuts.
Schumer recently made the post on Instagram and everyone's talking about it, but I needed to talk about it too. She posted a black star with the following text: first they came for LGBTQ and I stood up because love is love. And then they came for immigrants and I stood up because families belong together. Then they came for the black community and I stood up because Black Lives Matter. Then they came for me, but I stood alone because I am a Jew. I gotta be honest, I feel sick on the inside every day. Every day I wake up feeling more and more ill. I am so tired of some of the most privileged ass people on the planet Earth. American celebrity Jews, the most privileged human beings on earth, pretending that they're all alone in life and that nobody is standing with.
Yeah, nobody's standing with them except for the entire fucking global leadership in the Western world that actually mean anything. Let's be real. No one is standing with them except for every single Western media outlet, every single Western leader. It's so fucking insane, dude. Multiple militaries. The British Royal Navy is now involved. 2 American aircraft carriers. The fuck do you mean? It's just pure delusion. Chuck Schumer, her uncle or cousin. I don't know if... I know she's related. I don't know if it's Chuck Schumer is her uncle or her cousin. Anyway, sorry, Sex Machine. That was a really bad idea. Such a dumbass take, as if there aren't already plenty of scholars that debate on the subject. I don't think any pro-Israel scholar has been able to defend his genocide. Yeah. Anyway, what is he saying? Is he still going? I'm talking about the reality of change, he says. Yeah, in order for Israel to stop doing violent colonial genocidal apartheid state shit, the Palestinians have to elect a different leader. Okay, when will they be able to do that? Israel still controls every aspect of the Gazan life. You know?
Them because they won't just let me justify an ethnic cleansing. Why won't they stand with me in the ethnic cleansing? I stood with Black Lives Matter. Why won't they stand with me when I want to cleanse the Palestinians? I am so sick and tired of seeing these people with like pseudo-progressive politics waking up to find that they are in fact Adolf Hitler and looking at that situation, looking at the fact that they once believed progressive things and now advocate for an ethnic cleansing, and to look at that situation and say, why am I alone?
By the way, Big Joel is Jewish as well, for those of you who don't know. Well, this is Little Joel. But
now
he had a really good video about how the Israeli government would not let him grieve the dead and immediately launched his like ethnic cleansing campaign, which was so insane and so unimaginably cruel and unusual.
What? People agreed with me before, but now that I want to kill random fucking people, they don't stand with me anymore. That's why I'm a victim. Black people are victims because they go to jail at higher rates and police brutality and whatever. I'm a victim because of I want to do the Holocaust and they won't let me. And I think some people are going to be upset with me for comparing these actions to those of Adolf Hitler. I think some people are going to be upset with me, and I really, really don't think you should be upset with me. I think the fact that we experienced a fucking genocide and that we turned around and didn't see the problem with doing more genocides, that we said never again, but meant like never again killing Jews, like specifically never again killing Jews, is the most disgusting historical tragedy I've ever heard in my life. So yes, I do think the comparison is apt. I do think we have to say Adolf Hitler's name. I do think that we have to remember the Holocaust because that's what it's there for. Recently, I went to the Toronto International Film Festival and saw a film directed by Jonathan Glazer called Zone of Interest about a Nazi commandant who had a very beautiful garden outside of Auschwitz. And just recently, I saw this TikTok of this Israeli lady saying this.
Hear that? It is, I think, 1 p.m. We are going to be leaving Ashkelon now because I just don't feel safe here. But I do want to give you one piece of good news, that day and night, every few minutes, sometimes seconds, I can hear our IDF, our incredible...
I want to say something. Many Jews see this reality. Okay? Many Jews, like Big Joel and many other wonderful guests that I've had on this fucking broadcast, are not oblivious to this reality. They are some of the loudest anti-Zionists out there. Okay? It's just, they're loud, but they never get fucking coverage in the media for some weird reason. I mean, if you, like, some of the things that Norm says, even I'm like, I can't even fucking sit here and play this. You know what I mean? Jews have also led the charge on anti-Zionism. That is also another thing to remember. Because Jews, through their intense history of routinely being ethnically fucking cleansed, have, felt some type of way about fascism historically. This is a new phenomena of having a bunch of psychotic right-wing ultra-Zionist losers who act like they represent Judaism internationally. Okay? Internationally speaking, historically speaking, Jews have always been at the forefront of social justice causes, and they still are. You just don't fucking hear from them because the media won't cover them. It's much easier to just have some fucking broccoli-headed Zoomer at a fucking pro-Palestine rally that says like, yeah, fuck the Jews, on them, man them, and then make it seem like that is what Palestinian emancipation actually is, than to have the many loud thinkers, writers, members of the intelligentsia, academics who have written and dedicated their fucking whole lives to writing adequately about the history of Israel. It's much easier to be like, look how fucking homophobic these pro-Palestine guys are. Look how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestine guys are. Yeah, exactly. You can't fucking do anything. You can't show the truth. You can't show the reality. So you have to like paint a different narrative. Yeah, resist mandem. I mean, the Gabor Mate take with Russell Brand is so beautifully put. It's just like 5 minutes and 22 seconds, okay? Luckily, people cut out the Russell Brand parts, and it's just him talking. That's it. You watch that, there's no fucking way that you can, like, turn around and ignore it. You know what I mean? You can't turn around and ignore that reality. Saying that the current Israeli government represents the entirety of Jewish people is incredibly anti-Semitic and causes much more anti-Semitism than Hamas ever could. It is anti-Semitic. It is. Which is why when the ADL comes out and says anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, they're being ridiculous. They are the ones who are being anti-Semitic. Anyway, let's finish Big Joel's video. This part is so fucking awful.
Army bombing the living daylights out of Hamas.
Those
and
are
it
babies.
is giving me so much strength. You can hear, I don't know if you guys can hear now. I hope that they are showing Hamas just this much of the wrath of God.
And when I saw this woman hearing the missiles strike Gaza and thinking, good, they deserve it. Good, I'm happy all these people are dying. Good, I don't care about the civilians. This noise is the noise of our freedom. It is hard to not remember that Nazi commandant in his special garden where the smoke of Auschwitz would rise and he would see it and he would go back to his garden with his Nazi-ass wife. It is impossible not to remember.
What? Genuinely curious, why do you think the MSM is so biased for Israel? I know capitalism and whatnot, but what exactly does that mean in this context? I'm not really trying to imply anything malice. Brother, it is super sweet for us to have a permanent destabilizing, basically additional state that also operates as a land, as a immovable aircraft carrier, smack dab in the Middle East, where there is a shit ton of natural resources that we would like. That's it. Israel, in its inception and in its current operations, is a forward operating base. That's it. That's it. It's it. It's great. It's awesome. We love that. I mean, Joe Brandon has literally said, if Israel was not invented, we would have invented one. That we would have made an Israel. Israel portrays itself as the first defense against the Muslim boogeyman. Remember this edit? The irony of Israel poorly editing and cutting out the beginning of this video, that it gives away the reality that Hamas is a creature of Israel's own making. This is so fucking stupid. Did you ever show the survey of difference in opinion between American and Israeli Jews? Security threats, violence, terrorism. Percentage of Jews who say the most important long-term problem facing Israel. 38% of Israeli Jews think security threats, violence, and terrorism. 66% of American Jews. 39% of Israeli Jews believe economic problems are the most long-term problem. 1% of Americans think economic problems are important. Y'all don't even live there. What the fuck? That's why they don't live there, and that's why they're fucking insane about it. They don't live there, and they only get propagandized by a far-right machine, okay? By a far-right propaganda machine that is constantly funneling misinformation. It is not an accident. And by the way, if you ask this to Americans in general, their opinions would be identical. It's not just U.S. Jews, okay? It's Americans across the board that literally have this position. Because they just ride so fucking hard. Percentage of Jews in each country who say Jewish settlements in West Bank help Israel's security, 42%, which is fucking gross, by the way. 17% of Jews in America, U.S. Jews, say the settlements in the West Bank help Israel's security. Israel and an independent... But if you ask this, by the way, to fucking evangelicals instead of American Jews, they would literally have a different perspective on this, okay? U.S. is not supportive enough of Israel, 52%. American Jews think 31%. To the Gazans, if you lay down with dogs, you will get fleas. Yeah, dude. Well, your mom laid down with me, and all she got was cum inside of her. You fucking piece of shit. Percentage of Jewish adults who identify their political ideology as left. Israeli Jews, 8%. U.S. Jews, 49% liberal, 29% moderate, 19% conservative. Huh. Why do you think Europe goes hard into this narrative? My own take is that this is a bolstering of Fortress Europe policy in anticipation of future climate migration. I mean, it depends on what time frame you're looking at it. In the original inception of the state, they wanted somewhere for the Jews to go to because they didn't fucking want to be neighbors with Jews because they were anti-Semitic, okay? Straight up, I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. They were anti-Semitic. That's why they were like, oh yeah, go live in the desert. Fuck off. Great. Okay? That was the major reason. Straight up. I mean, I would say they're still pretty anti-Semitic too. Anyway. Where the fuck are we? What was I going to cover? There was another thing. Oh, here. This is awesome. More psychotic commentary.
Goodwill, because I know there is a jumbo jet full of...
At the top of the hour, you are reminded that we are nearing the $700,000 line, or $650,000 at least. Okay? And there's a 3-minute ad break coming for you, which I'm going to run right now. But also, $700,000 have been raised so far, which is awesome. Okay? And if you ask this guy, the Israeli spokesperson, apparently that humanitarian aid is actually bad, and it's terrorism, and it's aiding terrorism.
Medical supplies that is sitting in Egypt. The World Health Organization has appealed to Israel to please allow them to bring that aid in. I'm trying to understand, what is Israel's stance in not letting that aid enter into Gaza, where you know, because I know you have seen the pictures, people are struggling to survive there right now, and there's that mass movement of Palestinians to try to get out to the south.
The situations and the scenes inside the Gaza Strip are very difficult to watch, and I have to say, everyone in this country is emotionally exhausted.
It's very difficult to watch. Not in the way that you think it is, though. It's difficult to watch because he's like, I can only drop so many ropes, okay? It's difficult because of my refractory period. That's why it's difficult. Like,
and pulverized from the gruesome images that we've been seeing on our screens since the October 7th massacre. But it's really important to understand what the situation on the ground is in Israel. On Saturday morning, Hamas attacked and destroyed the crossing between Israel and the Gaza Strip, the Erez crossing. It went into the crossing, it mowed down everyone it could, it blew up as many facilities as it could, and that crossing...
Oh, yeah. They would totally let Gazans exit through that crossing right now if it wasn't for Hamas. Like, why did you even bring that up? Like, are you going to make the argument that you would allow Gazans into Israel? What are you, fucking crazy? Does anyone believe that?
...is no longer operational. Not only that, but the entire situation is a war zone right now. We've had over 6,000 rockets fired at Israel in the space of the last week. Many of those rockets and mortars flying almost on a minute-by-minute...
Oh my God, for a brief moment, when he said it's a war zone right now, I thought he meant like Gaza. No, he means Israel is a war zone right now. Like, still.
...basis on the area immediately adjacent to the Gaza Strip, such that essentially the only entry into Israel, the only access, the open points from Israel and the Gaza Strip are the holes in the fence that Hamas blew up when it sent in its death squads on Saturday morning in order to butcher, behead, burn, and brutalize Israelis. Israel does not have an obligation to continue supplying the resources the enemy needs in order to continue advancing its assault.
That's awesome. That's insane.
Against Israeli civilians. But also the situation on the ground is such that Israel cannot be reasonably expected to allow deliveries through border crossings that no longer exist.
Eylon Levy for the Israeli government. Eylon, we appreciate your time. Thank you. Still ahead right here in the special coverage.
Yeah, dude. Can't do humanitarian aid. It's only helping the terrorists. He also did an interview and got fact-checked.
By Eylon Levy, who's a spokesperson.
120 hostages who are being held in captivity by both Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And it's important to understand who these hostages are. We're talking about, in many cases, children as less than 1 year old. We're talking about babies, only a few months old, snatched from their parents' arms, often their parents killed. We're talking about elderly.
Yeah, he's worried that like the most well-oiled baby-killing machine is going to end up killing Israeli babies as well, alongside all the Gazan babies it's killed. Talking about the hostages, chat. There are Israeli babies in Gaza right now. Straight up. Yeah, they took hostages. They showed the Hamas daycare video. You've seen it. I like that the government is making zero effort to even try and take the hostages out, and has instead engaged in an endless bombing campaign. And Netanyahu has not once in the media talked about their efforts to release the hostages. Not once. Netanyahu also has not talked to the victims' families once. As of yesterday, Netanyahu has not faced a single person whose family members are held hostage inside of Gaza right now. Not one person. He hasn't seen them. He hasn't given them the fucking time of day. He does not give a fuck. They've been bombing the hostages relentlessly in a closed-door meeting. Wait, he has? When did he do that? No, as of yesterday, he had not. Oh, he finally did? As of yesterday, he had not met with the family members of the hostages at all. I'm assuming part of that is because they wanted to hand select the family members he did end up meeting with, so he doesn't get fucking yelled at. Yeah, they probably hand selected the fucking families so that they don't scream at him and call him a fucking piece of shit war criminal and directly responsible for these hostages and their well-being. Make no mistake. There are out of 160 plus families, 180 plus families, there are far more people, especially in that crowd, that are upset with Netanyahu than those who are in support of Netanyahu. Okay? I need you to understand this. 85% disapproval rate right now. He is not... Wait, why is there no audio in this? PM meets with families of Israelis kidnapped to Gaza, vows to prioritize their return. Yeah, really? You vowed to prioritize their return? Is that why you've been fucking bombing them? Possibly killing some of them too? Now, here's the thing. Well, it's like you said, one Israeli is worth 1,000 Palestinians. If they can kill 1,000 Palestinians along with each Israeli they kill, then they let the bombs drop. Kind of. I've said this time and time again. Make no mistake. The far-right Israeli government cares more about killing Palestinians and ethnically cleansing Palestinians than they do about preserving the safety and security of Israeli citizens. Okay? It's very important for you to understand. And they showed that time and time again. They showed that with their arrogant way of facilitating an onslaught and an active apartheid regime that needs to be incredibly violent all the time, with no consideration for what kind of recourse might occur, what kind of retaliation might happen to the Israelis living inside of Israel. Okay? So that's number one. And number two, remember what they did. There were Palestinian militants in southern towns inside of Israel proper that had taken over police precincts, that had taken over different villages. And the first thing that the Netanyahu government did was start bombing Gaza instead of taking over those towns and protecting the Israeli people in those towns. So understand that they've never cared about Israeli citizens and their safety. If they did, they would end the apartheid regime. Anyway, let's watch.
People well over the age of 80 who are now suffering inside the Gaza Strip without medication, without basic facilities, obviously without any access to the Red Cross, because that's not a mercy that Hamas or Islamic Jihad have ever given to Israeli hostages. And Israel
Well, we're going to get onto the humanitarian issues in a moment. How likely is it that you can bring those hostages back alive?
Israel is demanding the immediate and unconditional return of the hostages. And it's very important for us. You mentioned before the British government's position on the current crisis, which really the British government has been absolutely solid in its support for Israel. But it's really important for us that the international community raise its voice and make clear that this, one of the biggest hostage crises that certainly...
Yeah, bro. Joe Brandon has to be like, hey, Hamas, can you please release the hostages? So then they'll be like, oh, okay, got it. My bad, bro. Like, yeah, Joe Biden is going to be like, look alive, Jack. Release those hostages, Jack. And then Hamas is like, oh, shit, bro. Yusuf al-Bidan, my favorite president, bro. My favorite president. Fuck. Let me release now. Like, what do you think? That's what's going to happen? What stupidity? How stupid?
I can never remember. It is absolutely unacceptable to raid a village, murder everyone you see, grab babies, run with them into the Gaza Strip and hold them in captivity. And the world must demand their immediate and unconditional release. That is our demand.
President Biden has said that the United States will stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. At the same time, he has urged Israel to stay within international law. Is it?
Barely.
Absolutely. Israel is responding forcefully to Hamas because its aim in this war is to destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities inside the Gaza Strip in response to what was the world's worst terror attack in history after 9/11 just last week. President Biden said that happened to the United States. He would expect its response to be swift, overwhelming, and decisive.
Yeah, I mean,
and that is exactly what it.
I mean, if that's the world's worst terror attack that ever happened since 9/11, okay, which is not wrong. You know, I can think of a ton of American actions and a ton of Israel actions as well that are far worse than that. But of course, these are states, so when they do it, it's not considered an act of terror.
Israel is doing. And on top of that, on top of taking this action to target Hamas specifically, Israel is taking steps to ensure that civilians are not hurt. That's the reason, for example, that Israel has been urging residents of northern Gaza to vacate south towards the southern Gaza Strip in order to
can bomb them with ease.
Get them out of harm's way, because Israel doesn't want to hurt civilians. We do not want to see any more suffering. Honestly, everyone in Israel is emotionally exhausted after the atrocities that we saw last week. We don't want more suffering. We don't want civilians to get hurt. But in order for civilians not to get hurt, in order for us to be able to...
Yeah. Can someone ask him the question, if you don't want civilians to get hurt, why'd you shut off their electricity and their water and their food? And you went on American television before this interview and said all humanitarian aid into Gaza is just aiding the enemy? Sir, why is your greatest fear babies, Palestinian babies? Can you explain to me? I just want the talking points. You're the PR guy. Can you explain to me how I can make this work and explain to the world that, like, babies are very scary when they're Palestinian? Please. I would like to know.
To target Hamas's infrastructure in order for us to be able to get to every single terrorist who was involved in the atrocious ISIS-style massacres that took place last week, we need civilians to get out of the way.
Well,
and
I'd like to talk to you about that order to flee. I would hang on a minute.
Please.
This is an interview, and I'd like to put the questions to you
Please.
that my listeners want answered.
Please, I'm happy to hear.
On the issue of the order to flee, which is an order to 1.1 million Palestinians in the north of Gaza to move southward.
Like, I love when they say ISIS-style massacres, right? And it is true to a certain degree that these were brutal, these were ruthless attacks, right? Except ISIS doesn't have an air force. So, of course, we will never be able to know if ISIS-style massacres, if they did have an air force, would resemble what Israel is doing. So you can't really say that, can you? That's the whole point. That's the entire reason why you could get away with being like ISIS-style massacres while what you're doing is not ISIS-style, because ISIS doesn't have a fucking air force. But if they did, I'm 100% certain it would look exactly like what Israel is doing.
And your original time frame was 24 hours. Jan Egeland, General Secretary of the Norwegian Refugee...
Bro, they delivered a stay of execution to a hospital. I'm sorry. That is like pure villain shit. Two hospitals. One, Doctors Without Borders Hospital, had to beg the Israeli government to not blow them up because they still have patients there. Or you're acting like Palestine doesn't have blood on their hands too? No, Palestine doesn't have blood on its hands. Okay? Palestine does not have blood on their hands. Ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. You're gross and you're a piece of shit for basically explaining what your position is. All this time, you're like, Hamas. But then the moment of truth is revealed. You go, Palestine has blood on its hands. Really? While I'm talking about a Doctors Without Borders hospital being blown to fucking bits and them begging Israel to deliver them a stay of execution, and you're like, well, Palestine has blood on its hands. You gave it away. You gave it away. You just gave it away.
Refugee Council, and a man who, as you know, helped broker the Oslo peace accords, says the Israeli order for civilians to move from north to south is impossible and illegal. It amounts to forcible transfers and a war crime. That's right, isn't it?
It is.
No, absolutely not. And let me explain why. The United Nations cannot have its cake and eat it. It cannot say on the one hand that Israel
He is not
cannot
from the
target
United
Hamas.
Nations. He is not from the United Nations. He is from the Please let me ask the questions and correct you on factual matters. I have read to you a quote from Jan Egeland, who is General Secretary of the Norwegian Refugee Council. He is also a man who helped negotiate the Oslo peace accords. Would you react to the quote I put to you, please?
Thank you for that factual correction. I would refer to anyone making the claim that Israel should not be urging civilians to get out of the way temporarily for their safety, but they cannot have their cake and eat it. They cannot, on the one hand, say that Israel cannot target Hamas infrastructure because civilians might get hurt, and then at the same time tell it not to ask civilians temporarily to evacuate the combat zones because they might be displaced. The consequence of that is to tell Israel that it has no means to exercise its...
Yeah, you got it. No, it's great. I'm saying that, yeah. Israel does not have a right to defend itself by killing civilians. 100%. Can't do it. Sorry. You should be shackled for that, okay? You should be burdened emotionally for being able to justify this. But no. 100%. You abso-fucking-lutely... Where is that fucking shit? Look at this, look at this, look at this. Immediately. Shekels. Yeah, you got it, dude. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Anyway. Listen. I have this exact same smoke for America. You can't fucking come for me on this, okay? I have said this time and time again about American activity, American actions. It's fucking disgusting. It's horrifying. It's horrifying when America does it. It's horrifying when Israel does it. It's completely unjustifiable. Wait, what? He did a 60 Minutes? Oh, on Israel? Oh,
front
fuck me.
So much peril. The catastrophe in Israel, the war in Ukraine, and no help from a paralyzed Congress.
Yeah, he's the one. Brandon is the one having the hardest time here with this, not the Gazan baby, but Brandon.
Legitimate right to self-defense.
Let's do this, and then we'll move on to the other 60 Minutes and Jake Tapper pressing the State Department hack here.
A right that all the leaders of the free world have acknowledged, in fact saying Israel has a duty to do so. If they're telling Israel it cannot attack Hamas targets and it cannot ask people to get out of the way, it is telling us that in response to the worst terror attack in world history after 9/11, there is nothing Israel can do. And I'm afraid that's not an option.
Which creditable humanitarian organization has said that Israel does not have the right to self-defense?
Well, I'm explaining that that is
Has the UN
illogical.
said that? Because it hasn't.
Well,
nor
Sangita,
have the Norwegian Refugee Council.
Dude, it's so funny.
Which credible international...
This is why it's funny when motherfuckers are like, why don't you debate it intellectual? Bro, this guy's entire job is to defend the IDF actions, right? And his arguments are still pure fantasy. Like, it's pure fantasy. And it's not because he's bad at it, chat. He's not bad at it. He can't do anything. Because if you know at least like 30% of the facts, okay, on the Palestinian side, it's over. It is an indefensible position. You don't need to know about the long and convoluted history. You don't need to know about 1948. You don't need to know about 1967. You don't need to know about Yom Kippur. You don't need to know about shit. You don't need to know about the Oslo Accords. You could just simply say what's going on currently is unacceptable. If you know 30%, now obviously it's important for you to know about all of those things. It's important for you to know about all those things for sure. But the reality is, it is entirely too difficult to try and put a moral face on an apartheid regime. It is ugly, it's gross, It's disgusting. It is, but it's not complicated. It is entirely and utterly uncomplicated. Which is why, nah, bro, you were cooking when you said fuck knowledge. No, those are things. If I said fuck knowledge, then I wouldn't have spent the last 7 days for 10 fucking hours every day explaining the historical importance of certain things, like certain points throughout history where Israel has been under attack or Israel has decided to attack, and how we got here. Of course, I think it's important. What I'm simply stating is it's not necessary to argue against someone who is trying to defend the apartheid state while also still trying to maintain morality on their side. You can't do it. You cannot fucking do it. As long as the other person knows like at least a little bit about the plight of Palestinians.
National humanitarian organization. Can you name it? Which is it?
No humanitarian organization has made that claim explicitly.
So why are you saying that they have?
Because I'm saying this is the logical consequence of arguing that Israel cannot target
that is
Hamas
your
infrastructure.
Opinion.
Bro, I love that. He's literally saying like, no, we have to kill babies. Like, I can't believe the world is telling me that Israel has a right to defend itself, but like, yeah, I want to defend myself from babies. Hello? Like, why can't you love me while I kill the babies? It's really fucked up. Come on, you let me do it for the first 6 days. Really? I've been doing it for like 7 days now. Why can't I keep doing it? You didn't say anything for the first 7 days. You didn't say anything for the first 75 years either, by the way. I'm just talking about this last bombing campaign. Sorry. There were Hamas militants hiding out in the hospital, okay?
Is not the logical consequence.
It is a logical consequence of saying that Israel cannot target the areas while civilians are there and that civilians cannot be asked to move. The only way that Israel can target Hamas terrorists without harming civilians is if they get out of harm's way. And that is what Israel is politely requesting they do and move to safer areas in the southern.
Dude, please, this lady has to ask the question, why did you shut off the entirety of the fucking water, food, and electricity? You are not politely requesting. You have killed 7,000 people so far, right? Is it 7,000? I don't want to get the numbers wrong. I know 500,000 people are displaced. It's 7,000. It's 2K plus. It's like definitely more than 2,000, but I think it's 7,000 injured. Yeah. Oh, it's almost 10K wounded now. The numbers rise every day. I can't keep up with it. I'm sorry. The other part of this that I don't understand is like, I felt like I was taking crazy pills for the past week when everybody collectively was like, Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. And the way that they were saying that made it seem like they were perfectly fine with the ethnic cleansing. Because Israel was like, we're going to do ethnic cleansing and it's going to be awesome. And then everyone was like, no, it's super cool that Israel's doing ethnic cleansing. And now they're like, oh shit, maybe you can't do ethnic cleansing. So it's not entirely this guy's fault. You know, I mean, he's a piece of shit, but if I'm in his shoes, I'm like, what the fuck? Why'd you change up? Like, crazy? Why'd you change up on me like that? You literally were saying ethnic cleansing is fine yesterday. What the fuck? Not cool. And I don't think we should I don't think we should let Brandon and all these other fucking liberal asshats in the media get away with this. Okay? Because, wait, what is this? As a FYI, I've learned that the water is likely not really on in southern Gaza due to lack of electricity for the pumps and bomb water pipes. At least that's what the few remaining Twitter accounts from Gaza seem to be saying. Jesus Christ. Here's the other part of this. If Israel wanted to, they could try and fight Hamas by not bombing indiscriminately, but instead going into Gaza with a ground invasion, which would still be brutal and it would still be incredibly violent. But the reason why they don't want to do that is because they don't want the smoke. They don't want a single fucking IDF soldier to be harmed. And they know that they could just keep killing babies, indiscriminately bombing them. That's it. That's the real reason. It's the cowardice of the Israeli military that the only targets that they are comfortable killing are fucking children, whether they snipe them from 100 yards away or whether they fucking drop bombs on their heads and starve them out. It's so gross.
Southern Gaza Strip so that we can target the ISIS-like terrorists who perpetrated last week's massacre. We do not want civilians to get hurt. And in order for civilians not to get hurt...
Bro, why? Why did you shut off the electricity?
We're asking
and food and water
to get out of harm's way. By the way, just like Israel has evacuated large parts of southern Israel, all the kibbutzim along the border, even the city of Sderot today, Israel is encouraging
the size of Israel is in no way comparable to the size of Gaza. Let me read this quote to you. This is Joseph Borrell, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Israel has the right to defend itself, he says, categorically. But it has to be done according to the right of international law and humanitarian law. Some decisions are against this international law. I put it to you again. He is right, is he not?
Israel does not want civilians to get hurt. In order for that to happen, we are asking them to get out of the way. We categorically reject the assertion that asking civilians to vacate a combat zone temporarily so that we can target the terrorists who have embedded themselves under their homes, under their hospitals, and under their schools is against international law. Israel has a legitimate right to defend itself, as the United Nations, as the European Union has made very clear. And in order for us to...
The European Union and the United Nations also made it very clear that Palestine has a right to defend itself too, but we're not going to have that conversation right now.
We need civilians to get out of harm's way. And I would argue that what is impeding our efforts to minimize civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip is certain members of the international community telling the residents of Gaza that they should not be vacating. And tragically, we have evidence that Hamas...
Sorry, just to interrupt once more. I do apologize,
Please.
But I must jump in. Did you just say humanitarian agencies are telling Gazans not to move? Is that what I just heard you say?
I'm saying that instead of urging them to comply with Israel's advice to clear out temporarily from the combat zone.
If she doesn't ask in the next minute how he can say this while Gaza does not have electricity or food or water, I am going to lose my mind. Ask that question. What the fuck is going on? Ask that question.
Zones. They are saying that this is impossible and adding complications to our efforts to keep civilians out of harm's way. That in itself is something that is going to endanger civilians, in addition to Hamas's efforts to physically stop Palestinians from getting out of the safe zones. The Israeli army has released photographic evidence of roadblocks that Hamas has established to stop civilians getting out of harm's way.
This is my favorite argument. They're like, yeah, Hamas doesn't want civilians to leave. Here's some fucking fake ass bullshit. Okay, Hamas doesn't want civilians to leave, and it's like, first of all, here's one way to effectively neuter that propaganda: stop bombing them. There you go. Don't play into the hands of Hamas, I guess. Like, they're making it seem as though, like, Hamas is this, like, incredibly powerful unit that has, like, mind control capabilities. Why are you admitting to being owned, I guess, if that's the case? He did a Freudian slip. He said stopping them from getting out of safe zones.
And we have evidence that Hamas has been stealing people's car keys as well in order to keep them in the combat zone so that they...
Dude. Hamas wants only the people that support them to die? Yeah. Yeah. They're doing mind control because they're doing mind control by, like, getting Israel to basically tell Egypt not to open the Rafah border. Okay? So that they can't even fucking leave if they want to. They're also doing mind control to, 2 million people. They're doing mind control to 2 million people, and they're able to just stop them. These people who are not afraid of their houses being bombed, okay, are afraid of Hamas. These people who live under constant threat of bombardment are just like, oh no, not the Hamas guy. Like, bro, at that point, he has no option. Like, a Palestinian, a Gazan, has no option at that point. He'll just get fucking slaughtered then. And there are people on the ground. There are literally millions of people on the ground documenting in spite of the fact that Israel has shut off their electricity and internet. So why is nobody in Gaza saying, Hamas is stopping us from moving? Please help us. Why is nobody saying that? Is it because all 2 million are effectively under Hamas mind control? Is that what it is? There's nobody fucking saying any of this. They're just all hiding the truth. Well, here you go. Put the fucking internet back on. Put the electricity back on so you can shine a bright light on how terrible Hamas is.
They can martyr themselves for the cause. We are not Hamas. We do not share their same worship of death. We are a democratic country that wants life. We don't want more people to be hurt. That's why we are asking them to evacuate temporarily from the combat zones.
You are indeed a sovereign state. You are, in fact, the only democracy in the region. You are well respected.
Fuck you, dude. Only democracy in the region, my ass. Let me tell you something. Okay? You cannot be a fucking democracy when you have an apartheid state. You would never say that about South Africa. You cannot say that about Israel. That's fucking bullshit. Turkey is a better democracy. As much as I fucking hate the Erdogan administration, Turkey is a more real democracy than motherfucking Israel. Suck my dick. I say this as someone who probably can't go back home, okay? But that is the 100% truth. Turkish elections are not fair, but they are free. For the most part.
Respected by your allies. You are also signatories to the Geneva Convention and Article 3 of the Geneva Convention, which, as you know, states that no collective punishment should be meted out to civilians for the crimes of combatants. Yesterday, I spoke to another spokesperson from the Israeli side. That was the IDF spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner. He said that Israel, like you, had given the 1.1 million Gazans plenty of time to flee. He said that the routes were safe. This morning, there are verified accounts that at least 70 civilians have died as a result of bombing on the routes out of the north to the south, and a further 200 are injured. That does not sound safe at all, does it?
I'm glad you mentioned that incident, because we should all take with a pinch of salt any information coming out of the Hamas-controlled Gaza.
That's crazy. Brother, we can see it. We saw it. Wow. Hamas-controlled New York Times. Dude, I'm not kidding. The arrogance is mind-numbing, dude. I'm not even joking. Like, I feel like these guys would execute New York Times if they could. Like, they would bomb the New York Times building if they could get away with it. Maybe they will eventually when they feel like they can get away with it as well. It's just like, it's so nuts. It's so nuts, dude. These are independent verifications coming from organizations that, in my opinion, more often than not are siding with you rather than what the actual morality of the situation demands. These are not anti-Israel organizations. They're too pro-Israel to a fault. I mean, they did bomb Al Jazeera and Associated Press. That's right.
Gaza Strip, knowing that it is waging a war of misinformation against Israel. The allegation that Israel bombed that convoy has not been verified independently by anyone. Well, questions that have been raised by independent OSIT investigators who have slowed down the video of that explosion, they see absolutely no projectile falling.
That's so funny. He's using a random OSINT video and not the one that they're actually talking about that happened the day before. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, it's fun. I love pointing out a fucking OSINT video and not the actual, factual, literal thing that happened 2 days prior. That's insane. That's crazy. You got the BBC, NBC, all of these other fucking news outlets verifying the footage. And he's like, oh, well, what about the OSINT video? It's like, what do you mean OSINT video? The fuck are you talking about? That's like pointing to me, okay? And being like, well, Hasan said this. If her counter was like, well, Hasan said this. Like, what? It's just a guy, dude. A guy. Just a guy. He wasn't there. He didn't film it. He just found it on a Telegram channel. Didn't even fucking verify it properly. I can't believe this is the best they got. National Public Diplomacy Director at Prime Minister's office came out and was like, well, what about this random guy on Twitter? He said the fucking explosion was fake. Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess we should fuck off with all the independent investigators. What is this? Not clicking on that video.
From the sky, and have raised the very serious prospect that it was in fact caused by the explosion of a gas canister. Now, it was irresponsible of the international media to run ahead alleging—
That's not what people are talking about, man. Fuck you. That's not what people are talking about, you fucking jackass. They're talking about the 70 civilian casualties, or 70 civilians that were assassinated when they were fucking on a convoy on a truck. Fuck you.
That this was Israel based on information coming from the Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip and this terrorist war of propaganda against Israel. Israel is not targeting civilians. It is asking civilians to get out of harm's way. Every such allegation is being investigated, and I would hope that the international media in the heat of war also—
By the way, this is why it's funny. It's like his talking points are identical. Notice how his talking points are identical to some of the shitters in the chat who are awfully quiet right now, maybe because like he's the shitter in the chat. So their voices are already being heard, I guess. It's awfully quiet in the chat right now, but identical. The positions that he has brought up are fucking identical, weirdly enough, to random gray name the chatters.
Also wait to independently verify claims of atrocities, knowing that Hamas has an interest to make up atrocities in order to besmirch Israel and win sympathy among the international community.
I absolutely agree with you, and the report has come, is printed on the front page of the Observer newspaper, and it does not come from Hamas. It has been independently verified by two independent organizations. You mentioned the siege there, and
yeah, that puts that to bed, I think. Yeah, you can't fucking be like, these are independently verified acts of violence that have been well documented by professional media who have no interest in like making Israel look bad. As a matter of fact, it's exactly the opposite. And if your counter to that is, well, this OSINT guy posted an entirely unrelated video on his Twitter, you've lost the plot. You've lost the plot. You're fucking delusional. Israel may be a democracy for Jews, but it's an Orwellian police state if you're not, is actually also changing. Here, I'm going to respond to our friend Zachary Foster, historian of Palestine. Without inevitably turning on the fascist what is this perfect watch? What? The most surveilled region on Earth with the most technologically advanced militaries in the world, but here's this OSINT guy on Twitter for evidence. Yeah. ATP, people are being delusional. If you cannot fathom that what isn't real is a fascist force, then literally get the fuck out. I replied to Zachary Foster. We're going to do Joe Brandon in a second.
I previously mentioned the Article 33 of the Geneva Convention.
OSINT means open source intelligence, okay? There are some of the OSINT guys that are in here. Some of them are very thoughtful. Some of them are very smart. Some of them are former military. It just means Twitter, though. That's what it is. It's just Twitter. Guys on Twitter that find, that source it through like Telegram channels.
Let's turn to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk. He says that the imposition of sieges that endanger the lives of civilians by depriving them of essential items.
What about depriving chatters of the top of the hour ad break avoidance fee of $5 or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime? That's a real crime too. But here it is. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free crime subscription. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Including food, water, and medical supplies,
Rain, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Breaks international humanitarian law. Your reaction?
The residents of the Gaza Strip are not going to starve. Period.
Food is running out. That means they will starve.
But it is important, I assure you, they will not. Israel is working with international partners to create humanitarian. I cannot obviously comment on the details of sensitive, confidential diplomatic discussions.
Well, give us a timeline then. Time is running out.
I cannot give you a timeline,
Why
but
not?
I can tell you that Israel is working with international partners to establish humanitarian frameworks in the southern Gaza Strip that will help to ensure the safety of Palestinian civilians who heed Israel's advice to evacuate the combat zones to areas where it will be safer. And it is important to understand, I think, the reality that is taking place on the border, because I think some people don't understand that the entire area around the Gaza Strip is a war zone. People talk about
we
opening
absolutely
the
do
crossing.
understand it on this program, I'm afraid, because we have had a 20-minute interview, which is far longer than LBC normally does, with your colleague, as I say, from the IDF, talking about borders. The World Food Programme says that it has 2 weeks' worth of supplies for civilians, including medical supplies, waiting to enter via the Egyptian-Gazan border. Will you allow that aid in?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The World Food Programme says that it has enough supplies to keep Gazans going for 2 weeks, and that they can bring those supplies in via the Egyptian-Gaza border. Is Israel willing to allow those supplies into Gaza?
Your question is whether supplies may be delivered through the Egyptian-Gaza border. I would suggest that is not an appropriate question to be asking an Israeli government spokesman. I do not control that border.
Well, they say that they are being stopped by Israel, who've sealed the borders. Therefore, it is an entirely appropriate question to ask you. And that, in fact, was reported by the BBC just 3 days ago. Unless, of course, you're going to say they're not verified journalists either.
I will answer. First of all, Israel does not control the border between Egypt and the Gaza Strip.
Israel
does control the border.
It has sealed the entrance, hasn't it?
Israel has not sealed the border between the Gaza.
That is so, dude. That is unimaginably like a laughable, unimaginably a silly lie. That is crazy, dude. Yeah, no, totally. Israel has no say over the Egyptian border. Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, no, everybody just hates that narrative is so fucking nasty. I've heard it so many times. Like all of these other surrounding regions, like they hate Palestinians. They hate Palestinians. Like it's not, you know, we would like to send these refugees to other countries, but they don't want them. And it's like, first of all, it's wrong. There are hundreds of thousands of Palestinians living literally in every fucking border country. And secondly, it's so gross. You're like openly saying, I want to ethnically displace these people, but other countries won't take them. Also, another ridiculous take that I missed out on originally, where he's just said the Palestinians simply won't starve, he said.
The residents of the Gaza Strip are not going to starve.
That's crazy. How? Wait, what? How is that possible? They're simply not going to starve? Yeah, how about why doesn't Israel take them, these refugees, plenty of which who still have houses inside of Israel? Why won't Israel take them? They have their houses right there. Oh, fuck, other people are living in it now. But, like, they still have their houses there. Israel, take them. Take the refugees, bitch.
Period.
Food is running out. That means they will starve.
But it is important, I assure you, they will not. Israel...
His answer is, I just know they won't. You don't know. The Gazan Palestinian is, it's got a different haplogroup. Can go without food for many days. Look at me. Look at how proper I am. Yes, I put a suit on so you don't think I'm an animal. But I am. I am a barbaric piece of shit. Despite my accent, which may convince you otherwise. What do you mean? He's like, yeah, the Palestinian is used to fasting in Ramadan for 30 days. They will be fine. They cannot starve because I will kill them personally with bombing campaigns.
Working with international partners to create humanitarian. I cannot obviously comment on the details of sensitive, confidential diplomatic discussions.
Well, give us a time.
Yeah, trust me. He said, trust me, bro. We got humanitarian corridors, which they do, by the way. They do. That's why when people come in here and go, Hasan, how is your... When people come in here and they haven't even, like, given an ounce of consideration to Palestinian people, and they haven't even thought for even a brief moment of like the inhumanity of everything that's going on, and they will never give money to these causes, will turn around and be like, Hasan, how do you know that like humanitarian aid is going to make its way into the Gazan area? Yeah, exactly. This is just like only actually going into the hands of Hamas. You know, typical fucking monstrous bullshit. There is a way. Of course, they do have humanitarian corridors of aid. Anyway,
then time is running out.
I cannot give you a timeline, but I can tell you, I can tell you that Israel is working with international partners to establish humanitarian frameworks in the southern Gaza Strip that will help to ensure the safety of Palestinian civilians who heed Israel's advice to evacuate the combat zones to areas where it will be safer. And it is important to understand...
Which, by the way, like, they should, of course, allow aid to go in, but also they should allow food to go in general. Like, what are you, fucking crazy? You cannot starve 2 million people. That is literally Holocaust shit. That is Holocaust shit. I don't understand it. I think a lot of people don't understand, okay? Like, when you talk about the Holocaust, right? The numbers, like the 6 million Jews that were killed in the Holocaust did not get killed overnight, okay? There was also a mass starvation campaign in the camps. There was also similar things that Israel is doing right now in the Gaza Strip, identical things that Israel is doing right now in the Gaza Strip that was happening, okay? The idea that like, it's so crazy because you think of the 6 million number and you don't understand the time frame that occurred. You don't understand how it occurred. You don't understand the time frame of how it occurred. So you think like Holocaust, 6 million, one day. It took years. It took years to kill millions of people. Okay? I don't think that people understand. And in that death and destruction, there were plenty of deaths through famine, illness, starvation, thirst, not having access to food, not having access to shelter. And then on top of that, directly fucking gassing victims. You cannot kill 6 million people in one day. You can't kill 2 million people in one day or in 6 days unless you literally just drop a nuke. Okay? Way more than 6 million died. Yes, I'm talking specifically just Jewish people. 6 million Jews, 11 million total. And then also on top of that, plenty of people that died fighting against the Nazis. Please don't even say that word. What word? Saddest part is how many were borderline able to have enough food. They starved them almost instantly now. Nuke. Oh, the N-word. Yeah. No, I will say the word. And part of the reason why I do say the word is because Israel can't nuke Gaza. You want to know why Israel can't nuke Gaza? Because Gaza is literally right there. It's inside of Israel. Okay? So that is the only fucking moment of solace. They can't nuke Gaza because the fallout would kill a shit ton of Israeli Jews. It's like being a nation state with a nuke and just like wiping out one of your own territories, wiping out one of the neighborhoods. Like, Texas nuking Oklahoma, except Texas is not even a good comparison because Texas is massive. It's like North Texas, the border of Oklahoma, being like, we're going to nuke Oklahoma.
I think the reality that is taking place on the border, because I think some people don't understand that the entire area around the Gaza Strip is a war zone. People talk about
we absolutely do understand it on this program, I'm afraid, because we had a 20-minute interview, which is far longer than LBC normally does, with...
Yeah, New York City to Philly is 130 kilometers. Gaza to Tel Aviv is 70 kilometers, like half the fucking distance between New York and Philly.
Your colleague, as I say, from the IDF, talking about borders. The World Food Programme says that it has 2 weeks' worth of supplies for civilians, including medical supplies, waiting to enter via the Egyptian Gazan border. Will you allow that aid in?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The World Food Programme says that it has enough supplies to keep Gazans going.
It's like it doesn't register to me.
And that they can...
Wait, you mean to tell me that Gazans need food? Gazan babies? Don't bring them up. I hate them. They are my enemies. The babies living in Gaza are my biggest enemies. That's why we must wipe them out. And now you're telling me they need food to survive? I don't know about that.
Bring those supplies in via the Egyptian-Gaza border. Is Israel willing to allow those supplies into Gaza?
Your question is whether supplies may be delivered through the Egyptian Gaza border. I would suggest that is not an appropriate question to be asking an Israeli government spokesman. I do not control that border.
Well, they say that they were being stopped by Israel, who've sealed the borders. Therefore, it is an entirely appropriate question to ask you. And that, in fact, was reported by the BBC just 3 days ago. Unless, of course, you're going to say
So
they're not
if I may
verified
answer,
journalists
no,
either.
I will answer. First of all, Israel does not control the border between Egypt and the Gaza Strip.
It
Israel
sealed,
does control the border.
It has sealed the entrance, hasn't it?
Israel has not sealed the border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt because we do not control that border. That is a border between
Why did an
the
Israeli
Arab Republic of
spokesperson
Egypt.
say that to the BBC just...
That's so crazy. They don't control that border. Always, bro. Always. Hello. Hello. Somebody woke up and pee-peed and poo-pooed outside. Good girl. Do you want some of this? Do you want this? I might actually give her up for training for like 3 weeks, which is really scary because I don't want to. I have separation anxiety. I'll say it. I love her too much. We have not been separated for that long ever. And I am legitimately afraid. I am legitimately afraid of letting her go for 3 weeks when she goes on boarding and like gets round the clock training with a bunch of other doggos. She is very well behaved, but it doesn't matter. There's like actual professional training that I have to put her through. Like there's still areas of improvement, like recall in public. There's like sometimes leash pulling, but recall in public, fetch, and many other things. Like I want to be able to walk her without a leash anywhere I go. I want her to be like airtight. You know what I mean? Especially because like she's a bear. You know what I mean? She's literally a bear. She's the size of a baby bear. So I want to make sure that she is like super well trained. I never did professional training for my pit bull. Never did professional training for my pit bull. I only trained him myself, but this time I want to get professional training. One, because I have the money to do so, and two, I want to make sure, like, you know, she's perfectly well trained. It's a doggy boot camp. Oh my God, her mouth is watering right now. You want it? Wait. Okay, go. Go get it. Here you go. You look at this. I got a fucking hole in my t-shirt. Anyway, let's continue.
3 days ago then.
I'm not aware of this specific report. I can speak to the reality inside Israel, which is that the main crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt was between the Gaza Strip and Israel was almost entirely destroyed on Saturday when Hamas death squads invaded, massacred everyone in their path, and blew it up. The only openings between the Gaza Strip and Israel at the moment are the holes in the fence that we're desperately trying to seal, and I wouldn't advise anyone to try to pass through those. We're talking about an area of active combat, rockets still falling on the area, Israeli forces trying to secure the scene to make sure that terrorists do not come out. The infrastructure does not exist on the ground for supplies to be delivered between Israel and the Gaza Strip because we're talking about an ongoing conflict zone.
He's so funny. He's like, rockets are still falling there. It's like, whose rockets, bro? Whose rockets are falling there? Okay, don't drop rockets there then. He's like, no, sorry, it's automatic. Rockets keep falling there. It's like, wow, dude, it's crazy that this, like, you know, who's dropping the rockets? Allah is dropping the rockets, you know? It's sorry, it's just a natural phenomena. He also said Hamas destroyed the border. I know. It's so fucking stupid because, what, was Israel going to allow people into Israel? They were going to allow Palestinians that they're fucking raining bombs on top of into Israel? Get the fuck out of here. Shut up.
And areas that are constantly being under attack from the terrorists inside the Gaza Strip who perpetrated the massacre that we saw last week. As I said, the world's worst terror attack since 9/11, and that is a terrorist organization that Israel is determined to destroy inside the Gaza Strip while minimizing harm to civilian casualties by asking them to get out of the way temporarily.
If the
until the fighting is
WHO
over.
can get supplies in via the Egyptian border with Gaza that you say you have no control over, would you ensure the safety of the humanitarian convoy?
As I would refer you to my answer to your previous question, Israel is currently working with international partners to create a humanitarian framework that will ensure the safety of people in the southern Gaza Strip who get out of the way from the fighting in the north. Beyond that, I cannot elaborate, saying that Israel is working with our international partners to create that framework.
Understood, Mr. Levy. Let's talk about the hospital. You've just referred again, haven't you, to the northern part of Gaza. You accept that you have ordered 1.1 million Gazans to flee southward. Inside that northern territory is Israel's biggest hospital. That includes babies that are in incubators, that includes the elderly, that includes people that...
Damn, you're bringing up all of his enemies right now. What's up? I knew this was... I knew it. I knew that this was going to be a biased program. You have brought up all of my greatest enemies and all of my biggest fears. Why must you do this? Those are my ops, madam. My good madam. Those are my biggest ops. I will be spinning the block. Do you understand? Don't ever bring up babies in incubators to me ever again. I will lob rockets extra hard.
Need that have just undergone operations. That includes people who are victims of, as Israel have described, the collateral damage done by targeting Hamas buildings. How do you expect...
You know he's mad. He's like, fuck, man. I just want to... you brought up all my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare. You brought up all my enemies. You brought them... You said their names to me, and now, I'm just gonna fucking, I hate it. Don't even say babies, dude. I hate babies so mad. I hate babies so bad.
Any
of those
patients to flee northern Gaza and move south?
If I'm not mistaken.
I just reminded myself that you're a press member. I also love killing members of the press. Fuck. I forgot that you were a press member because you don't have the classic blue press vest on, but oh my God, if you put that on right now, my biggest enemies. I hate the media.
Mistaken, Sangita, are we talking about the same hospital in the Gaza Strip underneath which the Hamas terrorist organization has established its military headquarters? Are we talking about the same hospital?
I'm asking you a question. How do you expect the patients that I have just...
He's so mad. He's like, I can't bomb that hospital. I can't bomb it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I just want to fucking, I want to bomb that hospital so bad. I want to bomb the hospital so bad. I'm nutting. God, it's taking every ounce of fiber in me to just not tell you how I feel about bombing the hospital.
Just described to you to flee.
I think the question that should be asked is why the Hamas terrorist organization
That may be the question you want asked. That is not the question.
Dude, she's good. She's good. She's fucking good. It's like, nah, I know you want me to ask that question, which is what, normally that is the question that you ask to guys like this.
I'm asking you, how do you expect patients in Gaza's biggest hospital to flee?
Israel wants to target the Hamas terrorists.
Yeah. Israel wants to target the babies, okay? We have made this very clear. Please stop telling me about my biggest enemies that I want to target. I want to target them. I will target them. I hate that you're getting in the way of me targeting them.
Who are responsible for the massacre last week. For that to happen, we need civilians to get out of the way. We understand that may be a very difficult task. We understand that may be a very difficult task. That's why Israel has identified routes along which people may evacuate. That is why Israel has given them more time.
Yeah, no, we've given the babies in the incubators in the hospital ample time. So when we do inevitably blow it up, as we have done before, mind you, it will be valid and just. Yeah. After all, sorry, if you're a fucking baby and, a bomb is coming your way, well, guess what? You should have walked out of the direction of the bomb. Sorry. I gave you 24 hours, bitch ass baby. You should learn how to walk by then. The fuck out of here, dude. Goo goo gaga. More like I'm not hearing you say I condemn Hamas violence. Fuck you mean goo goo gaga? That, to me, that doesn't sound like you're condemning Hamas violence right now. It's coming for you, dumbass baby. I'm about to fucking lob another missile in your direction.
What happens if they can't leave because they're sick?
I'm not going to speculate on what may or may not happen. What I'm saying now is that the people of Gaza, preferably with the encouragement of the international community, should do all that they can, make every human effort in order to evacuate the combat zone. Because Hamas has embedded itself deep inside civilian population, under the civilian infrastructure, inside homes, inside schools, inside hospitals. And in order for us to target Hamas, we would like as many civilians, as many as feasibly humanly possible, to get out of the way. Because Sangita, we are honestly sick of the suffering, and we don't want to see any more images of suffering.
Yeah, he's like, you don't understand. I've nutted too much, okay? I am empty. I'm running on empty for the past week. I've never come so hard. You don't understand how difficult it is for me to keep coming, okay? I took multiple different erectile dysfunction drugs. You don't understand. I can't keep this going, okay? I'm tapped out. He hates it. He hates it. He hates seeing those images for that reason, not for any other reason. Yeah, I like that he ended the interview on a fun little note where he said, we don't want to prolong the suffering, which is why we're going to bomb the hospital. Like, it's just like, hey, sorry, just, you know, the swiftest way to stop the suffering is by bombing the hospital. Let's come on. We don't want to see more gruesome images, so we're just gonna bomb the hospital. By the way, this is Sauer Bahar in East Jerusalem supporting Gaza. Think twice. Israeli occupation forces raid a Palestinian shop, order the accountant to unlock his phone and check any post supporting Gaza on his Facebook. Subsequently, they proceed to arrest him. He goes, give me your phone. Open it. Unlock your telephone. Yeah. To which our friend Zachary Foster said, Israel may be a democracy if you're Jewish, but it's an Orwellian police state if you are Palestinian. Not for long is how I responded. I said, as you know, it's impossible to maintain an apartheid state without inevitably turning on the fascist dial on your own citizens in the in-group. And the reason for why I brought that up is because I talked about this earlier, but the Likud minister formulates emergency regulations to imprison citizens who harm national morale. You know, what, 10% of the Israeli population is like, they identify as the left. Those guys are going to get the smoke. If you are anti-Zionist Jew in Israel, you are going to be harming national morale. But hold on. What's really interesting about this is that 85% of the fucking entire state of Israel is currently against the Netanyahu administration. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do then? You're going to fucking arrest 85% of the population? That's what you're going to do? Good luck. What do you think Israel should do when they get randomly attacked? Just accept it? Yeah, randomly. Yeah, definitely. 75 years of occupation, random attack. Who could have foreseen this except everyone? And they said it time and time again. Also, the Egyptian government. Also, the American intelligence apparatus, actually. Pretty much the only person who went, la, 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 I can't hear you, was Bibi fucking Netanyahu, which is a reality that 85% of the Israeli citizens at least understand, which is why 85% of them think that it's his fault, and they're not happy with it. But hey, man, we got Huevos y Coffee in here being like, dude, what do you mean? This is a random attack, dude. What the fuck? Totally random. Nonetheless, they got attacked. Exactly. They did. Okay. So what do you do in that situation? Great question. Something that I've answered a 1,000 times. Okay. Literally the exact opposite of what they're doing. Don't fucking bomb. End the occupation. Immediately start negotiating with a Palestinian National Unity Coalition, which doesn't just have Hamas or Islamic Jihad, but numerous other secular groups as well. And end the apartheid state. Also, don't kill babies. They should bomb it. Just kill them all. Fuck it. Oh. Lower taxes, please. I pay too much. Well, don't worry. Your taxes are going to bombing babies. So, be excited about that. Ne haber lan? Anne? Selam. Murat nerede? Ha, ben Murat da buraya geldi zannettim. You're a pussy. Stop painting your nails. Got it. Good talk. Stop painting your nails, though. You look like a moron. I can't agree with this take. I, for one, has problems with Islam, but most radical terrorists are people that misinterpret the Quran. Damn, he was so woke back then. What happened? You're talking to a bunch of 15-year-olds. They don't really know what you're saying. They just gonna agree because they're all morons. Him, on the other hand, he's very smart. Anyway, they got Fox pilled. All right, let's get to Yeah, I mean, we talked about this already. The draft defines aiding the enemy through communication as a dissemination of information that undermines the morale of Israel's soldiers and residents in the face of the enemy. Like, for example, if you are of the baby murder is not cool position, you're going to be really undermining the morale of many of the people who are actually on the opposite side of that. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are like, oh, dude, what? Oh, fuck. Don't say that we can't kill babies, you fucking asshole. My morale is shot. Done. Going to jail. Information that serves as a basis for enemy propaganda, including the spreading of enemy's propaganda messages. Like, for example, if let's say Hamas releases a video saying, we have hostages, we do not want to kill them. If your government has to negotiate with us. If you are, for example, a family member of one of the hostages, and you go, oh shit, my fucking aunt is still alive. Let me go spread this far and wide and demand that Netanyahu, do something about the situation. Jail for you, and also jail for the media person that reported on it. Sorry, both of you guys are actually serving as a basis for enemy propaganda, including spreading the enemy's propaganda messages. Or information that aids the enemy in its war against Israel, its residents, or Jews. Imagine if they release execution videos, though, the narrative would be impossible to change after that. Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why I don't think they've actually executed any of the hostages yet, despite saying that they were going to if the bombing campaign continued. And then the bombing campaign continued, and they did not execute the hostages. Because they know that if they did that, like, no matter how fundamentalist and like perverted some of these dudes might be, not all of them, obviously, ultimately they still have an understanding of, like, they're not, your enemy doesn't behave like a fucking animal. They might do barbaric things, but they have a very clear purpose. They have a goal. This is something that I always try to explain to people, and people get very mad at me when I try to do that because they think, well, you're justifying their actions. I'm not. I'm not justifying their actions. I'm simply telling you why they are doing this so you can get a better understanding and react appropriately. Okay? Like, it doesn't matter how brutal or barbaric someone might be, they still obviously have a purpose. And if you think that the purpose is just like, oh, to fucking, they took the hostages to like rape them, and you don't listen to what they're saying, then yeah, I mean, that's fine. You can say that. obviously. You say that in Israel, I feel like they're probably going to be a little bit more upset at you for saying that in Israel. You say that in America, they're going to be like, yeah, no, that's exactly why they took the hostages. Yeah, they're they're Islamic, they're barbaric, they have no motivation other than like rape and pillage. But the reality is there is a obvious reason for why they did that. And that's precisely why they haven't killed the hostages publicly, despite saying that they would do so. This does not mean that they're like nice people in general, okay? It just means that they are at least interested. They have self-interest. They have a goal. Anyway. No, Hamas is stupid. They keep hiding behind civilians despite IDF not giving a fuck. What? Yeah, hurt the morale of the Israeli soldiers and residents as in possibly force some introspection. This is very bad news for all the very reasonable anti-Zionist Israelis, including those who are victims of the Hamas attacks. Still anti-Semitic to call them fascist, though. Yeah, yeah, I doing a lot of anti-Semitism to say that the current fascist apparatus is behaving in a fascist way. The Tofu Ghost is joking, by the way. Obviously, don't take that seriously. What's up, Bill? Like, can you imagine this part? Tofu Ghost is joking when he said it's still anti-Semitic to call them fascists. Can you imagine like arresting the 19-year-old that was a victim of like the October 7 military operations? Like, with that, hold on, I'm unlocking it. Good thread on Libs meaninglessly concerned trolling. What is this? We must not lose sight of the fact that overwhelming majority of Palestinians had nothing to do with Hamas's appalling attacks and are suffering as a result of them. 12 hours ago. That's crazy. Liberals supporting humanitarian targeted bombing campaigns that doesn't exist in reality while refusing to call for a ceasefire. Nothing more than a pointless hand-wringing and lawyer speak. Just going to start a thread here to collect them all. Figure out. Sit. Check deep concern. Check no call to stop bombing, the thing primarily causing the crisis. What's good? Check impressively vacuous. Check asking serial international lawbreaker Israel to magically start following international law while ignoring dozens of existing laws they're already breaking. Dude, you know what the best part about this is? The best part about this is that at least now all of those liberals who spent every waking moment talking about Israel has a right to defend itself, Israel has a right to defend itself, Israel has a right to defend itself, can now turn around and yell at us for saying, look, what more do you want? Biden actually issued the worst condemnation, as a matter of fact. It's crazy. What do you expect of him? Look at all of these look at all of these wonderful Democrats. They are tweeting out their no-nos now. Except you cannot fucking change the reality. You cannot change history. We all watched you gleefully fucking demand the bombings continue until morale improves. That's 100% what happened. You can't turn around and go, please bomb them. A classic of the bomb nicer genre. Chauvinistic flattery of Israel's democratic status, apartheid notwithstanding. No call for ceasefire / end of Gaza bombing, obviously. Minimize harm, relative to what? Strangely, no deeply concerned, but a very concerned tone. Democracies like the United States and Israel must uphold the rule of law to protect innocent civilians. As Israel responds to Hamas terrorist attacks, it must minimize civilian harm. You are a fucking piece of shit, Elizabeth Warren. Fuck you. fuck you. You will never see Jannah, okay? You are never going to see the light. You fucking animal. You dog. You fucking snake. I hate you. I hate all of these fucking people, including Ed Markey. President Biden, God-tier concern, trolling most powerful person on earth who could pull support for horrific killing at any time, acts like a passive spectator to history. No mention of who's killing Palestinians. Most important liberal value, this bad thing I'm doing is making me sad. We must not lose sight of the fact that the overwhelming majority of Palestinians had nothing to do with Hamas's appalling attacks and are suffering as a result of them. Am I a fucking future seer? Am I a prophet? How did I know that this is what was going to happen and immediately said, don't do that? Are people on Twitter, people who are mind control, people who have the power of future sight? No. Why did everyone on Twitter immediately go, dude, don't fucking let them bomb indiscriminately? I wonder how we all could have predicted that. Oh, that's right. They've done it every other time. They've done it for 75 years, as a matter of fact. First by, killing people, killing babies and killing... Sen kahin misin? What? Killing people that were protesting in the first Intifada, killing people in the second Intifada. Over and over again, killing people in the West Bank, killing people in the Gaza Strip, routinely bombing the Gaza Strip since 2005. How do we know? How do we know that this was going to happen? I mean, it's not like this is what Israel has done every single time. It's like, bro, you write a fucking check to Israel every week. What do you think that goes to? Yeah, now he's saying that it would be a mistake for Israel to occupy Gaza. That's really interesting because it has been doing that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, this is crazy. What the fuck? I'm not Jewish, so ultimately I don't think I can make this call. But Biden said Hamas actions are consequential as the Holocaust? That's insane. Did he say that on a 60 Minutes? All right, we got to watch that. Holy fuck, there's no shot he said that.
Late Thursday, we met President Biden at the White House. It had been a rough week, and we could see it on him.
Yeah, he was so sad, dude. It was such a hard time for him. Unlike the babies in Gaza who have been pulverized, unlike the family members of those children that have died in Gaza, Biden was having a really hard time. His feelings were very hurt as he kept saying over and over again, let the rivers run red with the blood of Palestinians. From the river to the sea, evaporate every fucking ounce of Gaza. Please, for the love of Christ, please do it with our weapons. Here, I'll give you more weapons to do so. That was such a hard time for Biden, our mourner-in-chief, dude. That's crazy.
Mr. Biden will be 81 next month, and he has said that when he's tired, his lifelong stutter can creep back in. But he wedged us into his schedule to express his commitment to Israel after the massacre of more than 1,000 civilians 8 days ago. 29 Americans were killed, 15 are missing, and at least a small number of them are known to have...
Guys, Israel doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza has really harshed my vibes. I'm an old man. I'm an old man, and it's really harshing the immaculate vibes that I had planned. Why won't anybody think about me? Oh, man, I feel so sympathetic to him. Thank you.
been taken hostage. In a video call on Friday, Mr. Biden had this message for Americans in Israel whose loved ones have vanished.
The story will continue in a moment.
We're saying we're going to do everything in our power to find those who are still alive and set them free. Everything in our power.
Set them free from what? From Hamas or from Israeli bombing? Because, like, people who are voluntarily in Gaza are not Americans who are voluntarily in Gaza. 600 of them are voluntarily in Gaza. They are not being threatened by Hamas. They are there with their loved ones. The only threat to their life is not Hamas. It's fucking Israel. Okay? Shut the fuck up.
Power. And I'm not going to go into the detail of that, but we're working like hell on it.
Why do you feel so strongly about speaking to these families personally on Zoom?
Because I think they have to know that the President of the United States of America cares deeply about what's happening.
Cap, no you don't. No you don't. You do not give a fuck. Any other country, maybe, okay? Not Saudi Arabia and not Israel. Get the fuck out of here. The American government has shown that time and time again, okay? If it's Iran, it takes like 5 years, okay? But if it's Saudi Arabia or Israel, they can do whatever the fuck they want. You're just like, nope, go ahead.
Deeply. We have to communicate to the world. This is critical. This is not even human behavior. It's pure barbarism. And we're going to do everything in our power to get them home if we can find them.
Friday's hour-long call with 14 families included a father who told us the president answered desperate pleas with empathy and patience. Is getting the American hostages back safely among your highest priorities now?
Of course it is, but it's hard to make distinctions. The most important thing is ending
the occupation and the apartheid.
Brutality.
Oh.
And to hold those who committed it accountable.
Wait, the end is brutality? Bitch, what are you is Hamas bombing its own damn self? Like, what's happening? What? Bro, who's lobbing the fucking, who's raining lead on Gaza? Who is currently destroying Gaza where the Americans are, both the hostages and those who are voluntarily there? He said, end the brutality. Is he speaking out against Israel? What is happening?
To confront the brutality, Mr. Biden ordered 2 aircraft carriers plus cruisers and destroyers to the region. There are about 900 U.S. troops in Syria on a counterterrorism mission since 2015. Can you foresee U.S. troops in combat in this new Middle East war?
I don't think that's necessary. Israel has one of the finest fighting forces in the country. I guarantee we're going to...
In the country, yeah. Yeah, he's right. Israel is a part of the American country, so it is. And he should say it. He's saying it, and it makes sense that he's saying it. Our most important state. What do you mean?
Provide them everything they need.
Bro, if Texas seceded and we're like, we're going to kill fucking 29 Californians, okay, by bombing them in an area that we have designated as Oklahoma, okay, Americans would be like, no, you're not. We are going to invade you, actually. Like, we're going to invade the fuck out of you. You cannot do that, Texas. Israel does it. He's like, it's the best military in the country, man. It's nothing better than that. To most of America, Israel equals where white baby Jesus was born, and we must protect the Bible land, plus the Palestinians are Muslim man. They don't think any deeper than that. The same way you can ask an American why did we invade Iraq, and 7 out of 10 will say 9/11 immediately. Yeah.
Because of what we're seeing in the Middle East, is the threat of terrorism in the United States increased?
Yes, I had a meeting this morning with the Homeland Security people, with the FBI, for the Situation Room for the better part of an hour to discuss.
Bro, it's literally, it's automatic. They're hitting the fucking Islamophobia button. They're just like increasing it a little bit. I will say this. I will repeat myself 1,000,000 times over. To my Jewish brothers and sisters, For those of you who are fearful of Islamic attacks or whatever, remember, you are under far greater threat by being hate crimed by a white supremacist than you are of a Muslim American. Okay? That is just objectively correct. You're racist. I'm racist. Why am I racist? What's going on? Am I... Mate, open your eyes. Oh my God, the pauses. The faces, I mean. You're racist. Oh, he's talking to Biden. I thought he was talking to me.
That's how we make sure that we prevent a lone wolf and or any...
Yeah, Hasan, don't defend those Muslims. Wait, what? Those damn Muslims. Yeah. Those hypothetical Muslims that are ready to do
coordinated
attacks.
effort to try to do what was done in synagogues before, do what was done to Jews in the street. And so we're making a major effort to make sure that doesn't happen.
Saturday, October 7th, has been called Israel's 9/11. More than 1,000 Hamas terrorists from Gaza smashed through a border wall to commit mass murder. Families in their homes, crowds at a concert, people in the street. Israel is striking back with the largest bombardment of Gaza ever. More than 2,000 have been killed by Gaza's count. Certainly, about 1,200 Israeli civilians were killed in the initial attack, but now Hamas fighters...
Sanders, although Bernie Sanders is outspoken, he recently showed a slightly moderate response to the Palestinian humanitarian crisis, yet supporting America's response in support of Israel. Very concerning how so many American politicians on both sides have gone lockstep just like they did during 9/11. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is, I mean, at least he said, I mean, he actually, that's not that bad. I mean, he's right. Hamas terrorist assault on Israel will have horrific short and long-term consequences. As a result of this attack, thousands of Israelis and Palestinians, including many women and children, have been killed and injured. That toll will rise. Yeah. He's not entirely wrong. Like, I don't know why you guys, I haven't even seen his statement, but like, bro, what do you think he's going to say? Stop writing it. It was bad. What do you guys expect Bernie Sanders to say, chat? What do you think? He's going to be like, may Allah guide the Hamas rockets, inshallah? Like, what do you think he's going to say? Like, what do you mean? Oh, if he didn't say end the apartheid and stop the genocide, then that's fucked up. Right now, the international community must focus on reducing humanitarian suffering and protecting the innocent people on both sides of the conflict. The targeting civilians is a war crime no matter who does it. Israel's blanket denial of food, water, and other necessities to Gaza is a serious violation of international law. It will do nothing but harm innocent civilians. The United States has rightly offered solidarity support to Israel and sucks. But we must also insist on restraint from Israeli forces. Yeah, dude, come on, kill a little bit. Like, this is the centrist position. It's kind of sad that Bernie Sanders is taking what is supposed to be like still an objectively immoral yet centrist liberal position in this circumstance to be like, you know, just kill like 50% less babies. Yeah. Even fucking Jamal Bowman had a better statement. Official statement from my office: de-escalate, end the violence, restore calm. And he was right to say this. This is like, I mean, he was posturing against the State Department. It's sad to see. They would never compare what happened to Palestine and her people to 9/11, but would immediately do so for Israel. Yeah, of course. Read the paragraph above. Longer term, this attack is a major setback for any hope of peace and reconciliation in the region and justice for the Palestinian people. For years, people of goodwill throughout the world, including some brave Israelis, have struggled against the blockade of Gaza, the daily humiliations of occupation of the West Bank, and the horrendous living conditions faced by so many Palestinians. For many, it is no secret that Gaza has been an open-air prison, with millions of struggling to secure basic necessities. Hamas terrorism will make it much more difficult to address that tragic reality and will embolden extremism on both sides, continuing the cycle of violence. Yeah, this is objectively placing the entirety of the Israeli action and reaction and 75 years of occupation on this singular attack from Hamas. And that is not true. It is ahistorical. It is not correct. It is an incorrect assessment. So I don't know what else to say about it other than it's just not true. This is not correct. Anyway, let me finish this because we have to shoot a pod soon.
And Palestinian civilians are being killed in the counterattack. Is it time for a ceasefire?
Look, there's a fundamental difference. Israel is going after a group of people who engage in barbarism that is as consequential as the Holocaust. And
that is fucking insane. You are an insane person. That is an insane thing to say. That is Holocaust revisionism. Joe Brandon, Genocide Joe, and also Bibi Netanyahu, handshake emoji, doing Holocaust revisionism. Bibi Netanyahu has done it, and now so has Joe Brandon. Let's take you to bed, Grandpa. You don't know what the fuck you're saying, okay? That is an insane thing to say. You are trivializing the Holocaust. That is fucking nutty. Dude, I'm telling you, okay? As someone whose name is Hasan, okay, I know I have to be incredibly careful not to allow any singular person to be able to say, look, I knew it. He's being anti-Semitic because he's Muslim, okay? So I am very careful and very deliberate with my language. However, on the other side, okay, and sometimes you make mistakes, right? Sometimes you slip up or you make mistakes and you say something that you don't actually mean, but it can be easily misconstrued and weaponized against you, okay? Catholics and Christians who are unconditionally in support of Israel have lost their fucking minds. They think like, I'm pro-Israel. I can say whatever the fuck I want. I feel like they think, and by the way, the Israeli government absolutely does give permission to them to do that sort of thing. And also people like Ben Shapiro give white supremacists the permission to say whatever the fuck they want. But it is crazy to me that these guys are like, well, I'm pro-Israel, so we're going to say whatever the fuck I want. Donald Trump is the greatest example of this. He has literally routinely done like, ooh, Jews love money, like that type of shit over and over again. And he's the most popular politician in Israel. He's more popular than Netanyahu ever will be. Okay? Why? Because he's pro-Israel unconditionally and forever. So it is ridiculous that these dudes think they can get away with saying unhinged ass shit that is like Holocaust revisionism. That's an insane thing to say.
So I think Israel has to respond. They have to go after Hamas. Now, Hamas is a bunch of cowards. They're hiding behind the...
He's doing human shield propaganda. That's insane.
Civilians, they put their headquarters where civilians are and buildings and the like. But to the extent that they can separate out and avoid, I'm confident the Israelis are going to do everything in their power to avoid the killing of innocent civilians.
Hamas is an Islamist terrorist group and the government of Gaza. Gaza is 25 miles long and averages 5 miles wide.
I'm going to tweet that meme, chatter. Actually, I don't know if I should. I feel like people are going to fucking scream at me. I'm scared. I'm not going to do it. Never mind. I'm too scared to do it. I think it's valid, but it doesn't matter. It's not about being right in this situation. It's just like, it doesn't matter if you're right. You know?
Israel severely limits its economy, so most Gazans are destitute. Now, Israel has cut off food, fuel, electricity, and most water, and has ordered 1 million Gazans to evacuate to the southern half of Gaza. The UN warns of a humanitarian disaster. There are about 2 million people in Gaza. As you know, Mr. President, 2 million people trapped. About half of them are children. Are you asking Israel to establish a humanitarian corridor?
No, he is. There's nothing behind those eyes, dude. There's nothing going on.
Or in that area, or get humanitarian supplies.
Yes, our team is talking to them about that.
South African apartheid. Oh,
yeah, he was. So cool. He was a big time. He did.
So cool.
He doesn't have an issue with. He didn't say he's against all apartheid. He's just against the South African one. Jets. Fuck the Eagles.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations. Wait, okay, let me finish this.
I didn't do anything.
Well, what do you mean?
You read the Jets thing.
No,
I didn't do that.
No. Congratulations to you, my friend. What do you mean? You won.
Yeah, I was really doing my best in those third and long scenarios. I was doing my best to really carry the team, and any given Sunday, come away with the W.
Hell yeah! You don't even need Aaron Rodgers, dude.
That's right.
Yeah.
And whether there could be a safe zone. We're also talking with the Egyptians, whether there's an outlet to get these children and women out out of that area at this point.
Out of the area that Israel is ruthlessly bombing. Remember, this is not a natural disaster. This is not a hurricane. This is not a volcano. This is not a tornado. It is Israel ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing an area with the express purpose of engaging in ethnic cleansing. Holy fuck, we have a 5K dono match. Holy moly. Okay. Thank you. I mean, this is like, I have to end it soon, but I'm still going to run the top of the hour ad break, and we got to wait now until the $5,000 dono match finishes. Got to do it to it. Got to do it to you for the one time. Thank you, chatter. The way that you say that is very powerful. What's powerful is the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay.
This moment. But it's hard.
You would like to see a humanitarian corridor that allows some of the 2 million Gazans out of the area.
Yes.
You would like to see humanitarian supplies brought into Gaza?
Yes.
So you do not agree with the Israeli total siege of the Gaza Strip?
I'm confident that Israel is going to act under the rules of war.
Except it hasn't so far. It literally has not. So why are you confident? Maybe because your fucking brain is leaking out of your ears, you old fuck. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? Oh, I'm confident they're going to stop the... Dude, I know they're hitting the genocide button right now, but I'm confident they're just going to... Any moment now, they're going to pull their hand off the genocide button. Okay, dude. Good luck. Thank you for your confidence, dude. Holy shit. Why would they? Why would they be fucking confident? Why would you be confident? Why should they ever stop doing the genocide button? You literally championed it for the past 6 fucking days as they were doing it. Any day now, they're going to restore power to Gaza and give water and food to the 2 million children, women, elderly, men in Gaza. That is unimaginable. Unimaginable. They openly said they were doing ethnic cleansing, and this fucking piece of shit, alongside every other Western leader, said, that's fine by me. Israel has a right to retaliate. Israel gets to do a little bit of genocide. It's perfectly valid. I hate this. It's so disgusting. It's like they always try to act like they are not the barbarians. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Hamas, those guys are brutal. They're ruthless. They massacred people, which is true. They did. So what are you doing? Is what you're doing not a massacre? Are you not just as ruthless?
There's a standards that democratic institutions and countries go by. And
yeah, and Israel has never followed it. 75 years of occupation, 75 years of maintaining an apartheid state. Israel's never followed international rule, international law. They've never followed it. Why should they now?
So I'm confident that there's going to be an ability for the innocents in Gaza to be able to have.
For the record, by the way, the reason, I mean, dude, I have more smoke for Brandon than many other people on this, okay? You can be like a liberal pervert or one of those guys who's like, you know, a Hasbro troll or whatever. But this man holds the keys to the fucking castle. This man could literally be like, we're not going to give you money if you keep doing genocide. What the fuck are you doing? But of course, he won't say that. He will never say that because guess what? It's awesome for our weapons manufacturers, and it's awesome for us to allow Israel to keep doing whatever the fuck it wants to do because we need that forward operating base.
Have access to medicine and food and water.
Would you support Israeli occupation of Gaza at this point?
I think it'd be a big mistake. Look,
the apartheid more recent, though, that's really interesting that you're saying that because, like, no, it's not. Because, like, literally, when the ANC leaders were fighting the apartheid in South Africa, they routinely said Israel is under similar conditions. And those conditions have actually only worsened. So, no, I would not say that. The wall was built 20 years ago. Yeah, that doesn't matter. The notion that Israel, before the wall, was actually super chill for Palestinians is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, there was no wall in the South African apartheid. Was it not an apartheid? Apartheid state is an intermediary phase heading towards total annexation. I mean, it has been total annexation from the jump. So what is it?
Look, what happened in Gaza, in my view, is Hamas and the extreme elements of Hamas don't represent all the Palestinian people. And
wow, he's so reasoned. He's so tempered with this.
I think that it would be a mistake for Israel to occupy Gaza again. But to going in and taking out the extremists, the Hezbollah is up north, but Hamas down south is a necessary requirement.
Do you believe that Hamas must be eliminated entirely?
Yes, I do. But there needs to be a Palestinian Authority.
Wait, what do you mean? Bro, he said but. You can't say Hamas must be deleted entirely and then hit him with a but, dude. Israel about to think you're looking quite like a hospital, you know what I mean? I don't know, Brandon. You got a press jacket on? What's happening? You better fucking watch it. Better watch it with that but. Can't be following total annihilation of Hamas, but you know, you're looking quite like a baby in a hospital, in a Palestinian hospital right now.
There needs to be a path to a Palestinian state.
Okay, dude, I'm telling you, dude, this is oh, wow. This is Hamas mind control talking. Oh, yeah, Palestinian state. Pathway towards that. Yeah, good luck, dude. Thanks.
Path, called the two-state solution, has been U.S. policy for decades. It would create an independent nation next to Israel for 5 million Palestinians who live in Gaza and on the west bank of the Jordan River. And you believe Israel would pursue that after what's occurred?
Not now. Not now, but I think...
Yeah, they just got to get a little bit of genocide out of the way, you know? Guys, they don't mean it. They have to. Just a tiny bit, dude. Let them have this little geno. Okay, just a little bit of G, a little bit of ethnic cleansing. You know what I mean? Not now. Soon.
Israel understands that.
Just a couple more, dude. Just a couple more. God damn it! Another dono matching. Holy shit! Matched up to 5K and now up to 2K. And
people do not share the views of Hamas and Hezbollah.
Hezbollah is a powerful Islamist militia to Israel's north, which is armed and trained by Iran. Iran also supports Hamas. There's limited fighting already on the northern Israeli border, and I wonder what is your
yeah. Limited fighting on the northern Israeli border. It's, once again, a tale as old as time. Israel versus Reuters journalists in press vests. You know. There's a little bit of fighting happening in the Lebanese border there against more members of the press.
Message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran.
Don't. Don't
come across the border. Don't escalate this war.
That's right.
Is Iran behind the Gaza war?
I don't want to get into classified information, but to be very blunt with you, there is no clear evidence of that.
Bro, he did a fucking banger job, dude. He is. You know how Richard Nixon had the madman theory? Like, oh God, watch out! I might nuke you. I might nuke you. The Brandon is the Reagan, late Reagan era delirium theory. Okay, this is how you do statecraft. This is the new wave. You guys simply don't understand it. Okay. Richard Nixon was the madman who was like, oh, might do it to you, might nuke you. Watch out. He's doing fucking Alzheimer's theory, okay? This is a very new technique that you haven't even thought about. Where he goes, don't. Watch it, don't. The dementia doctrine, yes.
At this point, no evidence that Iran is behind any of this.
Correct. Now, Iran constantly supports Hamas and Hezbollah. I don't mean that. But in terms of did they have foreknowledge? Did they help plan the attack? There's no evidence of that at this point.
The president is asking for billions of dollars for Israel and Ukraine. But Congress is paralyzed.
There's nothing funnier than, I'm with my boy Gunther on this one, okay? I'm with my boy Gunther. Why stop the steady flow of weapons and money into a defensive war when you want to redirect those funds and weapons into an offensive revenge war that Israel is facilitating? Gunter fucking cooked on that, okay? Gunter cooked on that so hard, I am literally advocating for every country to be a part of NATO, except for Russia. Yeah, Gunter said that. It was very cool. It was very interesting that he came up with such brilliant analysis.
Right Republicans are obstructing the election of a Speaker of the House. Does the dysfunction...
Can you elaborate for players like me? I will tell you this much. What is funny about this situation is that Zelensky and everyone else immediately, like all the Ukrainian officials immediately were like, oh, dude, Israel, you're fighting a just war. Like, we are fighting against Russia. Like, you fighting against Palestinians. It's just like Palestinians are just like Russians in this situation. Not realizing that a couple of days before, the American State Department had already come out and said, we're not going to give you an endless amount of money. And recently they said, we're going to redirect some of these funds. Potentially. Okay? Potentially. So Disney and everyone else basically were fucking advocating for more funds to leave their hands in their defensive battle against the Russian invasion to go directly into the hands of Israel. So, I mean, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think they're going to do that. America would never send Israel refurbished weapons, okay? That would never happen. Israel gets the primo stuff. Israel gets shit that, like, Ukraine can't get, like the fucking Iron Dome, which we designed, by the way. Remember when America was like, hey, Israel, you should give the Iron Dome to Ukraine? And they were like, fuck no. Yeah, how about fuck you? Remember when that happened? I would have been on board with that. I would have 100% been on board with that. I think that's a more ethical way to spend those funds than anything else. Zelensky has now said that there are Ukrainians stuck in Gaza. Oh, no. Wait, what the fuck are Ukrainians doing in Gaza? Wait, what? Crossover ep. Wait, what? Zelensky said there's 500 Ukrainians in Gaza? No shot. Palestinians with Ukrainian passports, Ukrainians married to Palestinians, etc. 500, brother. That's 500 Americans. That's why I'm shocked. Like, if you said like maybe 20, I'd be like, oh, that makes sense. 500 is the same number of Americans stuck in Gaza. There are 138 Filipino citizens in Gaza. What the, dude, Gaza is literally the heart and soul of the world. I have decided. That's insane. That's so crazy. What the fuck? The IDF spokesperson on Twitter Spaces just referred to Palestinians as subhuman. Oh wow, that's a shocking deviation from what they normally say, which is non-human animals.
That we've seen in Congress increase the danger in the world.
Yes. Look, this is not your father's Republican Party. 30% of it is made up of these MAGA Republicans who are maybe... Democracy is something they don't look at it the same way you and I look at democracy.
Are the wars in
500 in Israel, 260? No, there's way more than 500 Ukrainians in Israel. You're fucking out of your mind.
Israel and Ukraine more than the United States can take on at the same time?
We're the United States of America, for God's sake. The most powerful nation in the history, not in the world, in the history of the world. The history of the world. We can take care of both of these and still maintain our overall international defense.
Russia's unprovoked invasion occupies nearly...
He's like, bro, I got bans. He's like, ban for ban, baby. Don't test me. Don't test me. Listen, bitch, you got health care? No? Why the fuck don't you have health care, Jack? You ever think about that? Because I got bans, son. I could give Ukraine all the weapons of the world and then give Israel all the weapons of the world too, bitch. Fuck are you gonna do? We got no free education. I'm about to abolish the Department of Education, bitch, so I got more bans. Bans on top of bans. I will never stop until every fucking country has every gun on the planet. Fuck.
20% of Ukraine, hundreds of thousands have been killed or wounded. In an interview last month, President Volodymyr Zelensky...
He's like, I'm about to shut the money faucet on that Social Security so I can get Ukraine more weapons and Israel more weapons, dude. Let's go. Pay your student loans, you broke boys. All those student loan debt relief, that student loan debt relief you wanted, it's not coming for you. Guess what I'm going to do with that money I get, dude? I'm getting my money up. You're getting your funny up over there, okay? You know what I'm going to do with that money? I'm going to go fucking buy more guns. Fuck it, I'll give some to Palestine too while I'm at it. Even at the playing field.
He told us he could lose without U.S. aid. How do these wars in Israel and Ukraine relate to the safety of the American people?
Overwhelmingly, they relate. For example, in Ukraine, one of my objectives was to prevent Putin, who has committed war crimes himself, from being able to occupy an independent country that borders...
Huh, interesting. I wonder if the 60-minute propaganda arm will maybe make a parallel here between Israel's continued evisceration of the international law, just like Vladimir Putin is doing, because it's like identical terms in many instances. So I wonder, because like everybody freaks out when Russia fucking bombs the electricity grid, which is completely and utterly unacceptable and a war crime. But when Israel does it, it's like, dog, they're going to do it. They're going to do what they're going to do. You know what I mean? It's like, it's cool. I never said I'm against all genocide. I never said I'm against all war crimes. It's fine when we do it. Israel, also an extension of the United States. They can do it too.
NATO allies and is on the Russian border. Imagine what happens now if he were able to succeed. Have you ever known a major war in Europe we didn't get sucked into? We don't want that to happen. We want to make sure those democracies are sustained. And Ukraine is critical in making sure that happens.
Mr. Biden told us images of October 7th reminded him of the Holocaust, which he has studied. taking his family to the Dachau death camp in Germany. This is 2015. The man in the wheelchair is a Dachau survivor. Behind Mr. Biden is the president's granddaughter.
I wanted my children and grandchildren to fully understand exactly what happened and why you couldn't deny the carnage going on if you're.
Yeah, but like you didn't learn anything from that. You know what I mean? You didn't learn any of those lessons. You are a president of America. You were the vice president of America. You never learned any of those lessons, dog. If you learned the never again lesson, okay, when you went there, you would have been like, "Oh shit, America, we've been doing this." Guys, I had no idea that this shit was so fucked up. Okay? I learned my lesson. We're done. No more military. The military is now a civilian construction force. Okay? That's what we're doing. We're only building stuff. I was so wrong. We're immediately stopping. Like, what do you mean? What lessons did you learn in that situation? How to do it better and more effectively? Like, man, these guys, you know, they took a lot from us and then we take some from them. You know what I mean? Like, technically, it's not even wrong. That's literally, according to Hitler, they looked at our situation and was like, that's pretty fire. Like, you know, the whole racist eugenic stuff.
You're living in Germany and in Europe.
Almost done.
Why do you feel so strongly? What does Israel mean to you?
The Jews have been subject to abuse, prejudice, and attempt to wipe them out for over 1,000 years. For me, it's about decency, respect, honor. It's just simply wrong. Wrong. It violates every religious principle I have in every way and every single principle my father taught me.
As we spoke to the president, his Secretary of State was in Israel. He's
trying to do because he's had multiple. Yeah. I'm so glad he went to Dachau to find out that, like, you know, the Jews have been attacked endlessly, which is true. So, you know, let him have it. Let him rip a little bit, which, by the way, Jews are not Israel, okay? Israel is not Jews. It's fucking ridiculous to make this, association, except, of course, unless you are unconditionally a ultra-Zionist, in which case you can say it all day, every day, even though it is anti-Semitic to make this assertion. I do not believe it. I think it's fucking ridiculous.
His defense secretary was at a NATO meeting on Ukraine. America's oldest president seemed tired from directing all of this, but he was very...
America's oldest president seemed tired, period.
Wait, no, they started it off with...
I know, they're like, he's had a hard week.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, it's just all...
there's a genocide, and he's out of prune juice, which was really hard on his system.
He's like, oh man, he's just, you know... fucking 700 babies in fucking Gaza murdered by Israeli rocket fire, but Biden's had a real hard time with that. He's just so sad because he kept saying, keep going, Israel. It was awesome. Here, blank check for you.
Be clear
Sick.
On what he stood for and how his policies, in his view, would see America through. Mr. President, given these two wars and the dysfunction in Congress, are you sure that you want to run again?
Yes, because I'm sure.
Like, please,
look,
don't run again, Joe.
We're giving you an out.
When I really said the world's an inflection point.
He's like, dude, no, they need me more than ever, dude.
Please,
they need
Joe. This is your out.
He's like, there are some Palestinians still alive, so I got to make sure I fix that the next 4 years.
Yeah, we got 4 more years to do ethnic cleansing. Okay, I'm not done yet. Listen up, look alive, Palestine. Just kidding. Haha.
The world's changing, but we have an opportunity to make it. So imagine if we were able to succeed in getting the.
Why does this motherfucker sound like a narrator from a Disney movie in his old... He's like,
he's whimsical.
If you can believe... Has he been getting Botox? Look at his forehead.
Yeah, no, he looks like fucking doo-doo, bro.
No, but he's 80. That's what Botox looked like at 80.
Why is he squinting so
Dude,
he's got been looking very bright lights on.
Dude, he's been looking so much worse lately. Like, it's not even... I mean, I feel like it's ageist to say it at this point, but, like, he has gotten... I feel like he's aged like
He
20
doesn't even
years.
look good at 80. He doesn't even look like a good 80.
It looks like the guy is interviewing him from across the state too. The way he's
No, I think.
where are you again?
Yeah.
Oh hey.
Oh God.
I mean, it's impressive that he was able to hold it together for 13 minutes. Like I guess that's the
hairline
most you're
looks
gonna
pretty
get.
good for 80. I'm be honest with you.
Yeah, bro, he's gotten multiple hairline replacements.
Wait, has he multiple?
Yeah.
That's gonna be me at 80.
He's more Turkish at you at this point.
They told
He's
me-
got more Turkish plugs in him.
Yeah.
Well, he's gone through generations of hair surgery technology.
Yeah.
He's got plugs.
He's tried it all.
FU, whatever they call that, FUE. I've done the research. Yeah.
The Middle East put in place where we have normalization of relations. I think we can do that. Imagine what happens if we, in fact, unite all of Europe and Putin is finally put down where he cannot cause the kind of trouble he's been causing. We have enormous opportunities to make it a better world.
Yeah. Bro, like, I've said this already, but if China has not invaded Taiwan in this moment when the American military is spread so fucking thin, never forget that, okay? Every single person that's like, oh, China's going to invade Taiwan any moment now. Bitch, what the fuck do you mean? There is no better opportunity for China to be like, oh, fuck, now we're going in 100%. Why haven't they done it? Because they only respond to aggressions from America, okay? 1,000,000%. Do not forget that. She is a real one for not invading. Think about it. IDF on Spaces right now? Yeah, apparently. How you said it, what if it happened? I mean, then, yeah, they would be acting out their interest. An infiltration of Israeli military intelligence hub by 10 Hamas gunmen. 10 Hamas gunmen with detailed knowledge of the Israeli intelligence hub's location and layout. What? What is that? 10 Hamas gunmen with detailed knowledge of Israeli intelligence hub's location. After crossing into Israel, they traveled east and veered off the road to approach an unmanned gate of the military base, armed with color-coded map. They located an unlocked door to the fortified building. Under a bed in the room, they discovered 2 soldiers seeking shelter, whom they shot dead. This entire sequence was documented by a camera mounted on one of the attackers' heads. Source: New York Times. Bro, dude, Zoomers love filming shit. You forget that like a lot of the Hamas militants are also fucking literally Zoomers. They filmed everything, dude. It's insane. Like straight up, like they had GoPros at the fucking wazoo. Insanity. The media has been covering the Gaza invasion like the IDF is stalling. Anyway, we talked about the Muslim boy in Chicago that was on a I don't want to end it on a dark note, but we talked about the Muslim boy in Chicago, the Palestinian kid. We are gonna shoot the Fear End podcast where I will finally, for the first time, be able to shut off my brain from the endless amount of coverage that I've afforded to this. I'm not going to be talking about politics or Israel, Palestine. Yeah. Oh yeah. You want to?
Oh yeah.
We need a gay perspective on
Yeah.
We do. Absolutely.
Okay, Sugar Tiz, look at your slutty ass. What are you doing?
Hey, you like my pants?
Sugar Tiz.
What are you doing? I love your pants.
Like these pants?
I love.
Hey, Hasan. Look, I'll be honest with you. I've transformed my wardrobe. I don't even have tight pants anymore.
I believe it when I see it.
No, I seriously don't. Other than my Lululemons that I wear on the plane.
Okay.
I don't have any type.
All right. Well, I will be back. I will be back tomorrow, obviously, and probably continuing to cover all of this. I thought she's doing movie night. That's what someone was saying. Okay. Hold on. All right. We have to shoot the pod now. But donations are keeping on going if you want to keep donating. And of course we will continue tomorrow as well. Yeah, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Be kind to one another. Bye bye. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.